highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
We're all on this planet together. So join Odyssey and find your one thing. Now that it's autumn, check window and door seals for proper insulation and replace your furnace air filter. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
In Santa Clara today, sunny and hot, highs 89 degrees.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
A night of history here at Chase Center. Ring night, another banner, and the Golden State Warriors win the game as well. 123-109, the Warriors get the win.
Tim Roy on the call, and oh baby, the Warriors opened up the season with a bang, blowing out the LA Lakers in a game that wasn't even that close. It was sloppy. It was rough at times. It was ring night, but the Warriors handled business, and the Lakers, Brian Windhorst wasn't lying. They look like a non-threat in the Western Conference. But I want to start here as I say good morning to everybody out there on the roadways, getting off your graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is up? If you're in traffic, what is up? Good morning to Shasky, Lubman, and Kyle Madsen.
Morning, Doughboy.
Ring night. Yeah, Doughboy and Trey.
I love it.
I look more like Doughboy. That's all good,
Before we do anything, can we do something ceremoniously?
What's that?
In the honor of the Lakers, everybody crack the mic and let's all laugh simultaneously.
Come
on, boys.
Lakers are bad.
Isn't this great?
Lakers are bad.
Come on.
I mean, Lakers are bad. They're not a threat. They're not a threat at all.
No.
Very funny. They're not. Forget the Lakers. I want to start here though, Shasky, because we'll laugh at the Lakers all season long. We'll laugh at the Lakers all season long. I don't want to waste our laughs on opening night.
Bonte.
You know, they're bad.
Tears
they're
of
bad.
the clown.
They're bad. They're really bad. But ring night. I want to start with the ceremony.
Well, of course, it was incredible.
4th championship in 8 years. You raise another banner. And Al Attles, who got an incredible ovation.
Come on.
Incredible. S. Shaw Livingston. You got Mo Buckets back in the building.
I was hoping
Maurice
that KD
Bates.
would be there.
Well, he'll be in January.
No,
January
I know,
23rd.
but
February, I believe.
I do hope, as we see some of the former Warrior legends kind of represent different teams and things like that, I do hope over time Kevin Durant can come back and both his own self and the team, the organization, the fans. I hope we can embrace him properly.
I think he will. What made you bring up Kevin Durant?
Well, because I was thinking about those championships,
Got it.
and it's I seen Mo Spates, and you had him on set.
Yep.
That was really awesome.
Yep.
I don't know, I really truly appreciate every single Warrior team, and to see these guys come back, it does mean something. And I never thought that the Warriors were going to be a team, an organization that celebrated teams of the past. I never thought they'd be that good.
In his first class.
First
class in the way they do it, and the way they honor people. And you get Steph Curry out there speaking. You get Klay Thompson. I love the Steph Curry telling Klay, hey, we're not done yet. Yo, hold on. We got a video to look at. You get Jordan Poole getting his first ring.
That was really cool.
JTA, Juan Toscano Anderson with his mom sitting courtside, even though he's on the other side. Quindari Witherspoon, who recently was waived by the Golden State Warriors. He picked up his ring. You see the smile from James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, and the rings. Did you see the rings? How sweet they were?
I like how they were, I guess not personalized, but customized depending on who you are on the team, because Dre and Klay and Steph had where it slides, and they had the 4 championship trophies inside the ring. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was sick. So Jordan Poole had 1 trophy.
Yeah.
Kuminga had 1 trophy.
That was really
Kevon
cool.
Looney had 3. Of course, Steph, Dre, Klay, and Iguodala had 4 each. And then the Warriors, they shouted out Brittany Griner on her birthday, her 32nd birthday, which is a nice touch by Stephen Curry. Please free BG. She's out there, and Rush is stuck. Free BG on her birthday, of course, who's 32 years old. And then Nene McGugan,
that was classy.
Who's Bob Myers' personal executive. And to bring her out, like they brought out Eric Housen a couple years ago, was really, really cool. Eric Housen got honored a couple years ago, and then they bring out Nene there in front of the crowd, in front of Chase Center. That was pretty sweet.
It was awesome, and I thought it was a classy touch by the Warriors. And you referenced Al Attles.
It was great to see him.
The destroyer, Mr. Warrior to me, Al Attles. Just an absolute legend. And to see him standing there, vibrant, he's got to be close to 90. How old is he?
I think he's 80.
Is he only 80?
He's up there. No, he could be 90.
I mean,
hold on.
How old is he?
85.
85 years old. I mean, he's the same age as my grandpa, essentially.
To see him out there on the floor.
And to let the fans give him, and I know there's a lot of new fans that have no idea who he is. He was the head coach of the Warriors, one of the first black head coaches in the Bay Area.
Player coach, too.
In the NBA. He was the guy who scored the second most amount of points in the game that Wilt Chamberlain scored 100 in.
No doubt. He scored 17.
It's just, he's an absolute legend. And so to see him at the arena and then get that ovation and be a representative of that championship pass, I kind of almost teared up. That to me was really cool.
I just love seeing him on the court. He waved.
Yeah.
He just waved.
With the black sweater.
And he had to smile.
Yeah.
And when they showed Al Attles, it damn near was as loud as Steph's ovation.
Really?
No joke. It was loud.
Really?
It was loud. So I was gauging ovations for each player a little bit.
It felt like JP got a big pop.
Oh, he got a huge pop.
I mean,
huge pop.
This guy.
Kevon Looney.
Huge Kevon Looney, huge pop.
Huge pop. Andrew Wiggins. Huge pop.
So then now I feel obligated to ask you, because I saw various interpretations. The broadcast to me felt like everybody was cheering for Draymond Green. What was it in your eyes, being in the arena on the floor?
So YouTube, hold on. Good morning to YouTube. Our chat is disabled for now. We'll get that rolling. Draymond Green. So what I heard for the preseason game last Friday from multiple people who covered the game was that he did get booed a little bit during the preseason game. He did get booed a little bit. Draymond's ovation wasn't as loud as Wiggins, wasn't as loud as Looney, wasn't as loud as Stephen Curry. Nobody booed, but I looked around when he got his ring. And people just said, you know what? I saw a lot of people with their hands in their pocket or arms crossed.
Oh, the Bud Selig.
The Bud Selig. He got an ovation, and people cheered, but it wasn't as loud as it usually is for Draymond
Interesting.
Green. And so his ovation wasn't, and he had the TNT special yesterday. I'm sure Willard Dibs and Steiny Guru covered it. By the way, Guru, Steiny, and David Bruce was all over that special, documentary where they followed around Draymond Green through training camp in Japan, and of course, about the fight with Jordan Poole. So
in the video,
go ahead.
No, I was going to say, in that video, did he transform into the Riddler? Because he wore an all green satin suit, almost looking like Fillmore Slim, quite honestly.
Well, you thought the Riddler. I thought the Joker. I mean, but he was muddy green. It was a sweet suit.
Yeah, the Joker was more purple in the cartoon.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
the Riddler, I was thinking green.
We were kind of joking around with the Riddler with the question marks on the suit or whatnot. That's all he was missing. As we had Fizzy Fells Fitz last night, he was breaking it down. Bully wanted to say, we were going to do some other things, but we stayed away from it. But look, Draymond Green has to earn back the trust of his team. This just is what it is, and it's a story that I thought, hey, once we get to basketball, it'll kind of die down a little bit. It's not going anywhere.
You don't think?
Oh, I don't think. I know. It's not going anywhere.
I want to say about halfway through the first quarter, maybe it was the full first quarter before the broadcast itself addressed it, Kevin Harlan and Reggie Miller. And it was more just like stating what happened than it was like interpretation. And then Reggie gave his particular opinion. This does happen, and it happens on the winning teams. And it was a contrast big time to what Mullen said, because Mullen was like, yo, and I listened to him in the pregame, and Mullen gives you authentic. There is no broadcaster BS when I hear him. And he basically said, does it happen? Yes. It's few and far between, and I'm paraphrasing here. But it's always a negative. And that was he's the first person I've heard say that where people are trying to spin this into a positive. And he said, Bonte, it's always a negative thing for everyone involved.
And a lot of people
that resonated with me.
And a lot of people in NBA circles believe that it could derail the Golden State Warriors for a championship quest.
Yeah.
Because this is looming. And then, a lot of people, I saw the video yesterday of Draymond calling LeBron over. And the Warriors kind of look like, look, man, that's LeBron James. He's on the other team. We want to handle our business over here.
In the middle of the game.
In the middle of the game.
I know.
And it was just
And he's on the bench, not on the floor. It wasn't a good look. I'm not going to lose my mind.
It wasn't the best
look. But this is, I think it's more of an indictment on social media. You were talking last week about fans and how they're going to grab every piece of audio and video. And
every game, every second, every minute of the season, there will be something where the fans glob on to Draymond Green and say, yeah, that's Draymond. Yeah, we're not happy about that.
I'm not going to interpret what his teammates might be thinking or whatever. I think that it's unfair. If we hear something from them, then we can talk about it. But for me, I just think that we're doing too much trying to analyze reactions and people dapping each other up. I don't know.
Well, here's the deal.
But you're right. It's not B. It is not going to go away.
No,
there
it's
were
not going away.
100,000 views in 5 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's not going to go away. And Ann Killian from the SF Chronicle last night actually asked Jordan Poole about the Draymond Green situation, and he basically sidestepped it and said, yeah, we're just here to play basketball. We got the win. We're on a quest to go get another win. But he's going to be asked, and wait until they go into East Coast cities, when they travel to the East Coast, and they go to New York City, and they go to Chicago, and they go to Boston. These questions will be peppered at Draymond Green and Jordan Poole all season long. So, and every little friction.
His maturity, though, as you talked about that, him sidestepping, I've been very impressed with how he's conducted himself.
I mean, this doesn't... Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I didn't know how he was going to react. He's a very young guy, and he's kind of quiet at the podium. You know, the way he does, delivers words and stuff. And each of his words feels very calculated in a good way. And I just feel like we're seeing the maturity of such a young guy go through one of the worst things of his professional career. I thought going to the G League was about as bad as it could get.
Right.
This is by far and away more impactful than the G League thing.
Well, this doesn't work without him being a professional. It doesn't work without him being a professional. And he was able to move on and to say, hey, I'm going to compartmentalize, and I'm going to go out there and play basketball. And look, He was 4-15 last night, but he dropped to 7 assists. And I thought his 2 threes in the second quarter really started to break the game open. It gave the Warriors a nice little pop, gave them a lead going into halftime, and then that 25-4 run in the third quarter put the Lakers out for good. And the Warriors didn't play great in that first half. They were not good at all.
Wow.
I mean, you know, it's 5 of 21 from the three-point line. They shot 42% in that first half, just like the LA Lakers. They shot 40%. So it was really a nip-and-tuck game, but you could just sense that once the Warriors got the rust off in the first quarter, once they got the rust off in the second quarter, it was go time. And you see them with that depth. That's the thing. They're so damn deep. They drop 123, and they don't... What did they play? Was that a C game offensively?
Monte, they felt like a pickup game at the O Club at 6 in the morning on Saturdays. That's what that felt like. I mean, let's call it what it is. LeBron James was in cruise control.
I mean, LeBron James is stat chasing at this point.
1,000%.
He's not winning. He's not about winning.
But, you know, like, and I know we're going to get into the actual, like, specifics of the game. I'm watching him, and I'm like, I know that you got this brand, and you want to make movies, and I understand all that. No, you want to wait for your kid to come in. I'm a little disappointed in him because I look at someone like Tom Brady, and, like, again, I'm comparing and contrasting two different sports here. It's all about the championships, no matter what. And I thought that's what LeBron was about, and that's kind of why I respected him. Even though everyone was ripping him for bouncing around, he's trying to maximize the amount of championship opportunities. He ain't getting another one unless they make some dramatic moves.
Year 20 for him. He's going to surpass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as the leading scorer in NBA history. He's going to be the all-time scorer in NBA history by the time the season's done. And yet, you look at that team. Anthony Davis, who early on in the first quarter, it's like, okay, he's playing big boy basketball.
Yeah.
He's small ball 5. He's going out on the block. And then for the next 3 quarters, he just settles to become a jump shooter.
Every time he falls, I'm worried that this is the injury.
Yeah.
Every time.
But it's like, what's the point of bulking up if we're going to linger on the perimeter?
Yeah,
you're going to linger on the perimeter and you want to become a 3-point shooter.
I don't know.
You know, it just doesn't make sense to me.
There was a sequence when James Wiseman had to guard him for about 4 minutes, I want to say, in the second quarter. And there was a few times when AD got his bucket. But I was so impressed with Wiseman not picking up silly fouls. 2 years ago, he'd have jumped in the air. He would have had 2 quick ones. He would have put AD on the free throw line. AD would have got going. He's done a great job going up vertical, number 1, and altering shots with his length. And then number 2, staying on his feet.
Yeah.
And not leaving his feet in certain situations so he could still block someone significantly smaller than him. I don't know. I liked seeing Wiseman on AD just to see what the growth is looking like.
And he'll get a chance to go against Jokic on Friday night when the Nuggets come to town. That'd be tough.
That's the biggest test of the year, in my opinion. He's the best player in the league.
No doubt. No doubt.
One of them, at least.
8.7 rebounds for James Wiseman, 0 for 4 from the free throw line, and he was not happy about that after the game. I got to hit my free throws. I'm in double digits if I hit those free throws. Well, look, that's his first game at Chase Center in a regular season game in front of a packed house.
That's crazy.
Think about that. His first game in his third season in front of a packed house at Chase Center. Preseason, I'm not going to count that. I'm not going to count the Santa Cruz Warriors game, the G League game. So to see him go out there in just 16 minutes and 31 seconds, 8 and 7 off the bench.
Did you hear Jordan Poole? They were miking up Jordan Poole on the bench. Whatever.
And he was coaching up Wiseman.
Yeah, and he had said something to the effect. It was like at the end of it, and the camera was cutting away. You got to get your game conditioning up. Talking about Jordan. Yeah. Jordan Poole was saying this to Wiseman, basically. And it was a very interesting thing because Wiseman's hard on himself.
Right.
And you could see Jordan Poole kind of uplifting him. And it's like, damn, the 23-year-old Jordan Poole is mentoring the 21-year-old James Wiseman. But that's the beauty of going through a playoff run the way they did last year. And everyone talks about experience and all those things. Look at how Jordan Poole is now a veteran on this team.
Yep, no doubt.
I didn't even know he was an NBA player a year and a half ago.
Right, exactly.
It's crazy.
So you see Jordan Poole's coaching him up, even when he missed that free throw, Poole looked at him and said, come on, big fella.
Yeah.
You got this. And so he's going to be in his ear all season long with that second unit. JaMychal Green. We'll get to Steph Curry in a second. We'll get to Clay. We'll get to Andrew Wiggins and Looney. Oh, my gosh, Andrew Wiggins.
Wiggins has never smiled more,
dude,
ever. On the court?
Andrew Wiggins. I mean, I was going to go to JaMychal Green because Otto Porter Jr., he moved on. JaMychal Green's going to fit right in.
The 2 threes at the end of the game, this game's getting kind of close. Let me put this one away.
Let me put it away. Andrew Wiggins with the 20.6 rebounds, 4 assists, 8 of 14 from the floor in the individual defense.
Yes.
The individual defense. Yeah. The block shot on Russell Westbrook there in the second half where he doesn't leave his feet. He's staying in front of him. The deflection on LeBron James. The quietest 20 points is like, oh, wait. We forgot about Steady Eddie, Andrew Wiggins.
It's incredible.
Who's happy as heck, didn't sleep before ring night, and you got him who's going to get all deep. When you have a postseason run like he did,
yes.
Now the league is on notice. Now they saw in the postseason, okay, this guy's a good defender. Now he could be a great defender too. He's really, really good.
No, but he's going to get the benefit of the doubt now in the regular season because of the work he put in the playoffs. You're 100% correct.
Moving his feet, staying in front of guys.
How
so
about
him,
the 3-point shot.
Oh, the 3-point shot, 4-7.
Remember there were lots of questions about could he be a consistent 3-point shooter, and now I don't even like when he goes up and rises up for a 3. I'm like, yeah, it's a good shot.
It's a good shot.
Like just my confidence level in him. He fits, and all I keep thinking about is as I'm contrasting the I'm overpaid Lakers with all of their parts not fitting. And then you juxtapose that with Andrew Wiggins taking less money because he knows he fits in here. Could there be more two stark differences in terms of landscapes? Nope. Lakers, Warriors?
Nope. And that's why I love the fact that, you think about the conversations all season last year and in the offseason where, Wiggins is going to want to get his money. Poole is going to want his own team.
Let's go inside their hearts.
They're going to want to sign and go get their own bag. And you know what? They want to go on and they want to just do their thing. Poole's not going to want to come off the bench. He's not going to want to do that. And you go look at them. And they bought into the culture.
Yes.
The culture of the Golden State Warriors, which starts, of course, with Stephen Curry. Leading the way, 33 points, 10 to 22, just 4-13 from the three-point line. But guess what? He goes to the free throw line 9 times and hits all 9 free throws. Early on, he was struggling in that first quarter. Indeed, he just finds a way to drop 30 on you. Steph is still, if this isn't his prime, then damn. What's next this season for him?
You know Bret Hart, the wrestler? Do you remember him?
Bret, I was bringing him up yesterday with Jimbo.
The Hitman.
Shawn Michaels robbed him in the hour-long match. And, of course, what was it, the Montreal? Screw job.
Do you know what his slogan is?
See, I know wrestling, Lovin.
Do you know what his slogan is?
Bret Hart, what was his slogan? The Heartbreak Kid. No, that's Shawn Michaels.
The best there is, the best there ever will be, basically. That's what we're watching with Steph Curry. He's the best there is, the best there ever will be when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. Just enjoy every second of it. The guy is so unique. He's just incredible. Last night, you're like, oh no, they can't get a stop. Oh, the Lakers are trying really hard for 4 minutes here. And then it's like, boom, boom, boom. He gets the layup where he's like spinning around, putting it up off the glass in the reverse fashion. Then he hits a couple of teardrop threes, and you're like, dude, he's so good.
Night. And it was funny. And it was just funny to hear Kevin Harlan and Reggie Miller. Oh, we got a 13-point game. Oh, Lakers are playing hard. Oh, and I was like, Kevin, Reggie, pipe down.
Reggie.
People have already tuned out. We're waiting for Inside the NBA, or we're waiting for Warriors Live. Pipe down. This game's over. Come on. It's done.
That was open run. Last night was open run.
It was a joke.
And I want to come in and break down the combinations and the lineups and the minutes. It's all a work in progress.
It is.
And the fact that the Warriors had 27-point lead, 22-point lead, 24-point lead, they were out there just trying things.
Right. I want to ask you about the
so
depth.
Good.
I want to ask you about the depth. Is this the deepest team under Steve Kerr from top to bottom? I want you to answer that on the other side.
My answer is going to be a little not what you think.
Okay. I don't know what to think about that. I don't know what to think about your answer. Anthony in Richmond will get to you on the other side. That'll be coming up. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at DolanLumber.com. See the real fiber-on at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
From abortion to inflation, the issues in elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking them down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original political podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week, I'll talk with a range of experts to give you a no-fuss, 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Can I get the sales projections for the Springfield, Bristol, and Fairview stores?
Val's Froyo Palace is dishing out 3 more locations.
Jody, have you lined up interviews?
They need 3 new store managers before they have a meltdown.
And remember, they need at least 5 years experience.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're back. We're back. Warriors win on ring night.
To me?
Yeah, love is in his bag right now. He's got his jersey on. Wait, what jersey is that? The town jersey. What jersey is that?
That's a KD.
Yeah, it's my Kevin Durant jersey.
Say it with your chest. Do it again.
It's okay.
No, this is my Kevin Durant jersey. I'm proudly wearing it today to rep my guy, KD. Got us 2 rings.
I love how he is so happy today. That's the thing about the Warriors. My overall impression of the Warriors.
Everybody's happy about it.
They make me so happy.
They make everybody happy.
And you could show, well, they win, and winning makes you happy. Yeah, but there's just
the way to win.
It's the aura around this team. Like, they've got this just lovable aura around them. And again, it starts with obviously Steph Curry, but all of those players, like I smile.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, everybody smiles with them. They have great characters. Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry, Kevon Looney, Loon Dog. Loon.
I love Looney.
He's become a fan favorite.
And
he's come a long way. And you know what? His defense, the way he moves his feet.
He locked up
and Reggie Miller touched on it. He goes, people are going to learn that when you get Kevon Looney on a switch, he is not easy to drive by. People keep trying it. LeBron James tried it a couple times, and Looney just stood his ground, didn't go for any pump fakes. His fundamentals are so on par.
Yes.
And he's the perfect guy from Wiseman to look up to get practice with, to go against one-on-one in practice, to learn from Kevon Looney. I am so impressed with Kevon Looney. He's coming during the pandemic. We're like, man, this guy can't play 20 minutes because he's so gassed. And now you look at him, he can drop 21 minutes. You're like, oh, I want more Looney. He's that good, man, defensively. I think he may get some notice on the all-defensive teams. I'm not saying he's going to make a first or second team, but his defense has been that good in the post over the last couple of years.
So you asked me a question before we went to break, and I'll bring Looney into this answer. Is this the deepest Warrior team of all time, right?
Yeah.
In terms of the championship
top
teams.
to bottom.
I think it is. And I mean this, and I'm not even trying to, create something where there isn't. It feels like to me, after watching one game, we almost have one or two too many parts. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Your job is to have a loaded roster and to have these kinds of issues. But, I'm sitting there going, when's Moody going to get in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. When's Kuminga going to get in there? When are we going to get to Wiseman? I would love to see Dante DiVincenzo in this particular moment right here. Mm-hmm. And again, it's a long season. They're gonna figure out the minutes as the year goes on. You see Klay Thompson bust through in that third quarter, and you're like, "That's right, Klay Thompson. My God, how did I sleep on him?"
Klay Thompson, 18 points in 19 minutes.
I'm not even trying. I know there's going to be injuries, and there's going to be nights, and they're going to load manage and all that stuff. I mean this sincerely. I almost feel like there's one or two too many guys in the rotation. It's a good thing. I'm not making it a negative. I'm just saying, I can already see, I want to see more of the youngsters.
We all do. But you know what? Their time will come.
Is that an absurd thing to think of?
No, it's not, because I think a lot of people maybe feel like you. But a lot of people like Chris A on YouTube will say it's strength in numbers.
Agreed.
It's strength in numbers.
Agreed.
And you know what? Being 11 deep in the regular season, I have no problem with it, with the 82-game schedule.
Yeah.
Once you get to the playoffs, this rotation will tighten up.
It gets to 8 or 7, depending on the matchup.
Right. And you know what? Some guys will play. Some guys will play because some others will be in foul trouble. Some guys may be hurt. Some guys may be injured. These guys will play, but I just look at the efficiency and the production per minute. Wiseman plays 16 minutes, 31 seconds.
I think it was perfect.
Goes 8 and 7.
Yeah, it's perfect.
8.7 rebounds. I'll take that all day long.
And he was drawing fouls, trying to get rebounds, which that's the one thing I think people underrate on Gobert. Gobert gets you to foul him left and right, just boxing him out. Mm-hmm. Wiseman's slowly starting to learn that.
Oh, yeah, he's starting to learn that. Jonathan Kuminga, even though he goes 0 for 3 from the field and doesn't score anything, his defense, his role playing, it's getting better and better and better.
Him and Bron.
Him and Bron, yeah, they
Did you see that sequence?
Yeah, that was a weak sequence.
Okay,
and they want to challenge
Fly-Ass Mill, our boy Tyler Miller.
Yeah.
He put out a tweet, and I swear to God, I started laughing. He goes, "This fool LeBron called his own timeout after that, called his own challenge." And they got the whole thing overturned. I've never seen a player literally do that. Darvin Ham just stood there, hands on the hips, and LeBron was like, challenge, and I'm taking a timeout.
And they were up 20 plus at that point.
Incredible.
It was because LeBron wanted his stats and he didn't want to foul. He was going at it with Tony Brothers. It's like, LeBron, you're fouling. You're fouling. And he's in year 20, which is very impressive. I can't believe it's been 20 years of LeBron James in the NBA. But you're starting to lose that BOD, that benefit of the doubt, when you don't get back on defense. When you berate the referees any given chance, and you start stat chasing. So look, man, Kuminga's defense got really, really better. And to your point about maybe having one part too many, I'll live with that for right now. I'll live with that right now.
I'm with you. I can kind of see like there's going to be some nights where the fan base is going to be like, oh, this guy didn't play,
right,
or this guy didn't get enough minutes, or I don't like this lineup. It's a little clunky. They're trying things out. It's a long season.
Right.
The one thing I would say to this, when we answer this question about is this the deepest team, clearly top heavy in terms of talent. We know how great they are. The promise from the young people, we can see that. Let's look at like what you're asking for when you're building a championship team.
Right.
Do they have physical, tough type players who can grind it out underneath the hoop?
Yep.
I think they do. They got Looney and Draymond Green, right?
And Jermichael Green.
Type. And Jermichael Green. I don't want to sleep on him. Good call. On Jermichael Green. Do they have elite perimeter defenders who you could throw on someone, even if they're not offensively skilled, to like stay in front of Luka?
They'd have that.
I mean, it feels like they've got a couple guys.
And I think Kuminga could be a guy like Wiggins this season where he gets out on the perimeter and he stays in front of guys. Kuminga, talking to some coaches before the game, they're like, every day we see improvement. Every day he buys into his role. Every day he figures out, this is the way I'm going to get on the court. And you see his dive into the stands yesterday, up 20 or up 15, whatever they were. And he's diving the hustle.
Yeah.
That's how he gets on the court.
And then I look at backup point guard has kind of been a problem, a low-key problem for the Warriors, especially like when you're trying to find another guy with JP in that second unit.
Right.
DiVincenzo didn't even have a good game, but you can see DiVincenzo's going to be a nice player.
No, he's going to be a nice fit.
As like a 2-3 point guard type of a guy. I mean, like a second, third / point guard. And then like you look at like Chiozza, end of the bench, because people lose their mind about Chiozza. Sure. Ryan Rollins is going to be fine.
Yeah,
I like him as a developmental piece. They have shooting off the bench. What's the thing that you're looking at that when you're assembling just the generic things you look for, what's the thing you look for that they don't have?
Well, they have everything.
Shooting, defense,
maybe you
rebounding.
want a little more shot blocking, but I think you'll get that eventually from James Wiseman.
You know what? You're probably right.
I think you'll get that from
How
Wiseman.
about athleticism, which has been
they've got a lot of athleticism.
But that has been a problem the last couple of years.
That has been a problem.
Yeah.
I think Wiggins will block shots, kind of like Iguodala did in his heyday for the Warriors.
Good point.
Wiseman will get better. Kuminga, I think, could be a better shot blocker. So I want to get to Anthony real quick before we hit the break. Anthony in Richmond, who wants to talk about some of these young guys, especially Jordan Poole and James Wiseman. What's up, Anthony? Top of the morning.
What's up, fellas? Top of the morning to you, too. Thank you. So I wanted to definitely jump on what Joe was saying about noticing that Jordan Poole was giving Wiseman.
I loved it.
Like, just giving him words of encouragement and stuff, and I thought that was dope. And I also wanted to just add to, 2 weeks ago, the narrative was like, he was being too cocky. And,
yes.
All the little stuff that people were saying that to kind of
Oh, I think we lost Anthony. Anthony, give us a call back. We'll let you finish up on the other side.
He's talking about, people, he's arrogant and, he conducts himself like he's already arrived.
Right.
That wasn't the guy that I saw last night.
No, that wasn't.
Did you see the high pick and roll with him and Wiseman?
Yeah, I know.
That looks lethal.
So all those reports, Chris Haynes looks bad.
It's unfair.
He looks bad. And
by the way, Chris Haynes on the sideline reporting in the first game, he's terrible at that.
I'm not going to.
No, I'm going to say it. I mean, you don't have to say it. I'll say it. You know what I mean? He's terrible at that.
It's a tough job. I'm not going to go there. But the fact is about Jordan Poole being feeling like he's arrogant, and I've saw people on Twitter talking about, oh man, he should have been punched up. And then you think about Kuminga and what Stephen A. said. Oh, I'm hearing Kuminga's feeling himself and he's not working as hard, and that's a load of crap. That was a load of crap. Talking to people, it was like, dude, Kuminga's been in the gym working. He went out to Africa, played for his country, for crying out loud. So these fake narratives, because what does ESPN like? They like drama. They want to create drama. And on a championship team, you don't have too much drama. No. The only drama was created by Draymond Green. And so we're past that. They're now playing basketball. And damn, they dropped 123 over the LA Lakers. I'm a little mad that I didn't bet on the Warriors. 7.5-point favorites? That's a joke.
You know what the drama's going to be all year?
Minutes.
Exactly. And it's not shots. That's the other thing.
That's a good thing.
That's the thing when I watch, I know, because that's going to be the casual take of the national media. Is there enough basketballs for this team to go around? Do you watch the brand of basketball they play? Curry is standing in the corner, and he's letting JP and Wiseman do the high pick and roll, knowing that Curry commands respect in the corner, so you have to sag over, which opens the middle of the key for this high pick and roll. And then it's like Curry can take a possession off because he's running like a marathon all game.
Dude, he's cooking. He just let the game.
They're so loaded.
He just man, he let the game come to him. Steph Curry, that is. So we'll continue to do that. We will get into the Niners at some point today. They do play the Kansas City Chiefs on Sunday. We'll see who's back on the practice field later today.
Mahomes.
Hey, look.
Grandpa's so excited.
I bet he is.
He's so excited.
You know who's coming back to the game Sunday?
Who?
Jim Harbaugh.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about that on the other side.
Jim Harbaugh's coming back.
The irony of celebrating a Super Bowl loss when you fired him because you don't hang NFC championship banners is just it's the most ridiculous thing of all time.
I don't even know if I want to talk about that because now that you put it like that.
I mean, remember what was said in his fired press. I get it. Time yields everything.
It's laughable.
You look like a buffoon.
It's clown business down there. And you see the Warriors hanging their fourth banner in the last 8 years.
Yeah.
All right, that's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
Harbaugh. He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Can you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah!
He's a 9-time NBA champion.
The Bays team is the best team.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home as their canvas, their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, this is Staples.
So, rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
That's not a rumor. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yep.
And I can actually ship there, right?
We have UPS right here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples has all your shipping supplies and UPS service in store. And right now, get 25% off UPS Express shipping services. Staples, the best kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Valid only in Staples U.S. stores.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Steph Curry, 33 points, 10 of 22 from the floor, or as Dan Dibley would say, from the floor. 4-13 from three-point line. Warriors win over the LA Lakers, 123-109. I still can't get over this Lakers roster. This is one of the worst Lakers rosters I've ever seen in my life, and they have two top 15 players in LeBron James and Anthony Davis. This roster stinks, and I heard Charles Barkley at halftime discussing Russell Westbrook, saying he looked like the joy has been sucked out of him. You know what? The Lakers, LeBron James and Anthony Davis, have turned Russell Westbrook into a sympathetic figure. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it?
While we're here,
I feel bad for him. Actually, and I'm not a Westbrook guy. You know that. Yeah. I feel bad for him.
Well, I'm with you on that, and it just doesn't fit. I mean, it doesn't make much sense.
No.
Take a step back. The Lakers brand, it feels about as low as it's been in a long, long time. I'm watching as they all rip off their shooting jerseys, and I'm like, the Lakers have what I would deem to be a top 10 iconic jersey of all time.
Yeah. And their jersey stunk yesterday.
Why are you throwing black in the jersey? Am I alone in this?
Yeah, no, you're
not. And I hate the Lakers, but I at least can take a step back and go, like the white Sunday jersey,
classic.
It is.
It's nice.
And they're yellow homes and then the purple roads. Like they are iconic jerseys. And I know they've had different variations.
Right.
But why would they incorporate the black in there? It makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't like their purple jerseys at all. It's un-Laker-like.
Right?
It really is. I don't like it at all. I don't like that tone. I don't like that purple tone that they have. Go back to the old school purple.
Yeah.
The Magic, the early Kobe, the early Shaq days.
Purple.
Yeah. I don't like this purple at all.
Look, as a Reardon guy, we basically had the colors of the Lakers.
Yep.
Vikings and the Lakers.
Yep.
But like our jerseys were yellow. We had a little bit of white every now and then, depending on what era you were in. And yellow at home, and then you had the purples on the road. And there's something clean about that. When you incorporate that thick black stripe on the side, I don't know. It just looks super cheap, and I don't. And I'm not here to say that I'm some Laker fan. I'm just a jersey appreciator, and I'm like, those jerseys suck.
Yeah, I don't like their jerseys at all. Don't like their jerseys at all. And Brian Windhorst, when I asked him yesterday whether or not the Lakers would be a threat in the Western Conference, here was his answer.
AD looks really good, and LeBron, when he's hit the gas in the preseason, has looked good. They'll have their nights. I mean, I expect them to win. They're going to be if they're reasonably healthy, they should be a winning team. But how can they look at the Warriors in the eye and say we're on the same level as them? How can they look at the Clippers? I mean, the Clippers may not stay healthy. Look, if Kawhi gets hurt again, what are you going to do? But, how can they look at, how could they compete with the Nuggets the way they're constructed? I mean, how could they compete with the Suns?
I don't even know if they can compete with the Wolves, quite frankly.
Yeah, the Lakers look bad.
They're
look
a playing
really
team
bad.
at best.
Yeah, Sacramento might be better than them.
Well, I'm looking at them, and they're playing guys that no one's ever heard of in the starting lineup. Kendrick Nunn was with the Warriors, C-Dubs team.
Yeah, years ago.
And then, Miami had him for a minute, and
they let him go.
He's, chucking threes left and right. They're playing some guy, Matt Ryan, who no one's ever heard of. No, not that Matt Ryan. Not the former MVP of the NFL.
No, this guy.
Fraudulent.
This guy's from where? New York or something like that?
He's
played in
heavy
Boston.
minutes.
Heavy minutes.
And then I'm hearing Laker fans complain Reeves needs to start. He's barbecue chicken too.
Look, they were trotting out lineups of LeBron, Pat Bev, Gabriel, Juan Toscano-Anderson, Matt Ryan, at times Austin Reeves. They have no shooting. 10 of 40 from the three-point line. And I'm looking at that team saying, you guys don't need to be jacking up 43s. You don't. JTA on this team, he's out there playing and he starts shooting, and I'm like, JTA, just might as well go get your money. Jack some threes up, dude, because he's going to get wide open at tips. But they don't have knockdown shooters on this team. It's really a badly constructed roster.
As I watch Al Attles get onto the court last night, I couldn't help but think, why even hire a coach? I'm dead serious on this. Darvin Ham has zero power whatsoever. Yeah. Rob Pelinka is the GM. LeBron's the GM, the head coach, the assistant coach, the best player on the team. Well, you could argue about AD on any given night, but whatever. The whole thing just makes no sense. Pat Bev, what did he play? A grand total of 5 seconds in that first quarter?
Well, he started the game.
Yeah,
he started
2 quick ones.
And he didn't start the third quarter. They started none in the third quarter.
How about him pump faking on the outside over and over and over again?
And there they have Dennis Schroeder coming, who needs a ball in his head. So the Lakers are in trouble. They're in trouble. Last night was about the Warriors, though, and they put it on the Lakers. Now Steph Curry against LeBron James in the regular season, now even 10-10. We know about the NBA Finals, 3-1 against LeBron James. This is the Steph era. Let's go back to Anthony real quick, Shasky. Anthony in Richmond, then we'll continue on this conversation. Lakers are terrible. Anthony, what's up?
What's up? My bad, fellas. So, first thing first, the Lakers have just lost their way. After watching that Legacy doc, I'm sure you guys may have checked it out. You could tell that they just lost their way. But I did just want to say that Draymond Green little special, I wanted to wait till I got home before I had any opinion outside of what I had heard, on the radio or on social media. And it honestly wasn't bad. Draymond is really is polarizing. It's just what he did to Jordan Poole is just really, unnecessary. But you can't help but pick stuff out about Draymond that you can see in yourself and that you like as a person on the court. But then it's what Charles Barkley said. I thought was really good for Draymond to hear, because he said if you play on the edge, you'll always go over that. And I think. I called a couple weeks ago and he talked about, having anger management, and Joe, you shared and I shared a little bit, and Bonte didn't really agree too much, as far as that go. But I think it was really good to hear somebody that played on the edge for a while. And Charles even said, his first few years in the league, he wasn't playing with joy nor having fun. So I thought that was really good. I just kind of wanted to point that out.
Anthony, I was watching that live too, and Anthony, you can stay on the line for a second. Barkley said, my first 4 years, I was mad at everybody. I was still mad at elementary school teachers and middle school teachers and coaches and stuff like that. But he said after year 4, he started to mature. This is not year 4 for Draymond Green. That, to me, Anthony, is the issue. He's been in this league for a long, long time. He's gone through a lot of things here. So going over that edge in year 10 is a little bothersome. And I think that's what Barkley was like, yo, you gotta start to cut it back once you, and I agree with the edge stuff. We're going to go over that edge. But Barkley also mentioned after year 4, I toned it down. Draymond's in year 10, Anthony.
I agree. Oh yeah, for sure, and that's what I have been saying. When I called a couple weeks ago, I think me and you just disagreed on Draymond playing with that fire.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you 110%. He has to learn how to dial it back, but still use it in a positive way, because I still have an edge. I'm sure Joe still has an edge. It's never going to go anywhere, but you learn how to manage it. And you're right, in 10 years, it's unacceptable. So I just want
it's a really good point. Watching him last night, and I don't want to overanalyze it. It's just, and he's still getting himself in shape and everything. It did feel like he was trying to be subdued. There was a point where him and Anthony Davis kind of got tied up.
Yep.
And then he started like clapping. I was like, all right, there's the Draymond we're looking for.
He was really good defensively.
No, he was really, he's the AD stopper. Yeah. You know what I mean? At times.
He's really good defensively,
I know.
man.
But there's some times on offense where he does the same thing. And again, this is just who he is, where it's like, dog, take the layup.
Yep.
You're throwing the alley-oop to Looney. Looney can't jump.
Yeah.
That was there's
a bad
like 3
play.
Defenders on him. Just take the layup.
Yeah, just hit the layup.
But that's
there
fine. And I'm happy he took a three-pointer early in the game from the top of the key. Didn't make it. But, like, he needs to rip that three-pointer when it becomes available. Otherwise, they're just going to clog the lane and lay off of him.
4 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists for Draymond Green at 24 minutes and 41 seconds. Look, the offensive numbers are never going to look pretty for Draymond Green. I'm not going to say never. There's times they do look really, really good. And we cited a record when he scores at least 8 points in the regular season game. The Warriors are winning over a 70% clip when he does that. However, defensively, this is why I get why the Warriors and why I was don't trade Draymond Green this season. Now, we don't know what's going to happen behind the scenes, but Draymond Green defensively is still one of them dudes. Communicating, him and Looney on that front line, they are so good together. And when he's switching out, and his post defense, the way he guards on the perimeter, Draymond is still that dude defensively.
Well, this is what I would say about his defense. He's still elite at big defenders, like, when he's guarding bigger guys, basically. Where I think that you've seen a little slowdown, and you hear a lot of people, he can guard 1 to 5. No, not anymore. Like, he can guard 3 through 5.
Right.
That's the way I would categorize it. And that's not a knock. I still think he's incredible guarding 3s, 4s, and 5s. I think he does struggle against certain 2s, like Jaylen Brown, for example, in the finals, off the dribble in the finals, and then I don't see him matching up with the ones. Can he go out there and on a switch and stay in front of a guy for a possession? Absolutely. Are you throwing him on, LaMelo? No. Yeah. You're not doing that. But on a switch, he can hold his own. But he's not guarding 1 through 5 like he was a couple years ago. And that's to be expected as he starts to age and slow down, laterally.
His wisdom, though, on that end
incredible.
Is still really, really good.
Got great hands.
Draymond Green, great hands. He was really good. So Friday night, Nuggets and Warriors, a rematch of their first-round series. But this time we'll see Jamal Murray. We'll see Michael Porter Jr. Bruce Brown from the Brooklyn Nets is on that team. I like that move for the Denver Nuggets. I also like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. He's going to give us some dog. Now, is he a great shooter? No. But he's a tough dude. And I thought Monty Morris just wasn't tough enough to play against the Golden State Warriors last year in the first round. They just disappeared.
As we talk about defense, just wait for the trash can on defense, Michael Porter Jr.
Oh, man. And Jokic, for that matter.
Well, I mean, Jokic is doing so much offensively, he can get a pass.
I get it. You got to play some type of post defense.
I'm
Can't
with
be
you.
barbecue chicken.
Yeah,
Can't be barbecue chicken.
Well, Michael Porter Jr. doesn't try.
Nah,
Will you at least meet me there?
I mean, Michael Porter Jr. this is why I don't see the hype with the Denver Nuggets this season. A lot of people are saying they're going to threaten the Warriors in the Western Conference. I'm not a believer in that because when you talk about Michael Porter Jr.'s defense, do we forget Jamal Murray's defense before the injury?
He's not
was
very
non-existent.
No.
So he's barbecue chicken on the perimeter. I think the Warriors are going to make a statement Friday night.
Well, they're a team that I don't know what they're going to do during the regular season, but come playoff time, they are a tough out because Jokic is that great.
They're tough out. Jokic is that great, and yet it may take the Warriors 5 games.
Well, the Warriors are let's call it what it is. They're uniquely skilled to where they could take just about anyone out in 5 games.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just being real.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's how good they are.
No doubt. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Joe Shashka, the Butcher, Bonte Hill here on the Morning Roast after ring night where the Warriors destroy the LA Lakers 123-109. And look, we were discussing at about 6:30. Is this the deepest team Steve Kerr has had? Now, Joe Lacob brought it up. Steve Kerr brought it up saying, look, we are deep. And it reminds him of the 2014-15 season. But the bench is just so much younger than that bench in 2014-15. Remember, you had Leandro Barbosa, been in the league for a number of years. Sean Livingston, been in the league for a number of years. Maurice Spates. Now, you have Festus Ezeli, who was a youngster coming out of Vanderbilt. But this core, this bench, where they destroyed the Lakers bench, Jordan Poole, 23 years old. Wiseman, 21 years old. Moody, 20. Kuminga, 20. DiVincenzo is still pretty young, considering he's been in the league for a few years now, coming over from Milwaukee and, of course, Sacramento. So deepest team that Steve Kerr has had, it's an embarrassment of riches. I do think this is the deepest team he's had.
I do, but you got to let it play itself out. Stuff can happen. Some of the young players could not be as good as we think 5 years from now. You know what I'm saying? And we look back on this in a different way.
Right.
But yes, they have potential to be the deepest team, top to bottom. The other thing that Lacob said to you guys on set that I thought was the most profound thing that he said, it's unacceptable not to field a playoff team every couple of years.
He said every year.
Oh, was it every year?
He was
I thought
every
it was a couple years.
He was every year because we were talking about the tax bill.
Yeah.
He goes, look, man, it costs money to win. I want to win, so I'm going to back my dollars up to try to win.
Because it sounded like he made an acknowledgement of stuff can happen where your team cycles out or whatever,
Right.
but the Bay Area deserves opportunities to win as much as possible. And the way that he was talking about that, I'm just saying to myself, I'm like, look, I know Steph Curry's everything. I'm not here to say that he isn't. But I look at the will of Joe Lacob, and I'm saying, my God, he's saying everything I want to hear from my owner.
And you know what's funny is that Joe Lacob, what is he worth? I heard somebody say,
I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Somebody said a couple billion, right? And you got Steve Ballmer down in L.A. worth $70 to $75 billion. Yet Lacob is spending like he has Ballmer money. And he's saying, look, as long as we're winning, I got no problem paying the tax bill. We got a cash cow and Chase Center, which is helping us fund this team and pay that tax bill. We have concerts galore. Look at Thrive City. Look behind me. I've got everything going on here.
Thrive City. When TNT, I know you guys have the set, but TNT's out. Out
right
and
there
about.
next to us.
Just seeing everyone flow out is just incredible. I know you have it for all your post-game shows. Me as the viewer on my couch, I feel like I want to be there and I want to be in that environment because it feels so cool.
No doubt.
With that huge Jumbotron.
It does feel really, really cool. But I'm looking at this deep roster and I'm looking at the win total for the Warriors, right? 52.5, and I'm thinking, they're going to sleepwalk to 55.
Okay, yeah.
They're going to sleepwalk to 55.
You asked Festus. Festus kind of sidekicked it. Yeah. I'm with Mully. This is a 60-win team.
Yeah, I mean...
Mully was saying that, this is a 60-win team. I mean, obviously, things can happen. But, if you're asking me to project right now, Joe, put your money on 60 or less than 60. I'm going 60 or over.
I mean, you got to remember the youngsters last year. And Kuminga, Poole, Wiseman obviously wasn't there, but Moses Moody. You had Damian Lee, who's now in Phoenix. They stole the game in San Antonio. They stole the game in Miami. They stole the game in Detroit. These youngsters, and Mully truly believes if you take away Curry, Clay, Draymond, Iguodala, they're the second youngest team in the league, and he believes they still make the playoffs if you take away the core four.
I mean, look at who was a play-in team last night. That was a team that didn't even make the play-in game last night. I believe they'll be a play-in type team, the Lakers. Mm-hmm. You're telling me the youngsters didn't look like they belonged on the court with those guys?
No doubt. No doubt they do. No doubt they do.
I'm with Mully on this one. I'm gonna agree with the Hall of Famer who knows hoops.
And so they're gonna sleepwalk, I believe, into 55 at least. And they won 53 last year, and that was without Steph Curry for 36 games. That was without Draymond Green for 18 games. That was without Klay Thompson until early February. They're gonna sleepwalk into 55 wins because of the depth that they have. This is a joke. They're 11 deep. They're 11 deep. And like you said, people are gonna be outraged when you see Moody. Man, he only plays 7 minutes, 35 seconds. Oh my gosh! Wiseman only plays 16 minutes.
Moody didn't come in with the second unit at the beginning of the second quarter. People were losing their minds.
Were they?
Yes.
Of course.
And then he got in there and he hits a three and he makes a layup and everyone's like, "Oh, he needs to play 25 minutes." It's like, guys, you can't have 9 guys playing 25 minutes. It's just not how it works.
Wow.
People are going to lose their minds, but that's a good thing.
This
is a good thing. People really care about these youngsters. I love this.
Now, hopefully, if they win a championship, now we got a long way to go, but when we say deepest team, best team, this is what Steve Kerr wanted back in 2018. Remember talking to him at Media Day of 2018, and he was talking about Jordan Bell and Quinn Cook, and they had Patrick McCaw, Jacob Evans, and this is the vision he had with them, saying, look, we're going to lean on our young guys. We don't want to play the Kevin Durant's and Steph Curry's and Draymond's and Clay's for 40 minutes. We don't want to play Iguodala for heavy minutes or Livingston. We're going to lean on the young guys in the regular season. And that plan went right out the window. Whenever they would come into the game at the start of the second quarter, that lead would evaporate.
Wouldn't you agree they didn't at that time? I felt like the organization, they said all those things, but I don't think they had the infrastructure in place.
For player development.
And I don't think Kerr was ready to do that. I think Kerr has evolved in terms of how he views it.
He talked about doing that, and I think he wanted to do that. But Jordan Bell and Quinn Cook and you had Patrick McCaw.
just
Something
not that
was,
good.
something was amiss
I'm not
there.
trying to rip
Jordan
him.
Poole had the talent to be a Draymond-like type of guy.
You mean Jordan Bell?
Jordan Bell,
Yes.
not Jordan Poole.
Yes.
Jordan Bell. Jordan Bell could have been
but
Draymond.
His number one problem was maturity.
Maturity and effort.
Self-awareness.
So when he had voluntary
Remember when
practices.
he threw the ball off the backboard and tried to yam in that game?
Yeah, no doubt. Rick Carlisle was
Remember
ticked
that
off in
game?
Dallas. He was ticked off.
And then there's Candlegate.
Right, there's Candlegate. But Jordan Bell, they would have voluntary practices. And it was voluntary for Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andre Iguodala, Sean Livingston. It's not voluntary for Jordan Bell. And he would just skip the practices. And they were like, you have to be here, dude. You haven't made it.
He was making candles down at Mission Dolores.
Or drinking Hennessy.
Or
try to get a one-on-one game with Guru.
Well, Guru better bring the money.
Yeah,
I heard Guru was rocking around Chase Center last night.
He was.
Got in there, huh?
Yeah, he was walking around.
So what happened with that? He was looking for a media credential. He called me in the morning, was ripping about something, and he said, "Oh, my media credential's not ready." Nobody enjoys a big night and walking around that arena strutting more than Daryl the Guru Johnson.
And outside of you, too.
No, I like to sit in my seats.
Oh, yeah? I'm surprised you didn't go last night.
I enjoyed it from the couch.
All right.
I've got a big week this week, and I've been a little under the weather, and so I decided to, lay low.
Right. That's good. But no, Jordan Poole thought he had
Master
made it. Yeah, lay low. But Steve Kerr wanted that in 2018. To my point, he wanted the youngsters to kind of carry the torch of the regular season and get some of the veterans off. Now, you got a new player development coach, obviously, with Jama Malalea, who's in the second season. And you got this new coaching staff, and now you can lean on a young guy. So this is Steve Kerr's dream in the regular season. This is San Antonio like. When they had all those guys in San Antonio, the Bellinellis of the world, Tiago Splitter.
One of the things I was thinking about last night was like Otto Porter Jr. was so important to what they were doing last year. Everybody could see like he brought a lot to the table. Didn't even think about him once last night.
No.
And I'm not trying to rip Otto Porter Jr. I'm saying
that's how smooth JaMychal Green was.
And just the other youngsters getting more minutes. It felt very natural last night. And they just look like they're already in regular season form, even though I know the minutes and the rotations and the lineups. It was a little clunky at times. Like, I don't love seeing Kuminga, Draymond, and Wiseman on the floor together. No. That was a little clunky.
No doubt.
But again,
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Did you miss Gary Payton II last night?
Didn't even think about him. Did you?
It's kind of like watching the 49ers when they don't have Eric Armstead or Javon Kinlaw. You don't even notice the losses.
Look, there will be a time and place where I will think about how you could throw him on a particular perimeter offensive player. And just last night wasn't that night. Because I don't want to dismiss him because he was very important.
The Lakers were that bad, huh? Lakers were that bad.
All I kept thinking about was, my God, this team is going to be the equivalent of the Broncos, where we're going to have them on primetime, standalone games, and I don't want to watch them.
Right, and you see Kenny Atkinson. Yeah, we're not going to want to watch that.
No, I don't want to watch them. They're not a good watch.
They're not a good watch at all. They're going to have me tuning out, too.
Like, it's one thing, like when Kobe's team was out there, he might choke somebody. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I might see some greatness. LeBron is going to be stat chasing. They were down, I think, 27. And he turned it on.
Oh, he turned it on big time. And the Lakers bench started standing up, clapping with the fake hustle.
It's such fake hustle.
Get out of here. By the way,
he's got a little Kirk Cousins in him. We're down 3 touchdowns.
Yep,
I'll become the most efficient passer on the planet.
He's so, dude, they're a tough watch. Kenny Atkinson. I see on the chat here. How happy is Kenny Atkinson? Kenny Atkinson could have had the Charlotte Hornets job. I love, by the way, when Shasky tells a joke and then he looks back for approval. I'm glad you guys laughed. Okay.
Speaking of the Hornets for just a second.
But aren't you? No. Kenny Atkinson is probably like, thank God I didn't take that job.
Well, did you hear the report coming out of Charlotte this week? There was an ESPN and Athletic article. One of the most toxic situations in the league is the Charlotte situation.
Yeah,
and they're saying LaMelo is one of the most overrated players in the league.
Right.
Teammates are saying. Players around the league are saying.
He needs the ball in his hands.
Was anyone thinking about LaMelo when James Wiseman was yamming on the high pick and roll with Jordan Poole last night?
Haven't thought about LaMelo for 2 years. 2 years.
Those two, that high pick and roll, oh my God. I know I keep talking about it, but it's beautiful.
Just watch the playing games with LaMelo Ball. Watch the playing games. Got bleed by 40. Both games. 40. Terrible.
Not E40.
And then Book Night, James Book Night. Remember everybody wanted James Book Night?
He's got some problems.
Yeah, no doubt.
He got arrested.
Yeah, we'll let the Charlotte We'll let the Charlotte Radio Network talk about that one. And what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Jim Barnett at 8 o'clock. We will get back into the Golden State Warriors, but let's talk some Niners. Let's switch gears. Have a nice little conversation about the 49ers. Kittle says some things. Shanahan says some things. What is going on with the 49ers as they get ready to host the Kansas City Chiefs Sunday at Levi Stadium, a 1:25 kickoff? We'll do that coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple-course menu showcases Italian and French-style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. After Halloween, your used jack-o'-lantern and other gourds are great additions to any compost pile. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Don't forget to download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts all available completely free. And you can catch every single Warriors game, like last night, live on the app, along with all music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. JB, the great Jim Barnett, longtime analyst for the Golden State Warriors, he will be joining us at 8 o'clock here on the roast to talk about the Dubs. But I want to get into the 49ers for a second. They host the Kansas City Chiefs Sunday, 125. And Jim Harbaugh's going to be back. They're going to honor the 2012 team that made the Super Bowl and lost to the Baltimore Ravens, which is a first. I never knew that the 49ers honored teams that lost championships. That's a little strange to me, but hey, got to do what you got to do. People are going to be locked in on Mahomes. A lot of people are going to be at that game. It's a hot ticket. But Jim Harbaugh's going to be back. And as we're down on Kyle Shanahan, and look, nobody's on this show said, hey, fire Kyle Shanahan. No, we're not there. But we're allowed to be critical of the head coach.
Yeah, he's got to be better.
He's got to be a lot better. And, talks about him being better than Harbaugh as a head coach. Forget what Harbaugh did here.
Before you continue, the Shanahan thing is so odd to me. If you criticize Shanahan or Garoppolo even a little, you're a hater and you want them gone? No. We're saying you got to play better.
Well, the funny thing is yesterday, I was getting a lot of, and it's just everywhere. Shanahan doesn't have a starting quarterback. Shanahan doesn't have a starting quarterback. Well, part of the reason why he doesn't have a starting quarterback is his own fault. We told you about the game plan. We didn't like it. And not only that, you're not allowed to say, well, he's got his backup quarterback. Because as soon as Trey Lance got hurt, players and coaches were quick to run to Michael Silver and let him know how Jimmy Garoppolo gave him a better chance to win. And everybody said, well, you got a starting quarterback on the bench. So
there are a lot of backup quarterbacks right now playing in the league. Them's the breaks of being an NFL coach.
No doubt.
Part of your job is keeping guys healthy. Some things you can't control. I get that. Right. But at the end of the day, when you are bottom of the league year after year after year in terms of health, you got to look in the mirror a little. Something you got to switch up. And then I would also counter with, right now there's a third-string quarterback in New England who no one's ever heard of in Bailey Zappi, who just threw for 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, and won a game. Western Kentucky.
Hey. All I know is
I never heard of the guy.
Nobody's laughing at Joe Judge and Matt Patricia now.
Well, I was.
Nobody's laughing now. Patriots are 3-3, and they're about to be 4-3 after beating the Bears on Monday Night Football. So nobody's laughing now.
But the point that I was going at is you can't tell me next man up and then create a bunch of excuses. The reality is that. Do I think that Kyle Shanahan is the greatest coach that ever lived? No. Do I think he needs to be fired yesterday? No. It's somewhere in between, depending on how well the team plays week to week. I think he's really good. Do I think he's great? I don't know. I just don't know yet. But I think he's done some really great things. I think there's some things that have been a little head-scratching. And so when we criticize what's going on, that is literally what we do in life. Unless you are minted like a Steve Kerr.
Haters.
Who has 4 championships and almost feels above reproach. And even then, we will criticize what is Kuminga, Draymond, and Wiseman doing on the floor together in game 1, right? We'll criticize that. But heaven forbid I critique the 2-minute drill for the 49ers with their coach who's been here for 6 years.
Well,
all I'm saying is it's okay to critique the coach a little.
Well, and it's not personal.
And we don't want to run him out of town.
It's not personal. Nobody's talking about firing Kyle Shanahan. Nobody's talking about firing him. I do find it ironic, though, on a week like this, that Harbaugh will be back in the building. Jim Harbaugh.
What did you think when you heard that?
I was shocked. I thought there was no way in heck Harbaugh would ever show his face around here ever again.
Does Michigan have the week off?
I guess they do have the week off.
Is that okay? That's
they have
why?
a bye week coming off a win against Penn State.
He's out here recruiting.
I know he went to exactly. That's number one. That's kind of one thing I was like, okay, maybe he's going to see some high school players and get them up from the West Coast and bring them in to the Midwest. But two, I just thought he wouldn't show his face in Levi's. Well, not with the way it ended, not with the way ownership and Harbaugh disagreed on things. It was nasty.
So okay, on some level, I respect the York family for being able to realize a lot of time has passed. We weren't angels in it. I felt disrespected by Jim or whatever, but we do need to recognize the 44-19 record and the 3 straight NFC championship games and the level of dominance that this team showcased for many years when this team was dormant. I also need to appreciate that, Levi's probably doesn't get built if I don't have the success of what Harbaugh had in those first couple of years. So, on some level, I respect the Yorks for being able to mature over time. But on the same thing, it's hard for me to get past. You literally said, as you were bowing him out, we don't celebrate losing and NFC championship
we hang
banners.
Super Bowl banners.
I mean, that was part of what you said. And it was ridiculous then, and it's ridiculous 10 years later.
But not only that, you're celebrating a team that lost the Super Bowl. So you contradict yourself 10 years later.
But I'm going to be honest with you. I do believe that generation deserves to be acknowledged.
They do.
That's one of my favorite cores of all time. And that core meant something to me.
And, when I hear people say, Shanahan's the best coach we've had since Bill Walsh, I laugh. I say, how could you just bypass what Jim Harbaugh did as a head coach of the 49ers? I brought up Seifert. Hell, I bring up Mooch. because there were some dark days. I would too, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying Mariucci over Shanahan.
I don't want to argue about that.
It's closer than what people think.
Yeah.
Because the Niners are in some dark days, and Mooch helped bring that thing back together. But when we go to Shanahan, and we think about what happened in the Atlanta game, all right, you take away the Carolina game, the Niners have scored 16 points in the second half. It's not good enough. But George Kittle said this after the game, which I did not realize until yesterday. Here's what George Kittle had to say after the loss to Atlanta.
We're the San Francisco 49ers. We have a standard that we play at. We play at a very high level, a lot of energy, 100% effort on every single play. And, I haven't watched the tape yet, but I don't know if we gave that today, at every single position. And, we had a lot of young guys play. We had some, like you said, we're missing a lot of guys. And we just got to make sure that we're playing at that level every single snap, or otherwise that's going to happen, especially when you are down guys. You can look at it as, we're down, 7, 8 starters, or you can look at it as that's a lot of young guys with an opportunity to go out there and make big plays and get their names known. So we dealt with it before. It's not easy, but I'm not going to use that as an excuse. We had a very talented team. Our offense still has a lot of talented guys on it that can get a lot of yak with the football. And we got, I think, one of the best linebackers in football, Fred Warner, and our safeties are playing pretty well too. So and the D line's still good. So I just think we should have played better.
All right, here's what Shanahan had to say about that, because I want your reaction, because I'm a little surprised by both the answers. Here's what Shanahan had to say about Kittle's comments.
I would disagree with that. I like George saying that. That's, to me, how you feel, especially when a team kind of dominates the game in terms of how they ran the ball with the amount of carries they got compared to us, the time of possession and stuff like that. But I didn't look at any of the guys lacking intensity or going after it. They just, that was a very physical team. That's how they played every single team they've played. That's why they've been in pretty much every game they've played. That's why they have had a number, they've been close to winning a number in a row. That's why they had a chance to come back versus Tampa on that. But I thought it came more down to the turnover that we had and not converting on those third downs that didn't allow us to, get into our physicality with running the ball.
So that was Shanahan responding to George Kittle's comments on Sunday. And I saw a text here on the YouTube. How ironic is it that they're celebrating a team that lost the Super Bowl against this team they lost the Super Bowl 2 years ago in the Kansas City Chiefs? Pretty funny, right? But Kittle, let's start there. Your thoughts on what George Kittle had to say after the loss of Atlanta?
I didn't like how he tried to throw the young guys under the bus there. Like, is Jimmy Garoppolo a young guy?
Nope.
Okay. Now, Jake Brandl's newer to the team, but he's been around the league for a minute. All right. Is Ayuk and Debo and George Kittle, are they young guys?
Nope.
Why can't any of them go, all right, let's go, guys. Come on. Let's go. Like, it's great that you're calling people out at a podium. How about do it on the field? Like, let's go. Let's do this. Come on. Little sense of urgency. We need to get the ball going down the field. We're down 2 touchdowns. Like, you're just going to, like, blanket. Oh, we got a lot of young guys, and, the young guys need to pick it up. And last I checked, there are a lot of veterans on that team. Now, are there some young linemen? Absolutely. Were there some hurt guys on defense, and so some younger players were playing? Absolutely. But the bigger takeaway, and this is, for me, it's been a constant theme of this core. It's not my fault. We'll be back. We're good.
Yeah.
They don't self-reflect very well. And
I'm not asking George Kittle this. Is an indictment on the head coach? Because they're at the Greenbrier all week. They didn't come back to the West Coast for the Atlanta game.
Speaking of which, they're at the Greenbrier. Really helped them out when they started the game 14-0.
Right. I mean,
thank God you spent the week riding ATVs.
Right.
Like it's a Hot Boys video. Or the DMX Rough Riders video.
But they were out there at the Greenbrier. They're at the Greenbrier. Travel to Atlanta, quick flight from West Virginia. So Kittle saying, hey, some of the young guys and pointing fingers and stuff like that, to me, that's not leadership. That's not leadership. The best leader on this team so far, it's been Trey Lance. Trey Lance takes accountability. Fred Warner takes accountability. You know what I'm saying? Those guys take accountability. Hufanga takes accountability. Some of these veterans and the way Debo acted in the offseason, then you got Jimmy Saga, now you got Kittle, who's in and out of the lineup. Something's amiss here. Something's going on in Santa Clara.
Well, there's no doubt that there is. And I think as we kind of reflect on Harbaugh, one of the things that I've been thinking long and hard about, like when two people have a breakup, right? One person might be like, I don't go out at all, right? That's that's your ex-girlfriend. I'm just using, this is a rough analogy here, but like two people getting a divorce or they break up or whatever, and the other girlfriend was like, I don't go out. We don't do a whole lot. What's the next girlfriend? You overcorrect with the next girlfriend, and it's like, yeah, we're going to go everywhere. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you see this with Tom Brady. New England was rigid, and they had a regiment, and that's what they were going to do. And for 20 years, he did that. Then he broke up with Belichick, and he goes to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is the last place that I think of when I think of rigidity. Like, they are loose. We're going to fly by the seat of our pants.
Right.
Bruce Arians is not going to be all stuffy the way that Belichick is. He went in the complete opposite direction.
Yep.
They got off of Harbaugh, who was rigid. I would agree. Who was very rigid. And I felt like when they got to the same spot in the land, meaning they had some success, and then the contract was coming up, instead of playing hardball like they did with Harbaugh, they overcorrected and they said, we cannot. And I agreed with them in real time.
Right.
I'm going to give the extension now because I'm not going to make the same mistake that I made before.
Yep.
Right. And I look at it and I'm saying to myself, would this situation as a whole with the Niners be a lot different had they not handed out that extension to Kyle Shanahan?
I absolutely would have been.
I don't think they make the move to go get Trey Lance because I don't think you have the runway to develop that guy. So we can argue about that till we're blue in the face. But I'm looking here at just this core. Has it run its course? I think it's too premature. I think it's too premature. But I think we could all agree by year 4 of Harbaugh, it felt like at the end, okay, this core, it might have run its course.
But also the injuries
really doubt.
Depleted that team in year number 4, and they ended up going 8-8. People forget they were 7-4 going into that Seattle game on Thanksgiving
Willis
night.
Didn't play.
Right.
Bowman didn't play the whole year because he had blown his knee out.
They were 7-4.
Yeah.
They were 7-4 in the hunt for a playoff spot.
Yes.
And they just ran out of bodies. And I thought it was one of Harbaugh's better coaching jobs with the 49ers. And they go out with a bang, winning that last game against Arizona to send them off 8-8. He had a great regular season record. But I wonder if there's any disconnect with Kyle Shanahan. And look, Shanahan's not going anywhere. Again, I want to reemphasize this to all the people out there who think we hate Shanahan. Don't hate Shanahan. I just went a lot for, this is what, in my mind, this is what's happened. When he started winning, and he started drawing up these plays, and they say, oh boy, we got our next Bill Walsh. We got our next Bill Walsh. I'm saying, whoa. As much as we talk about the quarterback position being great in San Francisco, and you always say, man, the 49ers quarterback is a top 10 thing in sports in North America.
Yeah, it's one of the hallowed positions.
So is wide receiver here.
Agreed.
And so is head coaching.
And wide receiver has left a lot to be desired.
Exactly.
For a long time.
As much as quarterback.
Yeah.
As much as quarterback. but so is the head coach.
I would agree
The
with
head
you.
coaching position in San Francisco is just a sneeze at that.
Well,
This is a premium. This is a great job. This is a great job. Even going back to Dick Nolan,
George
led them
Seifert-
to 3 straight NFC championship games.
Yeah, we're going to start with Walsh, obviously, but like George Seifert, one of the highest winning percentages in the history
Ever.
of the game. Okay, and then you
He
look
missed
at
the playoffs
Harbaugh.
one time, couldn't get over Green Bay. He got axed.
Yeah, and then you look at Harbaugh, 44-19.
Yep.
44-19. I don't think people remember how bad we were before that.
No doubt.
I mean, this was a team that didn't have a quarterback. They didn't have an identity.
No
they didn't
doubt.
know what they were on defense. I mean, they had gone through so many coaches. It was it was a lot.
Right.
So I guess where I'm going at with this, B, is that do I think that this core has run its course? No, I don't. Do I think they need to take a step forward and evolve a little? Absolutely, they do. And I do think that the way I look at this is that they need to execute better. And somehow they got to figure out this injury bug, because that's the thing that's truly derailing them. And you can say, Joe, everybody gets injured. That is true. But I'm looking at this data year after year after year. Something's amiss here. I'm paying so much money for all of these great players, and they're all hurt all the time.
Yeah.
And it feels like they can't overcome it.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. They can overcome it. But they also can help themselves by having a little more urgency. Nahegan and I, our program director, and Lucas Alexander, producer for Damon Ratto, watched that final drive back. 8 minutes, 42 seconds. They went 80 yards. And there was Noah Eagle, who was on a call alongside Stink, Mark Schlereth. We're like, whoa, they've gone 6 minutes and got to midfield. And it's like, how does that happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
How does that happen? Let's go to Leroy in Oakland. Leroy, you're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. What's happening, Leroy?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Good morning. It is a pleasure to be on, as always. So I'm just going to start with the injury thing and something that I mentioned to my wife about 3 years ago. I said to her simply that Shanahan's style of play.
Uh-oh. We lost Leroy. Leroy, call us back.
Leroy, please call back.
Call us back.
Well, the injury thing's interesting because I've seen a lot of people start to look at stuff. There's data that suggests that they're one of the most injured teams in the league, not just during the Shanahan era, but even going back a little farther during the Chip and Tom Sula eras. They were very, very banged up. They were also a horrible team. So I'm curious how many of those like end of the season deactivations were like, hey, you know,
take a playoff.
Exactly.
We're not
Season's
even worried
outta
about
here.
it. Right.
But then the other thing is that they changed their training staff and they hired an NHL trainer, a guy who hadn't been in the NFL.
Yeah, I saw this.
It's a little outside the box, and I don't think it's been working for them. I think the data would tell you, just the raw data, hey, guys are getting hurt at a higher clip than any other team. Whatever you're doing isn't working.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing, and it's not working. But you had your core there. Again, Sunday I wanted to see, and I believe the Niners will be a playoff team. I do. All that has been said. Everybody said negative. Here's the positive. I believe the Niners will be in the playoffs. Another positive, they're tied for first place in the NFC West. Another positive, Brandon Ayuk looked like he's coming along, and he looks explosive. They're trying to get the ball to Debo. They got the ball to Kittle last week. But the one thing I wanted to see that is going to help them long-term or not help them long-term, and which could derail the season, can the offense win you a game? We know the defense can. The special teams did last year against Green Bay. Special teams won you a playoff game. But can the offense pick up the slack and win a shootout? Can they carry the day? And Sunday they didn't. And that's what they needed with all the defensive starters out, with Ward getting hurt in-game, with Drake Jackson getting hurt in-game, with Ebukam going down a couple times. The offense could not pick up the slack. And that was disappointing. That was a disappointing loss. And all three losses, Denver, and now Denver has a good defense. I think we see that now. Denver's defense is legit.
Yeah, their problem is
they're
their
legit.
offense.
They got no offense.
Jerry Jeudy, I got him in fantasy. I told everybody, the guy drops everything.
Drops everything. Russell Wilson, nothing. He looks bad, right? Denver has a defense, though. All the talk about Denver's defense, their defense is legit. But you lose to the Bears, you lose to the Falcons on Sunday. And I'm just thinking, where's the offense? Whether it's Trey or Jimmy, where's the offense? Where's the creativity? Where's the pizzazz?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I get a little fatigued hearing this guy dropped the ball and this guy committed a penalty. Team-wide execution is it's important. Newsflash, like when you throw for 300 yards, everyone's executing.
Yep.
And, it's not just an indictment on the quarterback. It's not just an indictment on the play caller. But at some point, like, the onus falls on all of them. Like, they got to pick it up here.
Yeah,
and I just think they're too talented on offense to score 14 points against an Atlanta Falcons team that's mediocre. We could argue about their defense being elite, and this. They're not. I mean, they're a mediocre team.
0 in the second half. Adam in the city. What's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. What you guys were just talking about in the sense of, something's got to change, whatever, but isn't that just kind of like the way, isn't that just been Shanahan's kind of philosophy and everything like the last 6 years? Like, I don't get how, like, the strength and conditioning thing, the injuries happen, but I think it's just, and I think Baldy talked about it earlier this week, but it's the style of football they play, right? So, like, how do you change that? What do you do? But before you answer that, just really quickly, too, I just wanted to give a shout-out to Bonte. Had a chance to meet Lubman this past summer. Had a chance to meet Bonte last night. Bonte, man.
Adam, you're the man. It was good talking to you.
You're up next.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, no, he's a big time, man. Adam's the guy, man. We had a lot of fun last night, man. I didn't leave chasing her. I was lingering around, man.
Oh, yeah?
Like 1
Does
in the
anyone
morning.
know me? Is that what you're doing?
No, that's what you do.
Damn.
That's what you do.
I did not do that.
If you go to Sideshow and download the Sideshow with Shasky, myself, and Lucas Alexander, you'll see this Shasky.
That was one instance.
Oh, please.
That was one instance of me being ridiculous because I was so anxiety-filled. I had not eaten, so I was lightheaded.
Do you want to share that story?
No, it's on the Sideshow. Wherever you can find your Morning Roast podcast, you can go there. There's a story about me being ridiculous, and Bonte made fun of me the entire time. It's actually quite funny.
Well, it's quite funny, quite embarrassing.
Oh, it's absolutely embarrassing.
It's quite. It was. That's a Joe Shasky special.
Unlike the Niners on their offense, I can look in the mirror and self-reflect. I have a hard time doing such. But again, this is where when you continue to commit the same penalties, right? Specific penalties, when you continue to have self-inflicted wounds in certain situations where you're not pass blocking properly, even though I think the pass blocking has been quite good. When you're dropping balls, like we could talk about, the play was there and it made me play. Okay, but you didn't make the play. So I don't know what people want here. Like, I'm watching around the league, and other third, fourth, fifth string type players are making plays down the field.
No doubt.
And the Niners aren't. So I don't know what to say.
Let me ask you this. Does Shanahan need to give up play calling duties?
No, because that's why I hired him. Like, to me, this is one of the issues, and again, I know we've talked a lot about Robert Saleh, but, like, one of the things that I always look at, like, you see a guy gets his first head coaching job, and he was hired because he does the play calling on either side of the ball. And then what's the one thing that they give up? The thing that they were great at that got them the job.
Well, Mike Holmgren talked about it. He goes, I wanted to call the plays. I wanted to do it.
No, I don't think that Shanahan should give up the play calling duties because that is his bread and butter. And then now what's he doing?
Well, I remember the script on Sunday against Atlanta. The first play they run after giving up the opening drive touchdown, they run a toss left to Jeff Wilson Jr. The second play, they run the same exact play to the right side. I was like, man, that's part of the script? That's part of the script? Like, way to set the tone offensively.
Well, I do not think, when we do this whole script thing, this conversation, I do not think it's like, these are the 17 plays that I'm going to run no matter where we are down in distance. It's an idea of which direction you're going to go, and you've got some variation based on down and distance and what pops. I don't think you're just literally, the first play is this one, the second play is that one, and the third play, I don't think it's that way. I think they found something, and they're like, we'll just keep going with these.
So here, I have more positives for 49er fans.
What's that?
More positives. Trent Williams may play on Sunday.
Okay. That makes me feel good.
Nick Bosa may play on Sunday.
Can Trent Williams play up the middle and block Chris Jones?
Well, that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. But I'm trying to keep it positive. You see, you went to a negative. Nick Bosa.
I just diagnosed a matchup. That's all I did.
Chris Jones is a problem.
He's a monster. He's a great player, and I worry about him up the middle.
Banks has been good this year. Give Banks his flowers.
Yeah, he has been very good.
Banks has been solid. Burford, I haven't heard his name.
No,
Brendo in the middle.
For a rookie, I think Burford's been really, really good. It's been a great find.
But, Bosa's going to be back.
Is he?
I hope so. We'll hear from Shanahan in practice. Hopefully he can
I do think that there's a correlation between, like, everyone, the Jimmy and his winning record. I do think that there is a direct correlation to this team and Bosa playing. I do think that's a tangible thing. If you're going to attribute winter sprinkled magic on Jimmy Garoppolo, you should do the same then for Nick Bosa.
Yeah, we should do it around the league, too.
No doubt.
Doing it around the league.
I mean,
but it's just ironic how I don't even want to get into that.
I mean, take Stephon Diggs off of Buffalo and tell me how good. And I still think they're a good team, but they're not as elite as what they are.
They're not great.
I mean, you look at the evolutionary steps forward that Josh Allen's taken that everyone's talking about. There's a direct correlation to him adding Stephon Diggs and his confidence soaring.
With all that said, I still believe the Niners have a great shot to beat the Chiefs.
You do?
Yes.
Why?
If they're healthy, they have the formula to beat the Chiefs. You could be physical. You could run the clock. You could play that ball control type of offense. And I don't think their defense is all that. I do not think their defense is all that. They had 2 rookie corners last week. Are they going to have 2 rookie corners this Sunday? Because if they do have 2 rookie corners, Shanahan, go at him. I have Ayuk. I have Debo. Let's mix in some Danny Gray. You should be able to cook. And George Kittle down the seam. So if healthy, which is laughable around these parts, I get it because of all the injuries, but I actually think the Niners match up really well on Sunday, and that's how wacky the NFL has been. That's how wacky it's been. Now,
so
do I concern myself?
Diagnosis is the NFL is wacky?
No. That's not my diagnosis. No, my diagnosis is the Niners have the personnel to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They really have a good roster, and if Bosa's playing and Trent Williams is playing, you protect Jimmy Garoppolo. Yards are going to be out there on the field. Can you score touchdowns against Kansas City? That's one thing. Chiefs coming off a loss is going to be a problem with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I get it. I do. But if this defense has Bosa humming and this defensive line is coming, Mahomes can be hurried into mistakes. We saw it last week against Buffalo, and I think that could be the case this week. And the explosiveness of Kansas City is just quite not there without Tyreek Hill. Well, a little more horizontal and short passing yards instead of going deep down the field like they did with Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I just worry about them stretching us out. If Mooney Ward can't play and you don't have Jimmy Ward, now you got Gibson out there who think is going to have a lot of ground to cover. You know that they love the 3 wide receiver sets. I think the Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Kelsey are tough matchups for us. Edwards-Helaire on the edges, getting the ball in the passing game. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's a great runner between the tackles, but as a pass catcher, he's dynamic. Yeah. And then I look at Kelsey. No one seems to have the recipe to stop Kelsey.
No doubt.
And offensively, if you told me the Niners scored 28 points, I'd be like, okay, how?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, explain to me how they're going to score 28 points.
That's why I hired Kyle Shanahan, right? That's why I hired Kyle Shanahan. 1 top 10 offense since he's been here.
Yeah, but the guys also have to make plays, and so I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, 1 top 10 offense since he's been here. How much is on the players? How much is on the coach? We will never know. We will never know. But I'm trying to keep it positive, though.
Of those years, how many years should they have had a top 10 offense?
2020. Okay. 2019.
Okay.
2018. It doesn't stop Andy Reid.
2020 was Ayuk's rookie year?
2020 was Ayuk's rookie year.
And he missed a couple of games early on with the hamstring. 2021 I'll listen to. 2020 they were top 10 in 2019. Second best scoring team.
Yep.
2019.
29.9.
That's why I
mean, 1 year they were top 10 points per game.
Man. Okay. I'm just thinking about that, as you say.
Let's go to Chris to San Leandro. Chris, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Let's keep it positive. Another positive is that let's keep it real. Bonte was talking about the NFL being wacky. There's a lot of terrible football being played right now.
It is.
Besides like five teams in the NFL. So the NFC looks very, very winnable besides the Eagles sitting on top. Everyone else I'm not afraid of. So if we get it together here, we're going to make a run, baby.
I hear you on that, and I would agree that the NFC looks really bleak right now, and things change. I mean, look, one injury, Philly's looked at completely differently.
Well, just look at the NFC West. The Rams, their left tackle, Noteboom, is going to be out for the season.
Yeah, they look off.
They look off, right?
I would say at minimum, you could say they look off.
They look off. Arizona just lost Hollywood Brown. Now they do gain back DeAndre Hopkins for tomorrow night's game against the Saints. They did make the trade for Robbie Anderson, so they're trying to go for something. because they realize the division is winnable. And Kingsbury may be on the hot seat. Vance Joseph, as DC, may be on the hot seat. So they're doing whatever they got to do to try to win some games and entertain us for Hard Knocks, which would be in season. They're one game behind the Niners for first place in the NFC West, and they've got 2 to play with the 49ers, of course, and that's without Emmanuel Mosley. So Hopkins could be a problem. And then you have the old Seattle Seahawks, which I wouldn't scoff at. Kenneth Walker III ran the ball hard. You still have DK, you still have Tyler Lockett, and Gito's playing some damn good football. So this division is winnable, yet the Niners, they're marching for error. It's not there right now.
No, it's not. You know how you and I were talking about Christian McCaffrey the last couple of weeks and maybe acquiring him? The Athletic did an article and broke down all of the teams that could potentially get him. The number one team that could get him, the San Francisco 49ers. Here's what they threw out there, and I want your thoughts on this. They could offer the Niners a 2023 third-round compensatory pick. They have 2 of them, and a 4th-round pick for McCaffrey. Very similar to the Emmanuel Sanders trade from 2019, they're saying. Well, would you do that? Obviously, we don't know the financials and the parameters there.
Well, I told you a couple weeks ago, I'd give up a couple 2s for Christian McCaffrey. That's how highly I think of Christian McCaffrey.
I would, too.
Because I know what he can do for this offense, and I know the targets he can create for others and the spacing he can create for others. And then I'm going to see Shanahan get this running back because, God forbid, they draft a good running back. We know they can't do that right now in San Francisco, with the exception of Elijah Mitchell. You add in Christian McCaffrey, what's the excuse for Shanahan not to open this baby up? What's the excuse for Jimmy Garoppolo to score more touchdowns, to score more points, get more playmakers on the field? Honestly, I don't want to see Willie Snead ever step on the field ever again.
Wouldn't you agree also, if you're trying to suit the roster for this year to tailor it to what Jimmy Garoppolo does best, the short controlled passing game, it works with Christian McCaffrey, especially on the edges.
What does everybody talk about? Yak, yak, yak. Yards after catch. Well, you get Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel, 2 of the biggest yak monsters in the NFL. And then with the NFC West, you start winning some games here. You get to the playoffs, and all of a sudden we're looking at the big boy teams, and I'm saying to myself, well, I got Deebo and McCaffrey. Go game plan for them. And then Kittle and Ayuk on the backside. That would be a problem. So I would go make that move.
Yeah, I would too. And they do need a jolt. It feels like to me that they need some sort of a jolt.
They look stale.
And they just need like a pick-me-up. I don't know whether that's guys returning. I'm sure that will help a lot. But boy, it would be nice to like send some reinforcements. You know, you hear about a baseball team, when they make a trade, everyone in the locker room knows they're going all in. You know what I mean? Like a good way. Wouldn't that send the message to this locker room, hey, we're all in on the now. We want to win right now.
But bringing Jimmy Garoppolo back, didn't that send that message?
Yes, but I also think when you acquire within the, like, when they acquired Emmanuel Sanders, they left no doubt in 2019. We are trying to win the Super Bowl now. And I feel like a McCaffrey type of a move would be one of those moves. And then you pivot to the other side and you say, if the Rams land McCaffrey, that's a gut punch to my heart there.
Yeah, because they're going to move on from Cam Akers. They've already told Cam Akers, we're looking for a team for you.
Yeah.
To go get you a fresh start. So the Rams are going to be in on something. That's just the way they do business.
Well, and so to people's point, like the NFC feels wide open. Well, if that's the case, to me, I'm moving a couple of picks. I just look at their draft history and what they've acquired in certain spots. To me, if it's a 3rd and a 4th, it's a no-brainer.
Right.
I feel like it'll be more than that, but if that's what it is, I'm in on it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm in on that. I'm big time in on that. Kyle Madsen.
Yeah.
We got to get his mic on. Let's get his mic on over there.
Just to your guys' points here, they paid Jerick McKinnon $30 million to do exactly what Christian McCaffrey could do. Only McCaffrey would be significantly better at it.
So you're
like
all
he's
in on
built this offense before for a 3rd and a 4th. Yes.
Yeah, that's the easy pick. That's easy for me.
When you start talking multiple 2s or a future 1, then I think I'm out. And that's mostly health related, not performance related.
Right.
But yeah, financially you can work it out. And for a 3rd and a 4th to revitalize your offense,
Now, to me, it would be a jolt. I think it would open things up for Deebo because I'm looking at this offense right now. I think the big element that no one wants to address, the big time Deebo plays where he's down the field running, feels like they're not there. And maybe the data suggests otherwise. To me, it just feels like they're not getting that pop.
Maybe the quarterback doesn't see it. I don't know. When I hear Baldy, though, and he's like, why is Charlie Warner getting targets? And George Kittle isn't. I think Kyle Batts said that in a thread the other day. They ran no double tight end sets against Atlanta. And Charlie Warner was a lone tight end?
They did.
Okay,
They
all
did.
right.
I forgot about Charlie Warner. I saw Ross Dwelly played 0 offensive snaps and texted you guys and then realized that Charlie Warner did play.
I heard he just signed a new deal.
Charlie Warner?
Yeah, did you hear this? A sponsorship in the kitchen. Oven mitts.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to wear those on the field now.
That's a 3.
It's a 1.
Him and the Martha
I'm trying
Stewart
to give him
specials.
some credit. He worked so hard at it, Kyle. I had to give him a 3.
I mean, if that guy...
I'm trying to lift up my guy, man.
That guy could be wide open. I could run over and hand him my iPhone and he'd drop it.
I have a hard time believing that the Panthers will settle for a 3rd and 4th round pick for Christian McCaffrey.
He's a running back, though, B. Running backs are devalued in league-wide. I
3rd
hear
and
you.
4th round pick?
I hear
that
you.
would be highway robbery.
Well, what
and
did
every
Von
team
Miller,
in the league would be in on that.
Wouldn't you agree? Von Miller last year, even though he was depreciated, like, what did he go for? A 2nd and a 5th?
Yeah, it was nothing.
I think it was a 2nd and a 5th.
Helped the Rams win the Super Bowl.
And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm overrating what that was. I don't know, man. I would do this. And here's the thing, too. If it costs you even a 2nd rounder, I am in on it because you still have him for another year or 2 after that.
Yeah, no doubt.
You've got some team control.
Jim Barnett coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll get back into the Warriors, and we'll do that for the 8 o'clock hour. A lot of good from the Golden State Warriors on how deep they are. Wiseman, 8 and 7. Jordan Poole, 7 assists. Steph Curry led the way with 33 points. What was your big takeaway from ring night? We'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour and get back into the Golden State Warriors.
You know, I want to talk tomorrow about this, but just surface level, I was thinking really long and hard about how our impression of Andy Reid has changed over the years. How if he doesn't win that one Super Bowl against the 49ers, aren't a lot of the things, not all of them, but a lot of the things that we're saying about Shanahan, can't win the big one. You know, he cannot win the big one. Aren't we saying very similar things about Andy Reid? But now I know Andy's got the years and years of top 10 offenses, but I'm saying in terms of winning the big one.
I mean, you can say that about a lot of coaches. But Andy Reid was a borderline Hall of Famer without the ring.
I know.
Without the ring, because of his high-powered offenses. Because of the way he evolved. Andy Reid has evolved. Think about the coach he was when he was in Philadelphia to who he is now. When the spread started coming into the NFL, he had Brown Childress as his spread game analyst. They were looking at Oregon. They were looking at all these spread teams in college saying, how can we implement this stuff? Look at all their wacky motions and jet sweeps and the way they pick apart plays from yesteryear and running, like they are running full house at the goal line. Yeah. And you don't know where the ball is going. Andy Reid is adjusted. I think the biggest problem with Shanahan right now, and my biggest criticism of him, is he hasn't evolved. What is he involved in? What has been different? What has been spectacular? What about the passing game? Is it not dynamic because of the quarterback? It don't give you this thing about, hey, Jimmy's a backup. Because a lot of people believed Jimmy gave his team a better chance to win. And it's not picking on Jimmy. It's not. It's not Jimmy's fault. I don't believe it's Jimmy's fault that he's even here. I look at Shanahan, because that's the thing we talked about before the season. Where has he evolved? What does he do well? How does a team go 8 minutes and 42 seconds going 80 yards when you're down 2 touchdowns? You bled 8 minutes and 42 seconds off the clock in the fourth quarter. How's that happen under an offensive guy like Shanahan?
And to the point that Kyle made, he took Jerick McKinnon from you for dirt cheap. McKinnon looks great.
McKinnon looks good in that number 1 in Kansas City. Don't look like a paper plane no more.
I hate watching that, too.
Me too.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, we're getting back into basketball. A lot of people love smiling about the Golden State Warriors, so we'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour. But the Milwaukee Bucks are expected to be without Chris Middleton, their all-star. He's expected to miss the first few weeks of the season as he continues to recover from off-season wrist surgery. Remember, he missed the playoffs with a knee injury, which really derailed Milwaukee in their second-round matchup against the Boston Celtics. The Bucks are playing it safe with the all-star forward. He elected to preserve his health during the regular season to have him ready for the playoffs. Milwaukee going to be one of those teams that the Warriors may see down the line. They're going to be a tough team with Giannis Antetokounmpo leading the way. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Jim Barnett to talk some Dubs here on the Roast.
Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at DolanLumber.com. See the real fiber-on at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Hit big with the Major League Baseball postseason with the BetQL network. Here's Chelsea Messenger from the Daily Tip.
It's the best time of the year in Major League Baseball. That's right, the postseason. Betting on postseason baseball can be a little tricky, but there's a couple things I usually rely on. Teams with top-line aces and also postseason experience.
Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced betting tools. Win big this MLB postseason with BetQL.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability feasibility studies, and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte here. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Davis crossover dribble, stumbles on Looney, goes up, falls down, rebound goes to Wiggins. Looney kind of pulled the chair on him. Wiggins to Curry, catch and shoot three. There it is. Stephen Curry with a three ball. The Lakers will call another timeout. The Warriors lead by 20. And guess what? It's a Warrior third quarter yet again.
A 25-4 run, and Tim Roy's right on the money there. Steph Curry with his first three. They blow away the LA Lakers with that third quarter spurt, and they win their first game of the season on ring night, a special night. And we would talk to JB about it, the great Jim Barnett, longtime color analyst for the Golden State Warriors. He'll be doing road games on the radio, and I'm sure JB was in the building somewhere last night at Chase Center, seeing the Warriors get their fourth championship ring in the last 8 years. A lot of the core, of course, Steph, Clay, Dre, Andre Iguodala, Looney gets his third, but also the youngsters getting their first ring. And I thought it was just cool to see some of the legends out there. And I want to start here, JB. Good morning to you. I'm glad the basketball is back because we get to talk to you again all season long. How cool was it to see Al Attles back in the building last night at Chase?
Yeah, it really was. Of course, he and I go way back, and the only coach I had when I played for Golden State. He was such a fine man. Always, he's in his integrity, and I tell you what, he was a terrific coach. And of course, obviously, he was a terrific player. I used to play against him, and boy, was he tough. He was the strongest guard in the league, and they called him the Destroyer because he didn't stand down from anyone, and he came at you. He was just tough. You didn't want to take a lot of charges on Al.
As one of the luminaries of the Golden State Warriors, you're like a pillar of just embodying everything it means to be a Warrior, and you have the history of the game. When you see the Warriors celebrating their fourth championship in 8 years on the court with LeBron James and the Lakers, what was going through your mind?
Well, I just was appreciating who they are and how they play the game, what they've accomplished, and how they overcome adversity. And every team's going to have adversity, and they've overcome their first adversity this year with a little problem between Draymond Green and obviously Jordan Poole. And I'm proud of that, and that's due to leadership, starting with the front office and Bob and Steve Kerr, of course. They just know how they're winners, and they've got great belief. And as long as they can keep that core together, and I've got three guys, obviously Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond. I don't know what's going to happen when those guys leave. I hope that they are mentoring these younger players, and hope that the younger players can come along and carry on the tradition. But as long as those three players are together with the group that they're working with right now and trying to train, and Jordan Poole's coming right along, they're going to be successful as long as they have the same roster intact. And winning 4 championships in the last 8 years, and they really should have 5, but that's, I still go back and remember how one slipped away.
Yeah.
But you can't be greedy all the time, Vontae and Chapsky. Yeah. We're very blessed to have a team this good in the Bay Area and this entertaining, and it starts with Stephen Curry. Mm-hmm. He's just remarkable. He missed his first 5 threes last night. Now he kept that track alive, how many he's got in a row. I don't know, 195 straight games, something like that. Yeah, he's a remarkable player, remarkable man, and 14 years in the league. And I have to say, I was concerned about the Lakers. You know, they had an off year last year, and they've got talent. And you think, let's see, when they have a guy, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Westbrook, and a defensive guard like Patrick Beverly, but they don't look very good right now. They're disorganized. They throw the ball away.
Lack of shooting, JB. How about the lack of shooting that they have?
The shooting is awful. I mean, their third quarter shooting was awful last night, and they managed 19 points. The Warriors had 32 in that quarter, and it was a 20-point lead. I just was kind of shocked at everything like that. So, you know, they're not the Lakers of the old, and I am happy to see it that way, quite frankly.
No doubt. Jim Barnett here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. The Lakers shoot 28.6% in that third quarter, 6 of 21 overall from the floor. LeBron James did have 10 points, but everybody else, Anthony Davis 1 of 6, Westbrook 0 of 2. Everybody else couldn't hit a bucket. You talked about Steph Curry leading the way with 33 points, but I want to touch on something Steve Kerr said in the pre and post game, discussing the depth of this basketball team. This may be his deepest team that he's had since he's been head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And I want to focus on the big and James Wiseman. I know how much you love the bigs and how James Wiseman has come along. What have you seen in his progress so far this preseason and in that first game against the LA Lakers last night?
Well, he's still so young, and yet you see such great promise in him, and he's not afraid of anything. They're going to have to depend on him later on in the season, and they've done remarkable things, you know, with Looney at the center and Draymond Green, and the way they get after you defensively and the way they rebound the ball, even though they're undersized. But I'm really happy to see James Wiseman, and you know, it's funny. He's a young man, but he's a delight to be around. I love his personality, but as far as his play on the floor, he's got great hands. He's getting a better feel for the game. He's really, his experience, he's very, very young in experience on the floor. He's had bad luck the first couple of years here, so I'm glad to see him healthy. My main thing is I just want to see him healthy for the whole season and let him just grow into that position there. And he likes to learn. He's willing to listen. But, you know, when you're 6'11", 7 feet tall, and you've got long arms and everything, that you have the physical capabilities, and he has all of that, and he's got the great attitude. He's just a terrific young man. I love his personality.
Yeah, I do too, and I'm so pulling for him. Seeing him on that high pick and roll, you had Steph in the corner, right, almost like commanding coverage, and then he comes up for that high pick and roll for Jordan Poole. It's a whole new element of what they can do now, where they can throw him the ball on the roll, or JP can do the step back or whatever. Like, I just love the way the second unit looks right now when you do throw in either Clay or Steph or Draymond in there with Jordan Poole. They're so deep, JB.
Yeah, they are, and you need that, and you need it for a lot of reasons. As Stephen Curry, you don't want to wear him out and have him play 38 minutes a game through the entire season, and so it's important. I thought Jordan Poole had a terrific year last year, averaging 18.5, and he had big nights. I expect him to improve this year.
What do you need him to improve on, JB?
Defense. I'd like to get better defensively. I think he can do that. At times, I thought he took a shortcut sometimes, and he just lacks experience there. And you've got to learn how to play defense in this league. It's different. You can't always go underneath the screen, but you can. Depends on your opponent. If you're defending somebody who likes to get to the basket, they're not going to stop and take that jump shot. You don't worry about the three-point line. Then you play it smart. Don't try to fight over the screen all the time and make it harder and then force a switch and things like that. Learn how to play together. Learn how to play away from the ball so you don't get beaten on a backdoor play. And I think he's pretty good at that. So, I'd like to see him just be a better defender. And also on offense, he's really came along last year, more decisive, making the decision more quickly to either make something for himself or get rid of the ball and find somebody else and make somebody else happy. The first couple of years, the ball was in his hands and it never went anywhere, but in his hands for the entire possession. And, in and out and that hesitation dribble and all of that stuff, there were too many of them. Now he's more decisive. and makes a decision and goes with it.
You know, JB, you're on the money there. Jim Barnett here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, and I can't wait to see that two-man game between Jordan Poole and James Wiseman evolve. That pick and roll is going to be deadly for that second unit alongside Jonathan Kuminga. But a guy, we could talk about Steph all day long. We talk about Klay Thompson and his 18 points in 19 minutes. But how about Andrew Wiggins and the fit he is with this team? He just left off what he was doing in the postseason when he had that epic Game 5 against Boston, 26-13. You see him last night. Nobody's talking about it. 20 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. And the individual defense last night was very impressive from Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, that's going to be his anchor there. He's got to play defense for this team and rebound the ball, and he'll play. And his offense is going to be good because we're very fortunate to have Klay Thompson, Stephen Curry, Jordan Poole, because no one can now double team Andrew Wiggins. And if Andrew Wiggins, when he was in Minnesota, he was their number one guy, but he's a great player when he's not double teamed, and he doesn't get double teamed when he's playing for the Warriors. So now you're going to see his ability to get to the basket, to break down his one defender anytime that he wants, to get a good shot. I hope he improves on his three-point shooting and a little more consistent there this year. But I love the way he attacks the basket. I love the way he rebounds. And definitely, defensively, he's strong. He's got long arms. And he's a perfect fit for this team. Because if he's your number one guy, then you might be in trouble because I'm thinking he has a tough time with a double team. But when he's your third option or fourth option sometimes, he is going to be exceptional for this team, and I think he knows it. Everyone knows it. They've got a really good group that, would Draymond Green be the type of player that he is with the impact on another team? But on this team, it works for him. Having a guy that's really basically a non-scorer, but the way he does it and the way they play together in their defensive schemes, he's important for this club, and it's perfect for this club. So, there's just great chemistry, and the balance is it just fits like a nice puzzle.
Last one, we're up against it here, but Kevon Looney, his development. I mean, this guy, defensively, you see him switch on to LeBron James on the perimeter. He doesn't leave his feet. He stays right in front of him. Same thing against Anthony Davis. He's come a long way since he's been drafted by the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, he understands how to fit in with this team. He knows that he's not going to take the ball and try to be a big scorer, but he's going to pick up all the garbage around, and people forget about him. So he gets good position all the time, and he's going to, and he's a wide body, and he can get rebounds without jumping. They can't get to it, and they can lay it back in around the rim. He's really good now, even with a little bit of contact, and so he's a perfect fit in that respect. You look at him and you see his value if you're an opponent sometimes, but he's in the right place at the right time. He's unselfish. He sets good screens. He knows how to wait. He doesn't do, stupid fouls. He's just a good team player. And now with all this experience that he has, he's very comfortable in the system.
Yeah, no doubt. Mentoring James Wiseman down low in the block. A lot of good things happening with the Golden State Warriors as they beat the LA Lakers on ring night. Always a fun time. First-class organization. You see the fourth banner get raised yesterday at Chase Center. The first at Chase Center. Hopefully the first of many, many more to come. JB, always good talking hoops with you.
Thank you, Bonte.
No problem. Jim Barnett,
Thanks,
legend.
JB.
The legend here on 95.7 The Game. We need that drop. Going on the Morning Roast with Kate Scott and whoever else. Yeah, that's right. The Morning Roast with Tim Roy. What do you say? Yes.
I love
JB.
Tim Roy.
Love Tim Roy. Love JB.
Really, and I love JB. I love them
no
both.
doubt about it.
And I love Bob Fitzgerald doing the emceeing for the ring ceremony.
Oh, he was in his bag last night.
Absolutely.
You see when he hyped up Steph Curry?
It was great.
The two-time MVP. The All-Star Game MVP. The Finals MVP. The 8-time All-Star. Stephen Curry. Of course, 4-time champ.
I loved their little pullover shooting shirts that they were
those
wearing.
warm-ups.
So if one of those falls off the back of a truck, I would love for you to grab me one.
Well, I will grab one for myself first.
I know that.
And then I will grab one for Anna. Then I will grab one for baby Chaz to grow into.
Time out. Let's
and
have
then
a conversation.
Then I will grab one for my
more,
mother.
me or Anna?
Anna will probably do it. Well, the missus always gets the first one.
No, I'm not denying that.
Would you give me
I'm not
something
denying
over
that.
Michelle Shasky? She wouldn't appreciate it.
Yes, because I know you would appreciate it. I'm a
you
good
would give
gift giver.
Dude, if you would give me one over Michelle, you would be on the couch.
No,
matter of fact, you would be on the street.
No,
You'd be sleeping in the parking lot.
My wife knows what she likes, and she knows that she doesn't like when I buy her clothing and things like that. She would rather herself get those things.
Well, I'm going to Anna first. Then we're going to baby Chaz.
Okay.
Then I'm going to my mama.
So baby Chaz is going to wear one like it's a Superman cape.
She'll grow into it, and she'll have one 20 years from now. How sick would that be? Baby Chaz at 20 years old walking in to her college dorm with the sick Warriors pullover, championship pullover from the 2021 season. How sick would that be for baby Chaz? Woo! She'd be dripped up. Then we look at the in-laws.
Thanks, Messy Marv.
We got
draped up and dripped out.
We got my mama, right? We got my mama.
Okay, so you're just gonna have a CVS full of people who are gonna appreciate this Warrior pullover more than me.
Family first.
Oh, yeah, I can tell.
Family first.
Yeah.
Then I got the Russian crew, the Olegs, the Alonas, the Babliks. Come on.
All right, I was watching that game last night, and my appreciation for the
real quick.
Warriors couldn't be higher.
You want a good joke? What a good joke, Jay LaFrey. Anna will give it back and say, the ring on this shirt wasn't the ring I was talking about.
Oh,
that's a good joke.
That's a good joke.
That's good morning roast knowledge.
It is a
Come
good
on, that's
joke.
a three. That's a
That's a good
three.
joke.
That's a three.
That's a
All
good
right,
joke.
Continue.
No, it's just I'm watching that game, and the Warriors make me so happy, right? Like they're champions. They do everything first class. They treat everyone like family.
They do.
Everything's just first class. And I'm juxtaposing that with the Lakers, and I'm saying, my God, they've fallen down so far. You know what? I did a quick Google search on LeBron James. No one doubts his greatness, right?
No doubt.
You know how many coaches he's had in his career?
Let me see. Let me cap this out. So yeah, Paul Silas. Yeah, Mike Brown.
They had an interim in there between them.
Did they really? Oh, well, I don't even
Basically
know the
5 in Cleveland.
Ty Lue. David Black,
Yep.
the interim you talked about.
Yep.
Then you go down to South Beach, Eric Spoelstra.
Just Eric Spoelstra.
Now he's had Frank Vogel and now
And Luke
Darvin
Walton.
Ham. And Luke Walton.
Yeah, you forgot it. I counted 9 coaches.
Who was the interim in Cleveland?
I had it up earlier.
Oh,
I
my
gotta
gosh.
find it. It was an
9
interim.
coaches.
Yeah, and now they have obviously Darvin Ham. 9 coaches in 20 years.
Wow.
So no, and look, everyone appreciates he's great. No one is saying he's not great. If he's not the greatest player, he's the second or the third best player. Like
that's insane. 9 coaches.
Isn't that kind of nuts?
Wow.
Isn't that kind of nuts?
Wow, that is
so when he
nuts.
called that timeout last night on the very simple, like him and Kuminga were jarring, he clearly elbowed the crud out of Kuminga and like pushed him off with the left hand. He called his own timeout, challenged his own play without even just coach the team, dude. Like seriously, like that's where I'm at with LeBron. Like it's always somebody else's fault. You created the roster, you traded for LeBron and company, and then you're coaching the team on the floor, and yet you've gone through 9 coaches.
You know,
it's never his fault.
It's a complete 360 you've had on LeBron James.
No, he's awesome.
It's unbelievable.
He's awesome. He's amazing. But I was thinking about like what Steve Kerr, because like Steve Kerr got that 4 championship. He's the only Bay Area head coach at the professional level to have 4 championships.
Yep.
Right? He's
Steph
clearly
Curry, 2 coaches.
He's clearly separated.
Actually,
himself.
3 coaches for Steph. Don Nelson, Mark Jackson, Steve Kerr.
Keith Smart wasn't in there at all?
Oh, yeah, Keith Smart was in there.
Yeah, because I was
Keith
thinking
Smart after Don Nelson.
Yeah.
Damn, Steph's had 4 coaches?
Yeah.
I thought it was just 3.
Yeah.
Keith Smart wasn't there because he was playing AC Law over Steph Curry in the 4th quarter. Yeah.
So, anyway, point being is that, like, 9 coaches in 20 years. That's a lot of coaches.
A lot of coaches.
It's a lot of people's fault. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I kept thinking about. Like, you're one of the greatest players of all time. Yeah, that's got to be more than Larry, Michael.
Yeah.
Like, and I know the eras are totally different. And I get it. Cleveland was dysfunctional. I'm not here to cape up. But, like, at some point, does he accept any culpability? Because as I'm looking at Steve Kerr, and we can argue about whether X's and O's he's brilliant or not, he clearly gets along with his star player.
Brendan Malone was the coach, the interim coach for the Cleveland Cavaliers. I needed to look it up. Brendan Malone.
You saved the show.
Yeah, no, I did save the show. No, you're thinking about all the coaches for the great ones, right? Michael Jordan, Doug Collins. Well, he had somebody before Doug Collins. I forget who it was. We saw it on The Last Dance. But Phil Jackson for the majority of those seasons. Magic Johnson. You had Paul Westhead early on, and then Pat Riley, and then Mike Dunleavy Sr. Before Magic had to retire due to HIV. So, damn, yeah, LeBron is just 9 coaches, man. And
for someone of his caliber, that's got to be the number one most amount of coaches, right?
Yep, no doubt.
Is that a trip for me to because I was watching Darvin Ham, and I'm saying LeBron's calling all the timeouts.
And I like Darvin.
No, I do too.
I think Darvin could be a really good coach.
I don't even know if I like him. I
like Darvin. I like Darvin,
He's
but man.
Pat Bev. For crying out loud.
Gosh, I mean, what choice? He doesn't have a choice, right?
Well, think about all the players.
Are you going to start Austin Reeves?
Well, he's exiled. He's the one who didn't make the trade for Buddy Hield.
Right. Well, they tried to make the trade for Buddy Hield. Remember that?
Yeah, and they rescinded it.
Right. To go get Westbrook. What's the worst trade you could have had Buddy Hield?
Seeing him, I don't know if you saw the photo, but it was Steph Curry getting the ring, putting it out with the banner in the background, and LeBron is in the side of the picture, and it's him looking at, and I don't know if he's looking at Curry or looking at someone off camera.
I thought that was photoshopped.
Was it?
That wasn't photoshopped? Was that a real photo?
It was incredible.
Was that a real photo? I thought it was photoshopped.
That in my office.
I thought it was photoshopped. I saw it online. I was like, there's no way that picture's real. And just having LeBron in for ring night.
Great.
By the way, the Warriors improved to 3-1 on ring nights, which is pretty cool. A lot of people are like, "Oh, you get blown out on ring night." They've only lost one, and I was on the last second shot against the Houston Rockets.
Oh, was that the James Harden play?
Yeah, that's it. That was all.
I thought Clay fouled him on that one too.
Yeah, I did too. A lot of us did. But no, I mean, that team is terrible. And yet, you look at the Golden State Warriors and where Steph Curry, what he has on this roster. And the way they've stayed with the Golden State Warriors, one franchise, while LeBron has hopped around. Like, somebody asked me the question yesterday at Chaser, I forget who it was. They were like, should LeBron have just stayed in Miami and tried to work it out under Pat Riley?
Yes! Yes, that's like so obvious.
Like, he's got that bubble ring, and nobody really counts that championship, right? Everyone's like, that's the bubble. The Lakers had 3 months to get healthy.
You watched AD fall. Every time he fell yesterday, did you not say,
I mean, always. He gets up so slow.
What, did he play 5 games last year?
Dude, he gets up so slow. He played like 40 games, some change. But Westbrook, LeBron, and AD, 11-10 last year in regular season. They're now 11-11 when they play together in regular season games.
Are you kidding me?
11-11. They played 21 games together last year.
It's incredible.
21. But you were talking about, when we went down this rabbit hole, you're discussing how the Warriors just make everybody happy.
It's so...
And you're talking about looking on the other side. I was thinking the Bay Area. When we talk about the Giants, Giants are boring. And then we talk about the 49ers, and we got veins popping out of our foreheads every Monday when we're doing a flex moment of the show. We get so angry over the 49ers. And not just anger, just frustration when we talk about the 49ers. And then you look at the Warriors, and it's like jazz music, right? It's just all happy. You like the way they play, the way they move the ball around, and the characters and the personalities that they have in Clay, Wiseman, Wiggins, Poole, Steph, and Looney. It's a joy to watch.
I was looking at old photos. This was a couple months back, and my cousin sent me some that his mom had sent us. And it's me and my cousin Mike in the backyard wearing our Warrior top and bottoms.
Right.
And we're both we clearly got him for a birthday present.
Right.
We're like 6 years old playing hoops in the backyard. And I'm thinking about how far Warrior fans have come. And I know there's a young group of people that all they know is winning. And I get that. To me, this will never get old.
Nope.
And when I look at Joe Lacob, he is truly better than the modern day Eddie D, because Eddie D couldn't get that stadium finished. He wanted to,
but he got kicked out the league.
But it didn't happen.
He got kicked out the league.
Okay.
He got the vote approved. The vote passed. But it was his own undoing, no doubt.
In 12 years since they've owned the team, they've hung 4 championships. Yep. They have landed one of the greatest free agents in the history of sports.
No doubt.
All right?
Like Eddie D.
They've probably presided over one of the top 8 best basketball careers of all time in Steph Curry. They've got a top 10, 15 coach of all time. All right? They're paying historic tax. They built a waterfront stadium in a town where you can't even get a permit to build a fence in your own backyard.
And they bought the land, which is not cheap in San Francisco. They bought the land, taking it from Salesforce. Bought the land. It didn't. Remember, they were supposed to build on a different pier.
40.
Pier 40.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
30-32, excuse me.
Yeah.
Ahmad Rashad came out, and
I
they
remember
did this
that.
big thing.
Mark Jackson.
And I remember me and Steiny saying, it'll never happen.
Yeah, well,
you're not building on the waterfront.
But you know what?
They pivoted. The actual port.
They pivoted, and they built down the street, and it looks even better.
It's incredible. It's incredible. They built an outdoor. All I'm saying is this: Eddie D was amazing. What Joe Lacob has done, it's unfathomable.
Yeah, and he's going to match Eddie D when it comes to rings. Get a fifth one, you match Eddie DeBartolo, and better believe that Joe Lacob knows that.
He's one of the greatest owners sports has ever seen thus far.
I'm going to pick that up. Because I want to pick up on that. Let's, you throw that out there. Let's pick that up. Let's pick that up, though. Let's pick that up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cachecreek.com.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby have just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and so much more. And they've just added a Kirby's eco-friendly wash. It barely uses any water, and it makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and the interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. And I know if you live in the Bay Area, you got that soot and that fog and that dew on your car, so use it. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, servicing your driveway, no waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access brought to you, your mechanic. Friendly, reliable service, no middlemen and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or use the code JOEWASH, JOEWASH, to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of a Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com. Or call 1-866-KIRBY-1.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer, tax extra.
In Santa Clara today, sunny and hot, highs 89 degrees.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Curry gets it, bounce past Thompson. Thompson steps around, bounce past Looney, goes up for a layup. Good! And got fouled!
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Is this J-Rock?
Drake and Future.
Jake and Future, gotcha.
J-Rock had the
win. Okay.
And that was the 2017. That album, very underrated. Remember that year of albums? Because Nick Brown, I think of Nick Brown, he used to be a producer here at 95.7 The Game. He's not at ESPN. What is Nick Brown doing?
Not guarding me like it's Game 7 of the finals at San Francisco State when we played hoops.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Nick Brown was an athlete. Dude had no body fat.
Yeah, no duh.
And
I still got a bucket on him, and I said to him, dog, I am literally twice your age, and you're guarding me the full length of the court, playing like it's Game 7 of the finals, Pat Beth. Let me get a shot off.
Dude, and it was like, who's that cutie over there? Nick, I said, yo, calm down. Calm down with Nick.
He's
but I
way
miss
better
Nick.
looking than you.
He is
I
very,
will admit that.
No, he is. Nick is smooth.
He's one of the nicest people I've ever met.
Nick is smooth, man.
But he did recommend a lot of great music to me.
He did. And J-Rock, that album that year. I mean, there was a lot of great albums. Kendrick had an album that year. Who else had? There was so many out. Drake had an album. He was like 7th. You know, we're not even going to bring up Kanye, but J-Rock had a good album. J-Rock had a really good album.
What has happened? Can you wear Yeezys? I'm asking you.
I'm not wearing
They're
Yeezys
such
right
sweet
now.
shoes.
They are. I was talking to a security guard yesterday.
This is like the Michael Jackson connection.
They asked where's Darrell Wright? I was like, he's coaching Donda. Donda Academy, Kanye's Academy.
Now, is his son playing on that team?
His son plays Devin, shout out to Dev. He's at Bishop O'Dowd.
He's at O'Dowd.
He's a freshman at O'Dowd.
Brian Shaw's alma mater.
Yeah, he's a freshman. So
I think Dibs coached volleyball there,
he did. Dibs has banners over there at Bishop O'Dowd.
Yeah.
He helped build that new gym that they have at Bishop O'Dowd.
Wins.
It's the house that Dan Dibley built.
Nice. And it's actually a beautiful gym because they have the up top kind of like upper deck.
The new gym.
Oh, no, I went to the old one.
The old gym,
used to have like Epiphany. It would have the stands were behind the hoop up high because we would play a tournament there every year.
It's a really good gym. But now they have a new gym. But the security guard's like, is he coming back, Darrell? I was like, yeah, he'll be back in November. He'll be back in the playoffs. He's going to work it out, and he'll join the morning roast.
Nice.
We're trying to work it out, but he will be back on the roast at some point because he has the dopest intro.
Yeah.
I think it might be better than Nick Friedell's. But, they were like, man, I'm wearing these Yeezys, and I don't even know if I could wear them. And I was like, I know, me too. He's on the Drink Champs podcast with Noriega, and it was like, Kanye, man.
Well, and this is like, this is where I think a lot of people, it's tough. Like you make these different decisions in your life. Like I know, some of these big sneaker companies don't do great things across, waters when it comes to, slave shop or sweatshops and things like that. And it's like, but I do like Adidas and Nike, and I like how they look and I like how they feel, and I'm not saying that this is that or the other, but like I make these different compromises. And like Michael Jackson's music, I have not canceled Michael Jackson out of my playlist.
Yeah,
I probably should, but I love the music.
I haven't canceled Michael Jackson. I've canceled R. Kelly, though.
Oh, I have too. I'm with you.
And R. Kelly
why have we done that? Like, it's a weird...
R. Kelly had... Well, it's because of what R. Kelly's done.
Yeah, no,
and
the
then
doc,
when you go
the
back
doc
and
went really deep.
But when you listen to R. Kelly's music these days, you're like, oh, I can't listen to it to the same, because it's like, yo... What were you doing, dude? And so he's going to rot in jail forever. But anyway, let's move off of R. Kelly.
You asked me a question, and I brought up Joe Lacob.
Yeah, I know.
And I was just kind of like thinking, because they showed the video of him getting booed 10 years ago.
Yeah, and so before we get there, don't forget about the 415ers podcast. If you want more 49ers content, the Niners, how can they stop Patrick Mahomes and the high-flying Kansas City Chiefs? Well, listen to the 415ers podcast for a full preview of the game with our main men, producers, Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy from 95.7 The Game as they get you ready for Sunday. Follow the 415ers in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. And don't forget about Overtime. Our boy Kyle Madsen on Overtime with Alan Stiles after the game. After every single game, Alan Stiles and Kyle Madsen breaking down the 49ers podcast. Oh, I'm classy. I knew this was going to go left. We're not even going to read that comment.
No, let's get into Lacob.
We're going to knew that was going to go right. But you said that Joe Lacob is the greatest owner in sports
Right now. I feel like he is. Maybe not in all time of history. We can have that.
That's what you said. That's what it's like. Okay, you said he's the greatest owner ever.
I think he's up there.
He's the best owner right now in sports?
I think so. Let's look at Eddie D, for example. Let's just compare and contrast.
So when I think of owners, I look at owners, and we'll get the Eddie D in just a second. But we look at owners today. In the NBA, is Joe Lacob the best owner in the NBA right now? Probably. Better than Mickey Arison. Mickey Arison is not out there like that, like Joe Lacob, right? Joe Lacob, probably the top owner in the NBA now.
I will give the Miami Heat this. They never are bad for a prolonged period of time. They have really, without the star power of what the Warriors have had the last couple of years, I'm very impressed by their organization, and they're low-key compared to the Warriors, but they're great. In the NBA circles, they're very respected.
Mark Cuban, I thought, had a chance. His teams, look, he couldn't get a free agent for a long time. Long time. Couldn't get a free agent. So I would give Joe Lacob as the best owner in the NBA.
He's also had some issues when it comes to inside the front office.
Yeah. We're not
I know. I don't want to get into that, but there's been some stuff.
Exactly. So
there's been some stuff.
So Ballmer hasn't won anything yet.
I do think he's on the right track.
The Buss family, Dr. Jerry Buss, has passed away. He went to 16 NBA Finals in 33 years.
They feel very mom and pops.
They are. Ryan Windhorst said that.
Yeah, very mom and pops.
They've been surpassed by the LA Clippers. The Clippers are building a stadium, as Windhorst said yesterday. Yeah. If you missed Brian Windhorst's interview, a lot of people at Chase Center yesterday, yo, I was stuck. My guy Dominic, who works in sales at the Warriors, a lot of people were like, yo, we love the Windhorst interview. A lot of people at Chase Center, they were really happy about that interview. 20 minutes. They actually looked at Windhorst and said, you know what? He's not a bad guy after all.
And if you missed it, you can go on YouTube. The full interview is there. Search 95.7 The Game.
There you go. Or the Odyssey app. So Windhorst is really good, talking about the LA Lakers. But we look at sports, and I look at Kraft in the NFL. I think he's a really good owner with the Patriots.
Gillette Stadium.
No doubt.
Okay, and has presided over the greatest run, even better than the Niners run.
Like the
football.
Warriors. Think about the Warriors before Lacob. Laughing stock. Afterthought. The Patriots growing up were nobody until the Crafts bought them.
They did go to a Super Bowl in 85.
They did.
Okay,
in 85.
I'm just saying. I know.
They went to one Super Bowl and got smoked.
I know.
And got smoked.
Well, and they went to the other one that Brett Favre ended up winning with Desmond Howard.
Under Kraft, right?
Yeah, that was, I think, his first year.
Yep.
And they had the old stadium that was...
Old Foxborough Stadium.
Yes,
But the Patriots were, whatever.
No, he's been amazing.
He's been amazing.
He's been amazing.
He flipped, and they're now one of the more
denying
iconic franchises in all the sports.
No doubt.
Robert Kraft. I'm not giving Jerry Jones no love because Jerry Jones has done nothing since the 90s without Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, but as a businessman, he deserves recognition.
Winning. You got to win, Shaq.
Well, no, it's not. See, to me,
you got to win.
Well, just give me a second. Winning is a key component, but there are other factors that can elevate or keep you lower. And we'll get to Jerry and Eddie D in a second, but it's not just winning, but that's a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
It's a big deal.
Jerry Jones has done nothing without Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Nothing. Jason Garrett, Mike McCarthy, playoff failures after playoff failures. And we heard about what happened at the owners meeting yesterday where he's going at Robert Kraft. And Kraft is like, what? Excuse me? Stand down, homie. Stand down. Jerry Jones should have to stand down to Robert Kraft. Robert Kraft has been more impactful in the NFL in the last 20 years, in my opinion, than Jerry Jones. Now, I know you could look at the business stuff and all that, but Kraft has Lombardis.
Oh.
Jerry doesn't.
Yeah, but most.
Since the 90s. So we look at Robert Kraft, right? Who else would be in the NFL in that conversation?
In the NFL in that conversation? Oh, man.
Like, I think Arthur Blank is a good owner, but he hasn't won anything in Atlanta.
When people are going to go to the Steelers and that family.
The Rooneys,
yeah,
the Hunts, Kansas City.
I think the Maras have been pretty darn good for a long time.
New York, that's a good call.
Even though they've been kind of inept as of late, but they have got Super Bowl wins.
They've got 4 Lombardis.
Yeah,
and they've got a slew of NFL championships.
But I look at Major League Baseball, and I do have to say that, you look at like the Ricketts. I believe the Ricketts are the ones.
Oh, in Chicago.
Yeah,
the Cubs.
they've done some pretty good things.
They have. And they rebuilt Wrigley, even though Wrigley looks nice. So Wrigley, we got to go to Wrigley next year.
Yeah.
You and I, you got to go to Wrigley. You're a big baseball guy. You have to see Wrigley.
And I will look at the San Francisco Giants, and I would say they have a place somewhere in here. I don't know where, but I do think that they're in the mix.
So it's funny you bring up the Giants because I ran into Larry Bear yesterday at the Chase Center Club, JP Morgan Club. And Larry Bear was discussing alongside Steve Kerr, Mrs. Kerr. Shout out to Mrs. Kerr.
Oh, nice.
She's awesome. She listens to 95.7 The Game a lot. And so
Hi,
they
Mrs.
were talking.
Kerr.
Yeah, say hello to Mrs. Kerr. First name. What's her first? I need to get her first name. I forget her first name, and I just knew it. I'm terrible with names. But the Giants have done a good job. Waterfront Ballpark.
Come on.
Peter McGowan, Larry Bear, they saved the Giants. Kept them in San Francisco.
Top 15 in payroll the entire time.
Attendance, they had a down year in attendance this year. It's $2.4 billion.
Yeah, they're still 15th in the league.
So that's cool.
In the most lockdown part of the country where people are still a little reluctant to go out.
But there is a conversation that Joe Lacob is the best owner in all of sports today. All time, I'm not going to go there yet. When it's all said and done, he could be, but I'm not going to go there right now. But just in terms of the present day, it's hard to argue that Joe Lacob isn't one of the 5 best owners in all the sports.
So let's compare him to the Giants and the Niners as of right now. So like when Peter McGowan and Larry Bear, and I know it's a larger ownership group, they're kind of more the faces. When they took over the Giants were going to go to Toronto in 77. Mm-hmm. They were going to go to Santa Clara in the mid-'80s. They were going to go to St. Petersburg, Florida in the 90s. They had one foot out the door. And the Safeway money came in, and that's where Peter McGowan and Larry Bear, they got a ton of people to invest locally, and they built one of the crown jewels of Major League Baseball and a downtown ballpark. Really kind of them in Baltimore revitalized the let's build a stadium in downtown of a major thoroughfare city, and let's make it the heartbeat of the organization. And they are embedded in the community unlike any other.
No doubt.
They clearly invested in Barry Bonds and free agents, and they brought in one of the greatest winning runs of 25 years that this organization's ever seen.
Larry was telling me how they hired Dusty Baker in Peter McGowan's living room.
It's incredible.
It's incredible, right?
It really
Dusty
is.
Baker. And he was talking about Dusty Baker, right? He was like, man, he should be in the Hall of Fame. And I didn't realize, not only did we read the Reds to the playoffs, the Giants to the playoffs, the Cubs to the playoffs, I forgot about the Nats.
Yeah, you don't remember?
I do remember now because when they lost to the Cubs, they should have won that game. And I remember Bryce Harper was just tone deaf on, he didn't give Dusty Baker a vote of confidence whatsoever.
No.
And I was like, that's shady.
Yeah.
And now he's got the Astros.
I know.
And they got the Astros to the World Series, and I'm pulling, I want Dusty to win a ring so bad as a manager. So bad. It's tough to look at Philadelphia and not root for them and not root for the Padres.
No, screw the Phillies.
Yeah, I know. Bob Melvin and the Padres, you want to root for them, and they had a chance to win it in the 9th inning, but they went a Schwarber bomb. Oh, my God. 488 feet. That was a bomb. But the Giants have done a great job.
Great job. And, they really have embodied the civic and private partnership between a community and a private entity and what could be and revitalizing an entire neighborhood.
Yep, no
Would
doubt.
you agree?
No doubt.
And then obviously they've had the success of the 3 championships, but they've been in the playoffs. And I know that it's expanded in the last couple of years, at least the last 20 with the advent of the wild card and whatnot.
I want to say Kerr's wife name, her first name is Margot. I want to get that right. I think it's Margot, Margot. So Margot. I just want to, Mrs. Kerr, I want to give her respect and call her on a first name basis. I think it's disrespectful when we don't do that, but she was very, very sweet yesterday and very, very kind. But the Giants have done a good job. Think about the Lakers now. We had them on the show yesterday, and I know you watched this. In just under 10 years, a 10-year anniversary of the Lakers owning the Golden State Warriors, and now, along with Peter Guber, they've generated over $30 million when it comes to grants and loans for the community, for underprivileged kids. $30 million, and it's something that he's really proud about.
Well, he should be. I mean, he should absolutely be proud about it.
Yeah.
And look, I will give the Giants this, and I'm a direct benefactor of the Giants Community Fund because I do stuff with the Junior Giants. They literally do stuff for thousands and thousands of kids throughout the entire community, and I'm sure the Niners do awesome things as well that aren't as highlighted. I'm glad and I'm happy and I'm thankful as a member of this community that those things happen. Right. I think people dismiss those things. There's a lot of hard work and energy and money that gets thrown, and there's a lot of people that are working on the ground level that is helping, and kids in our community. So those things are very important, and the Warriors have done those things. I look at Eddie D, right? The times were so different, but they kind of inherited Candlestick, right, in 77, 78 when he took over, but they inherited one of the worst franchises in sports.
Yep.
And that's what they were. The Niners were a loser. They had acquired O.J. Simpson because they were not selling tickets, and they gave up 2 first-round picks for him. He was completely washed.
And you saw the Joe Montana doc on Peacock where OJ was just going through the motions.
He was done. He was
going
done.
through the motions.
And so, like, you look at what the Niners were at that time, they were a small thought afterwards when it comes to the sports scene here. The Giants were the dominant team in terms of in the city, and the Niners were like, who cares? And also the city was going through so much turmoil with the assassinations and stuff at City Hall.
And that's, they won 5 championships in basically 14 years. But the one knock on Eddie D was he was quick to try to fire coaches. He almost damn near fired Bill Walsh a million times, right? Damn near all the time. Took away the control in 87. And then you think about what happened with Seifert and then Mooch, and then boom, he's out.
But the one thing that I think that he would say was the INC, the incomplete on his resume, and it's because of the Louisiana boat thing where he got in trouble trying to bribe a state official. He didn't get the stadium passed. We gave them the city of San Francisco.
The vote passed.
Yeah, because
they didn't build the stadium.
Exactly. Though. We gave them $100 million, which is 98. $100 million. Santa Clara, 12 years later, gave them $100 million.
They had the stadium ready to go.
Yeah, it was going to be in Hunters Point. It was going to be kind of where the current site is.
Strip mall, movie theater, jobs, all the stuff.
Prop G, Prop F. Yep. But he didn't get it done. Right? He didn't get it done. And so I'll give the Yorks this. They picked up the ball and they had to completely reset everything at a time where it's really difficult to build. And they did find a way to stay in the Bay Area. They deserve credit there. Now, we can argue about the location, the design, all of those things. I look at what the Warriors have done with private money to be able to buy that land and build in San Francisco before the pandemic when it was, again, do you know how hard it is to get a permit to build a 6-foot fence in your backyard? These guys built a $2 billion palace on the water.
And give Goober credit too. I know people are saying, how come Peter Goober doesn't get flowers? He does get flowers. He's helped. He's part of the Dodgers ownership group. The Dodgers have been really, really good. And, of course, the Golden State Warriors. And Goober was alongside Joe Lacob yesterday. They are the front guys for the Golden State Warriors. And they get a lot of credit for what they've done with the community, because the Warriors have always been ahead of the curve when it comes to the community stuff. Alongside Chris Mullin, Spreewell, back in the day with Hardaway and Mitch Richmond, they've always been great in the community. But the Lakers have also done a great job alongside Steph Curry and company, and to build that stadium or that arena right there in downtown San Francisco with Thrive City, to build it and put their money where their mouth is, and then pay all the taxes.
So that's the key point for me.
The luxury tax thing. And everybody's we always go back and forth. I call you Mr. Charles Schwab when it comes to the finances.
But the money has to make sense.
I don't like to count. I don't like to go into their pockets, though. Like owners, you can't cry broke. You can't say, hey, I'm cheap. Sell the team then.
No, but
that's how fans think.
I know, but there's also a reality of you got to pay the bills, right?
You have to pay the bills.
I look at
you can't penny pinch. Not in this market.
No, but part of why the Giants were not reluctant, but just a little trying to be more discerning in free agency for 20 years, they had a big mortgage bill to pay off that stadium. That was part of their narratives.
You have to give the Hall of Famer Rick Welts his credit too. Thanks, San Jose Jazz fan. Rick Welts does,
of course,
deserve flowers for the stadium as well.
But I look at their tax bill and what they're doing and reinvesting it back into the team, and then listening to Joe Lacob with you yesterday. Look, man. We could argue about who you personally like the most as a person. We can argue about a lot of things. You cannot deny this dude is maniacally obsessed with competing at everything.
Winning. He wants to win.
It's not just winning.
He wants to win.
He wants to have the best stadium. He wants to have the best facilities. He wants the experience in the stadium to be the best it possibly can be. He wants everything to be top-notch. Did you see the rings? They slide open and show you how many titles you have.
It's pretty sick.
Everything they do is so
sick.
thought out. It's just
class.
incredible.
And so I ran into a former CEO of the 49ers, Peter Harris, unfortunately at a funeral. And I want to shout out the Payne family, Matt, Andrew, and Rosalind. I love you guys. I'm thinking about you every single day. You guys know if you need something, as well as Big Dog City, because Lyle Payne was a father to Big Dog City. Great people. I love the Payne family. But I ran into Peter Harris at the funeral, and he knows the Lakers. And Peter Harris brought up, he goes, look, man, my kids grew up with the Lacob kids, Kirk. And he's like, Joe Lacob at these games for his kids wanted to win so bad. He goes, he is probably the most competitive person I've ever met. And when you hear Joe Lacob, when he hit the podium before the finals last year, how many owners you see? Well, Jerry Jones does it every game where he's going to talk to the media, which is a joke. Jerry Jones, sit in the box. I don't need to hear from you about the Dallas Cowboys, whether or not they won or lost. I don't need to hear from you, but it's cool to have him talk to people. I wish Jed York would be a little more open. I want to talk to Jed York a little bit more.
He walked through the crowd yesterday at Thrive City, Joe Lacob did, with Raymond Ritter.
No security.
With no security.
I said that to Bully.
I couldn't believe it.
I said that to Bully. I was like, bro, he has no security. And he's high-fiving people. He's waving.
I couldn't believe it.
Jay Lacob keeps quoting Jerry Buss. He goes, he went to 16 finals in 33 years. That is a standard for me. And I remember Game 6, and you watch it all the time.
Such an unreasonable standard.
Unbelievable. And when we had Lacob on last year on the parquet floor, and he had to have that, I was like, man, you're like the modern day Eddie DeBartolo. I said this from day one, he's the modern day Eddie D with his cockiness, the arrogance. But I love that. I love that in my owners. And he goes, how many championships Eddie D have? And I know Joe, you know how many he had. I was like, he has 5. He goes, it's interesting. He knows. He knows how many championships Eddie D has, and he has a chance to match him as an owner. So you got to give him his flowers.
Do you ever think about what I think about a lot? I think about this a lot, and I know it's weird. I think about how sad I was when Larry Ellison didn't get the team and how wrong I was. I think about that constantly.
You weren't the only one.
I thought money was going to solve everything in terms of Larry Ellison's money. I thought that, you just wanted the gazillionaire owner who could buy everything and fix everything. And I remember being like, what? Some minority owner from the Celtics?
Yeah.
It's an ownership group?
Yep.
What? I mean, I could not have been more wrong.
No, we're all wrong. Hey, look, on the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line, we'll get to 2 calls before we flex.
He's been incredible.
Stan Kroenke, Stanley Cup.
Oh, yeah, Stan Kroenke deserves. Yes, how did we omit him? I think his stadium, of all the football stadiums I do, that's the best one I've ever been to.
SoFi Stadium's.
It's ridiculous.
SoFi Stadium's the best stadium.
It's ridiculous.
Out there.
It's so good the Chargers pay to play there.
Yeah, I know. And you see how it pops differently for the Rams and the Chargers? Monday Night Football, I was noticing that.
It's called the
Monday Night
crowd.
Football. Yeah. All the orange, and there was a lot of empty seats there. Yeah. Just didn't feel the same. Let's go to Neff in Santa Clara and then look at the Dillon in Mountain View. Neff, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me on.
No problem.
Really love the show, especially this morning, man, after ripping the Lakers' butt. Really nice.
What are you doing out there? You saw some wood or something? What's going on?
I'm actually in a data center right now. I'm a low voltage technician. I'm working with some fiber optics right now.
Oh, nice.
In the background becoming.
Yeah, he's a Sparky. Yeah, he's an electrician.
I'm sorry?
You're a Sparky.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm on my way. Anyways, just speaking on the Warriors, guys, there was a little nugget that happened. I happened to catch it this morning on Bleacher Report at about 5:30 in the morning, scrolling through the Warriors feed. There was a moment during the game where LeBron and Draymond had a moment and stuff. Draymond came off the bench. I don't know if you guys saw that. They were all hugging.
Oh, we saw it.
Cute a little bit. Yeah, it made me throw up in my mouth a little bit.
Well, look, this is what I would say. Guys have interactions during the game. Let's not overreact to this, that, and the other. Draymond's still here. His teammates still embrace him. You saw them all laughing. Yeah, he's buddies with LeBron. We don't love it. It's not the end of the world. A lot of guys do this around the league. They got friends.
Look, man, everybody's going to look at Draymond Green every second this season and post everything. A lot of fans are going to critique every layup, every missed floater, every defensive assignment. Every 3 that he passes up, we're going to look at it over and over. It is what it is, especially after what happened a couple weeks ago with Jordan Poole. We're going to look at it over and over and over. Right. And you know what? Draymond is responsible for it.
Yeah.
He's got to be held accountable for it. So when you talk about LeBron James and to the fans, it feels like he gives LeBron James a lot more love than Stephen Curry, which is probably not true, but he mentions LeBron James all the time. When Bleacher Report came out with something 5 years ago, it was like, well, he ripped Nicki Minaj for mentioning LeBron in every lyric, and it feels like every podcast he mentions, even in his presser, coming back from the Jordan Poole apology, they were talking about the contract lingering. And he talked about LeBron first, and then he mentioned Steph Curry. So it is what it is, man. I don't get caught up in that.
They said that last caller called from 1996.
Oh, wow.
What'd you think of Draymond coming in a green, shiny suit?
Money green.
If you wear that suit going onto stage, I'm going to laugh at you.
Yeah,
I'm going to let you know. You can pull it off. You cannot.
I'm not going to try to pull it off.
He did look like a villain, didn't he?
Dylan, real quick in Mountain View.
Like out of like one of those like Batman movies.
He did. Dylan, real quick in Mountain View before we flex. What's up, Dylan?
Riddle me this.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Good, man. Good.
Man, I just want to let you guys know this is the worst Lakers shooting team I've ever seen in the NBA.
Are you a Laker fan?
Hell no.
All right, you sounded depressed.
Dub Nation, baby.
You sounded like Guru. You sounded like what Guru's going to sound like at 12 o'clock.
But you know, in the Bay Area, we got all these fake Warrior fans that are Laker fans on the Undo.
Yeah, Daryl the Guru Johnson.
We just want everyone to know. Whoever put this team together is obviously tanking for Victor, because no way this team lasts throughout.
Do they have picks?
Do they even have a first round?
I don't even know if they have picks.
I don't know. I don't think they have picks. I don't think they have, because they traded the ball for Anthony Davis. How's that trade look now?
Yeah, okay, while we're here, there are a lot of Laker fans like, well, I'm a Warrior fan if they're good, but if they're not, I pick another team in the Western Conference, and that's who I roll with. Oh, that is the worst
I think they're soft
crap I've ever heard. Because I've heard Guru try to explain his flow chart of rooting for teams. I got like 6 East Coast teams, and I got a couple of National League teams, and I got 3 AFC teams. Yeah. I love you, Guru, but that is fraud.
We were talking about ownership in the 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte, I want to put this out there. I'm worried about Lacob buying the Angels. Worried about Lacob. Oh, boy, Willard Dibs. Look at Dibs. Looking back. We want to flex. They want to talk. Let's flex. Fuck, you guys walked in early.
The best there is. The best there ever will be, basically. That's what we're watching with Steph Curry. He's the best there is. The best there ever will be when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. Just enjoy every second of it. The guy is so unique. He's just incredible. Last night, you're like, oh no, they can't get a stop. Oh, the Lakers are trying really hard for 4 minutes here. And then it's like, boom, boom, boom. He gets the layup where he's like spinning around, putting it up off the glass in the reverse fashion. Then he hits a couple of teardrop threes, and you're like, dude, he's so good.
Night. And it was funny. And it was just funny to hear Kevin Harlan and Reggie Miller. Oh, we got a 13-point game. Oh, Lakers are playing hard. Oh, and I was like, Kevin, Reggie, pipe down. People have already tuned out. We're waiting for Inside the NBA. We're waiting for Warriors Live. Like, pipe down. This game's over. Like, come on. It's done.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, Flex moment of the show, and I didn't realize we were running late. I forgot to change over. Supposed to start at what time, Dibs?
55. You flex.
Starts when it starts. There's no supposed to.
Well,
just
thought our show was 6 to 9.
You're not Tom Coughlin.
The show actually is 6 to about 9:26 if we're doing it right, because the changeover, by the way, has become absolute molten lava liquid fire.
I know. ABC Steiny Guru going up until the first break. Right?
Yeah,
I heard their intro on the show. Didn't play until like 12:30.
Because Steiny needs the full 3-minute break to get himself situated for that microphone.
Wow.
Not yesterday. They came in hot, but
no, it doesn't work.
He came in hot.
He got the satchel, and he's taking time.
You guys are talking about Shanahan. That's right, Shanahan.
Well, we got into some Shanahan.
You guys are going at it about Shanahan. I was getting texts about that.
He didn't. Yeah, and Steiny didn't like.
Steiny
didn't like that I kind of made a Steiny sound when I said go through the coaches in the NFL today that you would take over Shanahan, and when Dibs brought up Belichick, I was kind of like, meh. And he was like, wait a minute.
Right,
we're really going to talk about Belichick? And
we're not laughing at Joe Judge and Patricia no more, are we?
No, not currently.
We're not laughing anymore.
The pencil.
Still in last place, but anyway.
3-3.
Hilarious, though, because he's like, name a coach, you take over him, and I thought it was safe. A safe space would be to go with the hoodie, and he
I was
take me out of the sky.
In a current moment, though, Belichick is 70. Do you want a 70-year-old coach who hires a DC as an OC?
Belichick may be coaching until he's 80.
He might.
Doesn't look like he's slowing down. Pete Carroll, how old is Pete Carroll? 72 or something like that?
They're very comparable.
Both north of 70, yeah.
Pete Carroll,
I think Pete's got a year or two on
tied
it.
with the Niners, even though they don't have the tiebreak, but all of a sudden Seattle.
Pete Carroll, Redwood High School up in Larkspur. Shout out to the local
kid. Shout out to Redwood Giants.
Exactly. Your nickname knowledge of high schools is crazy. Now, I covered high school, maybe not longer than you, but earlier than you. And so, but like if I threw out Terra Nova, you would know Terra. And I mean, this guy is like, you're like John Dickinson when it comes to, hey, how'd the Warriors do against Orlando? It was a cloudy day on the Thursday.
Actually, Rick Barry was there, and all the guys he was with fell asleep.
RB24.
Cliffy Ray fell asleep. And I was like, hey, Rick, why does Clifford Ray always fall asleep? Well, that's just what Clifford does. We would go to movies, we go bowling, he just fall asleep anyway. That's what Cliff does. RB24, promo RB24. By the way, Mullen mentioned that yesterday. He was like, he was listening to that interview. He goes, yeah, Rick, and, they're talking about pickleball because Mullen's picked up pickleball.
Oh, yeah.
And you wouldn't believe Rick Barry's like telling him about paddles, asking him about his skill level. Oh, I can get you a paddle, this and that.
Rick's a 4.5. Just ask him. Yeah. I didn't even know they had. I know in tennis they have that rating system, but I didn't.
It's a rating system.
Yeah, and tennis, I used to play 3.5, and I would win all the time at 3.5. Then I moved up to 4.0, and I had a hard time.
It's a handicap system,
basically. Yeah, and it's more corrupt than the golf one.
Well, that one's just ridiculous.
Yeah, tennis you get all kinds of sandbagging. So you sandbag for a year. Like I was a 3.5, and I went like 12-1, and we went to the sectionals, and then most of our team got moved up to 4.0, and your boy got cuffed around. Not enough of an offensive game,
Oh, man.
Kind of like the Lakers.
Yeah, like the Lakers. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. Real quick, Sasky. KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco. I can already see the text line. I can always hear the Hegan say, oh, you didn't read the legal. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game.
Way to get it in. And I just wanted to get a quick needle in on my guy. Well, some good news, bad news. Good news is gorgeous vest.
Oh, thank you.
If you're not watching on the YouTube, it's brand new.
No, it's like 2 or 3 years old.
Yeah.
See the collar? It's
got look at you.
Okay. Half moon bag. Good
Mark
stuff.
and I were talking about your...
I don't want to be a hater.
No.
But her vest back in.
For me, it is. I'm Marty McFly, bro.
I've never been a vest guy.
1985.
Me either.
Not my style, but Chazky and I, we have different styles.
I run hot, and so I could, and it's a fog thing. I can wear shorts in the fog, and to me, it's perfectly fine. I like my arms to be free, but I like a little warmth around the chest.
Hey, I don't care what's on the catwalk, man.
Exactly.
If it's in your house, it's in.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Should I
just
wear a
never
green
been the best
suit like Draymond?
Yeah.
Well, is your last name Green?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, money Green, baby. He's got a lot of that.
I was watching LeBron last night, fellas, and let me ask you this one. I have never seen a player call his own timeout, challenge his own play, and then get it overturned and still continue complaining like LeBron James did last night. I know he's one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
It's remarkable the stuff that he gets away with.
They should have, in honor of Bill Russell, allowed him to be player coach.
Thank you,
because Bill Russell was the Boston Celtics player. And we're all wearing number 6 this year, so they should have just said, Darvin, you go ahead and be the assistant.
Exactly.
D-Ham, it's going to be LeBron.
Yeah, well, it is that. It is that.
I know.
It's always
been doing that with Vogel, though, too, and Luke Walton.
It is.
Yeah, it's always their fault.
She does it kind of for Draymond Green, too.
Look,
some guys got that, too, so it's like, challenge that.
No, LeBron didn't even look at the coach. He looked at Tony Brothers, and he was like, we're challenging that. And Darvin Ham was like, yes, we're challenging that.
And it wasn't even a foul on Kuminga. Was that a foul on Kuminga?
He elbowed Kuminga with
He didn't get the BOD. LeBron did, the 20-year BOD.
My favorite,
That's right.
though,
benefit of the doubt.
My favorite is actually now you can watch NBA players and you can tell immediately who's got juice based on when they start doing the circle finger thing to the coach. Pat Bev tried to do it last night and everyone was like, go sit down. You're not reviewing that junk. Like,
he was doing it in Minnesota.
Oh my God.
And Chris Fitz is like, relax. You're not Catman, dude. You're not Carl
I
Anthony
know you're
Towns.
one of the 4 Lakers we've heard of, but I'm sorry. You're number 4 of the 4.
Today we're going to play a game called Laker or Lawyer. We're just gonna.
That is good.
Mark was
That
just
is good.
Mark was
That
just
is
running
really
through the
good.
bench, and he's like, "I'm going to give you the last name and the initial. Go ahead and see if you know their first name."
Yeah, if I
and
had
I think
done
I went
this-
2 for 8.
If I had done this before the game last night, if we had gone through the lake, like I was struck. I sat down and I'm like, okay, because everyone's always telling me, right, man, if LeBron and AD are healthy, gotta watch out for this team.
Yes, sir.
And here they come on the floor with the other 2 starters I've heard of. Hate each other.
Yes.
And one of them is the worst basketball player now I've ever seen in my life in the NBA.
Going to the Hall of
His
Fame.
name's Russell Westbrook. Pat Beverly, we get role player, does good things, defense.
Wait, did you say
but whatever.
worse?
I'm exaggerating.
I know
but,
that.
But oh
that's
my
all right.
God.
I'm a little sleep deprived.
If Russell Westbrook is not pushing in the wrong direction for the team,
He feels bad for him.
like
I do feel bad for him because
Why?
he's getting all the blame. We knew this wasn't going to be a good fit when they made the
called
trade.
this about LeBron. You're like, he'll be the scapegoat.
He'll be the scapegoat. LeBron always has a scapegoat. Anthony
always said
Davis
this.
is sitting outside chucking threes and playing on the perimeter. Where's the blame with him? He's put all this bulk. Get your big ass down on the block and go bang with the big boys.
my man.
Sorry, I got some guruism in me. But yet, LeBron coasts on defense, throws teammates under the bus for years. Yeah, Westbrook is getting all the
Okay,
heat.
you're not wrong, but it's not a good fit is a funny statement because it will follow Westbrook everywhere he goes the same way it has for the last 3 organizations. What is the fit for Russell
that's
Westbrook?
the team's
Orlando.
problem.
You need to be the
no
best
doubt.
player on a terrible team.
Great.
No doubt.
That's-
But you know what?
That's the best fit.
How about Daryl Morey gets some bleed? They trade for Russell Westbrook knowing that Houston, all they do is shoot threes. Westbrook's not a 3-point shooter.
What
so then he
is
goes
he?
to Washington.
Yeah,
so he
I
goes
don't
to
know.
Washington. Hey, he actually helped Washington get to the playoffs. They actually made the playoffs.
Like he's
and
fast.
he played hard.
He's fast. He's athletic. He plays really hard, but it's sad. Like he
It
is
is
not
sad.
a winning basketball
sad,
player.
but-
And he's a guy who does 3 things right on a court in a game, and after each one, he yells at a crowd that wasn't saying anything to him.
Well,
I kinda
when
like
he was
that,
with
though.
OKC, let me just real quick.
It's WWE. We want to be entertained,
When
right?
you're in the
you talk
crowd,
about
it's
Giants
pretty
being
cool.
swagged out. It's entertainment.
He makes a great villain.
But he does make a great villain.
But the look on the face of the fans when they're
That's
looking
true.
back at him, they're like, Russ, we weren't saying anything. We want you to shoot.
But how-
We're just sitting here having popcorn stuff, yelling at me.
My problem is though, and trust me, we all know about my legendary run-in with Russell Westbrook. I'm not a Westbrook guy
you
at
heard
all.
this,
No, we
Mark?
don't need to play it. We don't need to play it. It's a legendary run-in. No, we don't need to play it. No, let's not derail the changeover. No, seriously, I don't want to hear it.
9:27, we'll play it.
LeBron James gets to skate by with no heat.
No,
Look at LeBron James
no.
dog. He dogs it every single game now. He's statues.
Well, what I was telling
He's
Mark
settling.
is
Yeah,
that
he's
he believes now that he's Ray Allen, and that's the way he wants to play. He's settling for threes. LeBron at his best is when he exerts his physicality and his will. He's the most physically dominant athlete of my lifetime, of any sport.
I agree
think,
with you.
in terms of
Serena, Tiger, and him.
Yes, and I think, I'm a big Premier League guy. Erling Haaland for Manchester City is that guy in soccer. You'll get to know him as he continues to rise as a global superstar, but LeBron's not that guy anymore. He's not. 2 or 3 times a night, he gets the ball and decides, I'm LeBron James, I'm going to the cup, try to stop me. But other than that,
No finesse.
it's step back threes, spot up threes. He's become Ray Allen.
Well, what's funny, and we were talking about this. I'm a big LeBron fan. I admit it. Like I've been a LeBron fan since he was 18 years old, and I saw him and Dickie V on that. Remember that Wednesday high school telecast? Like
an all-time great.
I've been a
Awesome,
LeBron
baby.
fan forever. The thing that I was envisioning for his career, either he could do one of 2 things: become more of a post player, where he could get the ball at the block and be able to facilitate the offense that way with shooters around him. That's what my vision was for him as he started to age, because he is so physically strong. But going north and south from the top of the key takes a little away from you. You'd slow down.
Some of you may have been at the game last night. If you watched on TV, you saw where we are in LeBron's career, which is miss the majority of your 3-point shots, make maneuvers towards your coach and say, let's review that. And then when we go to commercial break, the commercial is LeBron.
Yes.
Like that happened at least 4 times last night.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh, well, that's what he wants. That's why he's like, I'm pushing to
Him
be
and
on the
his kid
Lakers.
in a commercial.
Thank you. Can we, now that we've watched this, do we have to listen to people again this year? But if the Lakers are healthy,
No, they're
you
dismissing
don't want to
them. No.
see them.
Well,
Yes, I do.
Were people saying that last year?
They are awful.
But they
at
generate
full
clicks.
strength.
Yeah.
But again, going back
it's the Laker brand.
It's the Laker brand generating clicks.
I get
so
that.
that's why people. But
this
the thing
team
is,
is not a threat to anyone about anything.
Well, Windhorst said it yesterday. They're not going to be a threat at all.
No.
And I think we all kind of know that. Like, without, you got to have role players. Look at the role players.
Oh my gosh, I've not heard of any
They're
of
not
these
even NBA
people.
players.
4 through 12. I mean, like, no, I'm serious. Like,
No, for
they're
real.
playing JTA in game 1, and I'm like, I love you, JTA.
Yeah.
We all do. We have mad respect. You cannot be playing JTA that much on the court. And then LeBron's throwing it to him like, shoot. And I'm like, no.
Fire your three. Yeah, he's like the 7th player on their team right now.
Exactly.
No, if I had done this, and for some of you it'll still work, if we had done this last night before you watched the game, would you have been able to complete any of these? Forget your 4 guys that you've heard of. This is the rest of the Laker roster. L. Walker 4.
Lonnie
The
Walker.
only reason
Larry
you would
Walker,
know him
former
is if you
Rocky.
played
Lonnie Walker,
fantasy
Larry
and he
Walker.
was on your team because of the Spurs and whatever.
Again,
but yes.
Vontae, you'll get all these, but just as
no
listener,
doubt.
listen to these. M. Ryan.
No clue who he was.
Matt Ryan,
W.
Colts.
Gabriel.
Boston College.
Yeah.
C. Swider. J.
That's the one, C.
J.
Swider.
Toscano Anderson.
Yeah.
We got that.
Yeah.
A. Reeves. K. Nunn.
It's Andy Reeves.
Well, Kane was a Warrior. He was a Warrior guy, so that's the only reson why we would know him.
Right.
He
S.
was a
Nunn.
Warrior
Yep.
guy for a minute.
S. Pippen Jr. Obviously, we get that.
Steve Pippen is what Kyle said. Isn't that perfect?
That is good.
I mean,
Like Kyle came up with
really
that.
good.
M.
Had me
Christie.
rolling.
Like this, that's the Lakers.
It's crazy.
What?
They played that guy Matt Ryan last night, and I watched, and they like brought him. I go, I've never heard of this guy.
Ryan?
Who is he? And he's getting major run, and
I
they're
know.
like, oh, he's going to be a player for them this year. I'm like, no, he's not. He's stepping out of bounds.
Part of the
First
big
pass.
28-3 Super Bowl loss in Atlanta.
It was
Matt
crazy.
Ryan.
Guy had more minutes
Shanahan
than
was
Wiseman
there, too.
last
Okay,
night.
so here's my
It's not his
question
fault,
to you
though.
guys.
It's not his fault. Not
on
his
LeBron.
fault.
Are you surprised that he's like? It feels like he's done winning championships. Like he's chosen
he's done.
to stop
done.
winning championships. I'm a little surprised.
Well, I'm not, because he's been trending this way for a couple years with the shop,
You've been on
with all
this.
the commercials.
Yeah.
And I'm a big LeBron fan too. I was huge. I remember watching that high school game when they beat the #1 team in the country, Oak Hill, and beat them by 30. I'm like, damn, who is this guy? And then he goes up to Sacramento as an 18-year-old, almost drops a triple-double. But they are done. That's why I can't look at Westbrook and say, Barkley said it perfectly at halftime. I thought Barkley was spot on. I know we give Barkley a lot of grief, but when Barkley was like, what? Russell Westbrook has no more joy playing basketball. The Lakers have sucked the joy out of him. He's not exuberant. He's miserable. They should just go ahead and trade him now. And I agree with that. Get him out of there and let LeBron suffer losing all those games in the Lakers. And let Laker fans go to LeBron James, because it's so easy to point at Westbrook. Like it's so easy to point at Garoppolo, right? We always had these scapegoats. I don't like it anymore. I'm not going to scapegoat Jimmy G anymore. I'm not going to scapegoat Westbrook. I'm looking at LeBron James. Look at the leaders of the team. The leaders, Dibs, right?
Yeah. 1,294, by the way, is the number for LeBron James to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
That means
most
something
points
to me.
all time. No, that's going to happen. But the days of him chasing chips are over. Right now, he's waiting to break that record. He's waiting to be the first ever father-son. I called this years ago when Bronny's going to get a charity spot. He's not. He's not.
He's the 50th best player in his own prospect
But
class.
LeBron James has so much juice that Bronny and LeBron are going to get to play together alongside Draymond Green next year. And then after next year, LeBron can go into the sunset. That's the way this is going to go.
That's a 12-win team. I mean, look,
that's
LeBron.
a lot of pressure on his son, man.
LeBron, I was when LeBron went to the Lakers, I was still living down there, and so I can tell you this as fact. Well before he signed with the Lakers. In LA, the media knew he was signing with the Lakers, and it wasn't because he thought he could go. And I know he got the COVID championship. I get it. That was also 4 years ago.
They would have never have won that if they had to play consecutive.
Listen,
AD was hurt. He was hurt.
You're watching why LeBron signed with the Lakers, and the reason like winning titles was somewhere down in 6th or 7th
So it was
on the
Space
list.
Jam?
It was Hollywood.
Ugh.
It was business. It was Blaze Pizza. It was Bronny and that high school.
It is good.
Sierra Canyon.
Sierra Canyon and building all of this. Let's be on the AT&T commercials.
Yeah.
That's what this was. And so you're watching it. Everything you guys just pointed out when you're watching him play basketball, it hasn't really been. Yes, it's about basketball. as reason number 6.
Yes.
Right.
And you can see it.
But
you can see it.
Like, as someone who appreciates his game and his place in sports, I'm like, God, I did want to see him at the end compete for championships, even if he was the second or third best player on a team. Like I said to him 3 or 4 years ago, I'm like, I'll take LeBron on the Warriors. Looking back on it now, if he's got all these other things going on, I will not take LeBron on the Warriors.
Mark said this before, though, like watching athletes get old and fade out is one of the hardest things we do.
It's true.
As fans, as journalists, whatever. Tom Brady's the only athlete I can think of ever. Maybe George Blanda.
Yeah.
Shout out those of us who remember the late Blanda.
George Blanda.
Yeah, but
28 jacks?
Even Bonds, though, the way his career ended was sad because he got frozen out.
Yeah, he kind of got strangled out of the league.
Absolutely.
Little different in baseball, though, too, because I think to the point you guys are making about LeBron, like in basketball, there's a hierarchy.
Yeah.
And if you're going to be the one on a team
and make $50 million,
there's a lot that goes into that, and he's not playing that role right now. But at the same token, I understand it's hard for people to come off of what you've always been. Like 2 years from now, 3 years from now, let's say Jordan Poole is a more effective player than Steph Curry, but Steph's still on the team. Like, that's not easy.
That's a different personality, though.
Yes, he is. So
very different personality.
Look at Jerry and T.O. They couldn't coexist together.
Right. Those are different personalities.
I would think
Steph is more of a humble superstar.
But to his point, that's unique.
I would exactly. I would pick Steph to handle that. But we all do this when we can't. Like our mind works in ways that our body doesn't, and so it's hard to suddenly go, I'm not the same guy that I was 5 years ago, even when it's obvious to the rest of the world.
I couldn't even make it to third base in a softball game for crying out loud.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of LeBron, I brought this up to some people. I brought this up to some people last night, and I know they're not going to do it because they need the fans, they need the draw. But I would seriously consider trading LeBron James and start the rebuild right now from the LA Lakers. I would start the rebuild. I would move off that money. I would just, and it's not going to happen at all. It has no chance. But I would hide. I would try to snooker the New York Knicks.
They don't do rebuilds in LA.
They don't. But
have the Lakers ever rebuilt?
They tried to with Ingram.
Yeah, they would never use that word. But at the same token, they're being run by Jeannie Buss, who is very much her father's daughter. And he made it about stars. And so they are so in love with names.
Yep.
You watch it, actually, it's the whole LA culture.
That's why they got Matt Ryan.
Watch what the Rams did. And yes, it works sometimes for a year, and then it falls apart, and they can't get off of it because they are just in love with names.
They had to rebuild, ready to roll. Brendan Ingram, Lonzo Ball, Kuzma,
and the fan base didn't have the patience.
No, they didn't. But now the fan base is like, oh my gosh, we love them. Why are we doing this? And they got the bubble championship.
And
good for them.
Randall. And they had
Julius Randle.
They had a lot of players, but they moved off all of them. One other thing, the Lakers, because you were down there for a long time. I don't get the black on the jersey when their uniforms are so iconic. Am I just obsessing about the weird thing? I'm like, why are you wearing this black stripe on the side of your jersey?
Uniforms are trash.
Their uniforms are so iconic. Trash. Why are they putting the black in there?
No, I can't answer that because you're right. The fan base does not like it.
Okay, so I'm not alone.
No, it's become kind of a thing in sports, right? Like you have to have 100 different uniforms. Right. The Dodgers have those weird City Connects, and I know City Connect is a different thing, but that is a thing down there because if you look at some of the uniforms from Dodgers, USC, Lakers,
traditional,
right? That's a thing. It's not the Diamondbacks. We don't have 8 colors in a different jersey every Tuesday. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's a league thing. I don't know why it's being.
It's just a team thing. I mean, the Warriors have their slates. Right. They have their. I mean, the Warriors' colors are blue and gold, yet they have a jersey that's black and white. So all these teams, they come, and I happen to like them. The slates are pretty clean,
but it's different.
But it's every team does that.
And the Yankees don't do it either. The Yankees are one of the teams that they have their roads and homes, and that's about it. When they wore those throwbacks in that. The outdoor game, the Field of Dreams game. It was like, whoa, look at these throwbacks.
Very rare.
Yeah.
Incredibly rare. It's an organization that still won't let somebody grow a damn beard.
Exactly. Well, that's
right. And now they're out here wearing pink. It's like, whoa, it's jarring. Yeah.
It's money, it's commerce, because how many LA fans bought the black jersey just because it's new and cool? I mean, not everybody hates them.
All of them.
And
all of them.
It comes down to the ability to repurpose and sell. And think about the Giants City Connects, which they came out and everyone's like, these are hideous, and then people liked them, and then they wanted them, and now they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
They're ubiquitous.
It's undeniable.
Can we just spend 10 seconds in the hot tub of deliciousness that has been the last week of LA sports? Can we just, with the 1 point USC loss,
though, let me just
and then the Dodgers against the Padres, the Lakers showing up by the waterfront in San Francisco and looking like an absolute joke.
UCLA going to Oregon. They might lose up there to Oregon.
I mean, this will
Chip Kelly revenge game.
UCLA, Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly going back. Yeah,
that's different because UCLA.
I don't even care.
Nobody even cares about UCLA.
Exactly.
Really?
No, not
basketball,
football.
maybe
Not
a little.
football.
Basketball.
They don't care.
Yeah.
Damn, that's sad.
Cade McNown.
I know.
What do you guys make of Jim Harbaugh coming back this weekend?
Dude,
very excited.
The Niners celebrating a Super Bowl loss. Championships.
I don't know. Celebrating is a stretch.
It's all we got.
Reunions are nice. I think reunions are cool, and it's not just like Harbaugh coming back to check in on his bathroom that they insisted that he have installed. Excuse me, Kyle, do you mind if I use my old crapper one time for old time's sake? I like reunions, and I don't think that they're necessarily. I know they're celebrating. It's a commemoration sensation, but it's not so much like. I guess it feels a little weird because they do have 5 chips.
Well, and because the owner fired him, and in the press conference of mutually parting said, we don't celebrate NFC Championship games. Like, that was part of, again, I know there was a lot of other stuff.
We hang Super Bowl banners.
That was part of it. And then, is Alex going to be there? Is Kaepernick going to be there? What about Crabtree? I've got questions. There was a lot of weirdness on that team.
Definitely.
There's a lot of weirdness.
Weird situation to have him come back.
There's more weirdness now than there was then. If you think about the lives of everybody,
true.
Think of where all these lives have gone. Think of Jim Harbaugh.
I know.
And
Alex Smith almost died.
Alex Smith almost died.
And this is one of his first times getting an ovation.
Become a social standard.
He didn't get an ovation when he came back as a Kansas City Chiefs
They didn't have him on the middle of the field like this. I consider an ovation where you go out into the middle of the field and the whole entire place gives you that standing up.
Because remember, he came back as a quarterback of the Chiefs and they lost that game. I forget the year.
I think it was 2014.
No, it was Harbaugh's.
It's like you guys to not know every detail of that game.
I just remember what I do remember about that game. What I do remember about that game
Jake
was the Niners ran
toxicity in the locker room.
The Niners ran a fake punt to keep the ball against Kansas City to win that game.
This is the morning roast that I love. So I'm in my car every morning listening to you guys, and somebody will bring up some random game, and then it's just a straight ping pong. You two going back and forth, and I'm like, Jesus, did I remember to bring my wallet today?
I know.
Dwayne Bowe was the number 1 wide receiver for them back then.
I don't know.
If you looked at me right now and go Niners week 2, what happened? I'm like.
Was that
week 2.
Seattle or is it Denver? Was that when
carry the 4?
Yeah, was that?
It's gone.
JT O'Sullivan? Is that?
Are we going to get Alden? Are we going to get Ahmed Brooks? Are we going to get Ray
There's
McDonald?
another one, Alden.
Bruce Miller.
Yeah, Bruce Miller.
Think about that
the
team.
lives of the people
punched a
on
senior
that
citizen.
Whitner be there.
Well, Ray McDonald had a lot of things too.
Yeah, Bruce Miller.
Anthony Davis retiring, unretiring.
Ahmad Brooks had a lot of things. Ray McDonald, Bruce Miller,
teammate with a beer bottle.
Alden Smith. I mean, it's Jonathan Goodwin. Is he? Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis, who retired, came back.
Joe Staley will be there.
Playing for the Lakers
now.
My God.
Yeah. Alex Boone ripped Harbaugh to shreds after Harbaugh left.
Right. We got to the mountaintop though. Remember that comment?
Yes.
He said that we got to the mountaintop, so we know how to operate. This is the first year of Tom Sula, and it's like, oh God. Oh, God, we got to the mountaintop. Does Tom Sula come? He was part of that staff.
Defensive line coach.
That'd be, I hope
He's working somewhere, right? He's got to be on somebody's
payroll?
staff. Yeah, Joan and Payroll's got to be there.
Yeah, where is Joan in payroll? Where is Joan? I know.
She's probably working on the month end. She'll be there.
I'm with you though. I am a sucker. I'm a sucker for when, for example, they had John Taylor do the bell 1 week, and then he came out as the ceremonial captain. And it's I like to give guys like that who we haven't had a chance. Thank you for all the memories. Thank you for everything you did. Bowman and Willis came out one day and they did the bell thing. To see all these guys together will be cool.
And none of those guys ever won a Super Bowl. Like Bowman and Willis, we revere them. I think it's okay to do that.
It's the
timing right, though. They're coming off a big loss at Atlanta. The fan base has never been downer on Kyle Shanahan, not too. I heard your show.
Yeah,
I don't know. Look, I'm not saying fire Kyle Shanahan. I don't think he's going to get fired.
Mark can take him over Belichick.
And I still, I don't know about that. And I still think the Niners will probably be in the playoffs. But just the vibe of the football team right now, then you bring that team back to rehash Super Bowl memories of a loss against a team where you lost the Super Bowl
to do these
Super Bowl
things.
54.
You're not going to cancel just because they laid it in against Atlanta.
But I just think it's odd.
We believe we celebrate.
It's
the 93 Giants, I celebrate. No?
It's people in jeans coming out before a game. Whatever. Whatever. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Or khakis in Jim's case.
We celebrated, we believe, because we had nothing to celebrate the Warriors' history. You know what I'm saying? The Niners have a rich history.
But this is the high water mark before Shanahan of the DeBartolo York ownership group.
Jim,
you have to appreciate this.
Jim in October is my favorite thing because it's still my favorite Halloween costume that I ever did. And if Jim would actually come out with the pen around his neck and the old black 49er,
did you wear 17 khakis like you're in Green Bay?
No, well,
looking like the Michelin Man.
I wanted to stay comfortable. I didn't want the chocolate to melt my pockets. So no, we just went with one pair of khakis.
Cleats too, because he used to wear cleats.
I'll show you the picture.
Remember that?
It was based on.
It's pretty good. His picture. I've seen it.
The only reason I did it is because my son, who's now, my gosh, he drove me to work today. But he was, so how many years ago would that have been? But he was Kaepernick. He wanted to be Kaepernick for Halloween, and so I'm like, all right, if you're Kaepernick, I'll be Jim.
Could he hit the check down?
He did a read option and ran away from me one time, and he is hard to catch. He was very
fake the dive with his bite-sized Snickers and took it around the end.
I found him a couple of neighborhoods later with a Reese's, and I was like, all right, we're fine.
Has Kaepernick been back?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. Will he be back? We'll see about that.
I would love to give him a standing ovation.
We'll see about that. Will he get a standing ovation? That's another question. Oh, man, there's a lot of people not happy with Cap. Just saying.
Yeah, he would.
Just saying. I hope so. All right. Willard and Dibs coming up. Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans. When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at DolanLumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
When back to the office means back in traffic,
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
you can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Now that it's autumn, check window and door seals for proper insulation and replace your furnace air filter. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
From abortion to inflation, the issues in elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking them down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original political podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week, I'll talk with a range of experts to give you a no-fuss, 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You can't always see bad weather coming, so it's essential that you're able to see through it when you drive. Michelin wiper blades with advanced technology hug your windshield like a Michelin tire hugs the road, channeling away water, snow, and ice so you can see clearly, drive confidently, and breathe easy. Michelin wiper performance, clearer than ever. Upgrade to Michelin premium wipers today at Walmart, Amazon, and other fine retailers.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Davis, crossover dribble, stumbles out Looney. Goes up, falls down. Rebound goes to Wiggins. Looney kind of pulled the chair on him. Wiggins to Curry. Catch and shoot 3. There it is. Stephen Curry with a 3-ball. The Lakers will call another timeout. The Warriors lead by 20. And guess what? It's a Warrior third quarter yet again.
Yet again. I mean, it was almost if ring night and pounding the Lakers by double digits could have a ho-hum feel to it. That's kind of what it was.
Yeah, by the time the game got going, it got more ho-hum. But ring night, nothing ho-hum about that bling-bling. Every time I come around the city, bling-bling.
Oh my
Those
gosh.
rings. And I like the personalized, you've got 4 chips, so you get the 4-chip ring underneath
did I see Clay? Does it have like a little dial on it where you spun it and like a different I'm like, is this a kaleidoscope? What do they got going on in there?
It's just fantastic.
Oh, my gosh.
Shout out JTA, maybe for the final time this year.
Yeah.
Neat to see him get his ring, and also his moment with Jordan Poole when they fought for a loose ball, and then they kind of hugged it out after.
Sensual basketball, yeah.
My heart goes out a little bit to JTA for having to be a part of that dumpster fire.
Well, I look, it's there's no sympathy for the devil on this one.
Just for him.
Well,
and then we can.
I think he's fine. Like he's a Los Angeles Laker. He's getting paid, and he's got a role. Maybe more than you want JTA to have a role on your basketball team. We love him. I don't think he's the sixth man. And if he is, what did you do to your basketball team? You know what I mean? So no shade there, but the Lakers, boy, it hits you in the face when you watch them play. That is a problem for them. And it's wonderful for the Warriors. Like I thought that they played a B-, C+ type of a basketball game, but they won by double digits because A, the Lakers aren't very good, and B, that's probably the best the Warriors can do right now because of their riches. Like the immediate reaction I had to watching this basketball team is twofold. A, it is going to take some time for them to actually play at a high level because of how many players they want to play. That means that rotations and chemistry and knowing where a guy is going to be at. Like, how many defensive breakdowns did you see after a made bucket? Throw it down to the other end. The Lakers are laying it in. You can't do that stuff and win a championship. You can beat the Lakers in October. So they're going to have and Steph said it right after the game, we got a long way to go before we're going to figure that stuff out. And I have no doubt that they will. But then the other thing that I would say in watching them is that they're going to have to battle complacency because they can roll out a B- game and beat you by double digits. And they do have so many options. Like, what's it going to take for the Warriors to have a terrible night offensively? Steph has an off night, so what? There's Clay. Clay has an off night, so what? There's Jordan. Oh, Jordan had an off night? Cool, we'll go to Andrew. Do you know how many guys have to have a bad night for them to have a bad night?
Probably 3 of the 4.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 have a bad night. And by the way, Steph Curry has about 10% of his games you could say are bad nights. Clay's a little higher. We don't yet know about Poole, and Wiggins is so damn consistent that his bad night. Wiggins' bad night is a 5 for 14 where he gets you 13 points anyway, because that's just what Wiggins does.
Well, one of the very big takeaways is on the immediate. There's way too small of a sample to start painting with a broad.
Is too small of a sample?
I mean, I already know. Like, and this hit our heads too, but. Mickey D on our YouTube. Kuminga looked lost last night. Okay, 888-957-9570. The Kuminga problem. Let's dive into it.
When does Santa Cruz start? Because Kuminga's going to need some time in the cruise, Mark.
So
that's a little harsh.
There's
Steiny.
a long way to go, but if you, and I think this is big, if you wanted to look for things that showed that Andrew Wiggins is going to play this year, like he played at the end of last year. Oh, last night was real good. In fact, he even committed a really dumb foul right before the half.
Aggressive.
What was he doing? He's going for an offensive rebound.
Yeah.
Like Andrew is taking that attitude, the attitude that he had in the playoffs last year, and he is going to apply it to the regular season, which is heavy minutes, hardcore defense, pushing on rebound, and oh, by the way, when you need me to knock down some key threes in the fourth quarter when the other team's making a run, I got you back there too. Wiggins is maybe the most complete Warrior when you look at every single, like, what is it that he's not doing well on the basketball court?
He's doing it all.
Phases of the game.
Yeah, and I think that Wiggins is a classic example of a player who needs to be comfortable. And it took him a while last year to get to that spot where he was able to impose his will on the game. And it was probably maybe March or even April where, that's right, this guy was a number 1 overall pick. And when he plays like the number 1 overall player, last night, 8 of 14, he had 20, 6, and 4, and he was a plus 25. And by the way, he could be at times your 4th best player. If Andrew Wiggins goes for 20 a night and you have Clay and Steph playing well, like you were saying, Mark, and then you throw in Jordan Poole off the bench, it's going to take a real defensive effort to slow this team down. You called it a B-, C+ kind of performance. I don't think you're wrong. They scored 123 points.
Yep.
And if you get a $123 and that's a B- kind of ball game, well, good Lord. I mean, they could be offensively, especially, they could be a real juggernaut.
Well, sure, because what you need when we mentioned the big four in terms of scoring, but what do you need when it's a little out of sync or guys, the 3-point shots are not falling? Well, you need Kevon Looney cleanups around the rim or finishes. Check. He did that. You need Wiseman to do some finishing around the rim. 4 for 6, 8 points from him. But let's add in the new guys. I love what I saw from JaMychal Green. Knock down a 3, get some rebounds.
5 offensive boards.
I mean, if JaMychal Green, if that's what he's going to bring, he was Otto Porter plus last night. And then DiVincenzo, I thought, was exactly what you need him to be. He's an effort guy. He's an energy guy. He's a knock-down-a-shot guy. Looked like a heady basketball player as well. Moses Moody, even though they didn't all fall, I thought he looked exactly like you want him to look. He's smooth. He's confident. His 3-point shots, he went 1 of 3, but the 2 that didn't go in were like, rattle in, rattle out. I mean, it is such an incredibly deep roster, and once they figure out all the stuff, which is that chemistry, that flow, those substitution patterns, I mean, get a little health blessed in there, and you've got just an incredibly hard basketball team to beat.
And you get into an 82-game season, 81 of those still left to play, and you're going to have a lot of load management. You're going to have times where guys are sitting. Right now we've got Clay and Draymond on minutes restrictions, which is why they didn't get their normal weight of minutes. But the hardest challenge for Steve Kerr, and he spoke to this after the game, is going to be figuring out how to get guys in there and how do you distribute the minutes. Moses Moody only played 8 minutes. There's going to be nights where he'll get 28. There might be some games where he doesn't play at all. So that might be Steve Kerr's biggest challenge, is figuring out the minutes. And, oh, by the way, coming up on a road trip, you got a 5-game road trip at the end of October, including 2 back-to-backs. You've got the 29th and 30th. You've got the 3rd and 4th of November. So you're going to get into load management early in this season where, I don't even know if Clay is still going to play back-to-back.
Well, I mean, he only played 20 minutes last night, but he put up 18 points. Like that third quarter, Clay comes out there and you're like, okay, good. Like any Clay fears that you had, put him to bed. Everything's fine. He talked after the game about being confident in his legs this year. He goes out, goes 6 of 13, 18 points in 20 minutes. I think that looked great.
13 shots in 20 minutes. That is so Clay.
Not shy. Not shy. And you know how many assists he had? 3.
Oh, he had 3.
Yeah,
wow, okay.
He passed the ball too. So
I thought you were setting me up for a 0.
Klay Thompson, by the way, on the TNT set last night, which led to one of the great "What are you doings" that we've had on this show. So sound from the TNT broadcast at Thrive City. Don't stress, Kyle. A few minutes away. Just want to let everybody know. No stress. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your initial reactions to the Golden State Warriors. Now that we've seen an actual game, we will take your calls on that. Sean Salisbury coming up in 18 minutes. Christian McCaffrey trade rumors keep persisting with the 49ers. We'll get into that with Sean. Bobby Marks, there is nobody better in all of the NBA media on the salary cap and the luxury tax than Bobby Marks. So not only will Bobby talk to us about where the Warriors currently are, but after the contracts to Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins, where is this all going? And the name Draymond Green keeps coming up in that conversation, and he had a little bit of a weird moment we should discuss at the end of the basketball game last night when he called LeBron James over to the Warriors bench to say hi, and it certainly appeared that some people on the Warrior bench didn't really love that moment. So we'll get into all of that. But we always want to hear from you. Let's go to Pablo in Berkeley on the Warriors. Hey, Pablo, you're on Willard and Dibs. Thank you for calling. What are you doing?
Good morning, guys. I'm, ecstatic on how the night went. It was a fun game to watch. You got to see all of the players. So the thing is, just a couple of quick points. I'm thinking this is the year of the next few where we have a pretty good chance to give Luke Walton's coaching stint a run for its money. So I'm saying 25-0. What is the chance? I also want to know, the starting five aside, the second squad or unit that comes in for the Warriors in the middle of the game to sort of, load management, carry the load, and maintain a lead and play defense. There's not a weak spot in the five. I just can't find it. And where did they find DeMichael Green? And then the last thing is, who's going to beat them in the East? I think, just doing quick math, I think the Nets have the best chance, and I'd like to hear you guys' thoughts.
Well, Pablo, my first thought is I love your excitement, and whoa, boy, are you getting ahead of yourself. We're already in June in the NBA Finals, and who in the East is going to beat them? I get it.
And he's talking 25-0 to start, eclipsing the Luke Walton start. I don't like that. I mean, I mentioned the road trip, 5 games, including 2 back-to-backs. And by the way, Game 5 of that 5-game trip is a back-to-back in New Orleans. That feels like it's a schedule spot that's going to be a tough one.
I wouldn't be shocked if Nikola Jokic comes in and beats the Warriors on Friday night. And here's why I say that.
Wow.
This is nothing against anything that the Warriors are doing, but there's 2 things that I do think. One is going to have to be a little bit of a battle, and the other one is going to be strategic early in the season. The Golden State Warriors this year are going to have to fight complacency. We've been here before as a franchise when Kevin Durant was on this team. When you come off a championship and you get better and you are fully aware that the 1 seed, the 2 seed, the 3 seed, it doesn't matter. And you're not going to borrow the famous phrase from Steve Kerr, you're not going to go out there chasing wins. You're not looking for 73 wins this year. You're looking to be healthy at the right time. When you get to April, that's the key. And so for that, I don't think you're going to see the Warriors look perfect every night. And the second part of that is also, in order to be ready in April, they're going to want to work on different rotations. Who plays well together?
Right.
How about Moody here? Let's do a little DiVincenzo over there. Let's see what it looks like. And in that process, you're going to have bad nights, and as you learn things about what doesn't work, you're going to get beat sometimes. I completely foresee that as a part of the Warriors' future, or why else would their win total in Vegas be 51.5?
Right.
I mean, based on how they look, it should be 65.
Yeah, 71.5. Right. And it's interesting what you said, because coming off of the championship, they went 73-9 the next year. So complacency wasn't really a factor then, and it was partly because
it was later after that.
Yeah,
right.
they were rolling. But this team, many more veterans, and knowing what we know about what you said, the rotation, and the fact that you're going to want to give minutes to the younger guys. And, the upcoming road trip, as I mentioned, with 2 different back-to-backs, Charlotte and Detroit, and then you've got Orlando and New Orleans, a 5-game trip, is going to be one of those times where you're going to start to load manage guys. And I wonder, whether or not it's, Steph early on. We know Clay's probably going to be slowly built up. Draymond Green on a minutes restriction so far. So there's going to be some spots where you're not scheduling losses, but it's going to be a lot of, hey, Moses, tonight you're going to get 30 minutes.
Well, if I asked you to put an over-under, let's take those first 25 games, whatever they are. Over-under on wins. Well, what would you set it at?
I think 19 would be a good number.
I might take the under, to be honest with you. I feel like after
19-6,
and that's not strategic. That's not me looking at the schedule and going, oh gosh, that's a loss, and this one, that's a win. It's just the way the NBA schedule works. It's the way the Warriors are going to work. They're going to ease their players in to build up their stamina. They're going to try new rotations. Some of them won't work. You're also just going to have the back-to-backs and sluggish nights and things like that. 25 games. I don't know. Warriors probably win 17 or 18 of them. That'd be my guess.
Just glancing at the schedule, and I'm going to allow you to rework your answer if you'd like.
Okay.
You've got Sacramento thrice.
3 times.
Thrice,
okay.
Mark, in the first 25. You've got 2 Houstons. You've got a couple of San Antonios. So your schedule, not super rugged.
Right.
You do have the 1 5-game road trip, but other than that, you only have a back-to-back Houston and New Orleans. Matt, you have New Orleans twice on the second half of a back-to-back.
You got 2 trips to Phoenix. You've got back-to-back road games in Minnesota and Dallas. I mean, look, Boston is going to come here in early December. This is all in the first 25 games. The Clippers are in there. It's just the NBA. You don't go undefeated in the NBA. You don't go 25-0. It's just not the way it works. Like
2 Houstons, 3 Sacramentos, and a San Antonio, and you've already beaten the Lakers. That's 7 wins right there.
But is it?
It should be.
Is it? I mean, I went to a game last year. You know this because it ended up being a special game. Brought the kids. It was their Christmas present. Thank you, Santa. And we went and watched them play the Houston Rockets. Oh, go ahead and just... That's a green check.
Definitely.
We're going to put that sucker in the win column.
Remember green checks?
Steph Curry had to hit his first career buzzer beater and go off in the fourth quarter to grab victory from the jaws of defeat. This is the NBA, okay? Mm-hmm. We are going to come in here certain mornings, and the Warriors will have just lost to a team they got no business losing to. Because that's the way it works.
I get that.
That's the way it works.
Especially when you are going to deal with some load management and the 5-game trip east, you're not going to have all your top guys play all 5 games. Looney and Wiggins, I don't know if you'll load manage those guys. They didn't last year.
They don't seem to want it.
No, It's really Draymond, Clay, and Steph that you're going to worry about. But this year with so many young players, fresh legs, I think that they're going to be really proactive in terms of resting guys early on in the season.
We want to keep going with your phone calls at 888-957-9570. Thank you and good morning to the Twitch and YouTube crowd. We really appreciate you as always. But want to throw this in there as well. I love Ernie Johnson. Ernie is clearly, you want to talk about the adult in the room when he's sitting there with Shaq and Kenny and Charles, and we know that when that group is out there at Thrive City, man, it thrives. It gets loud. The crowd gets going. Klay Thompson joins the set last night. Shaq tries to sort of lead him down the road of, hey, Draymond punching Jordan Poole, no big deal. Families fight. And it absolutely opens up a complete mess, leading to Ernie Johnson stealing from this show.
You guys have been together a long time. You guys argue, right?
Yeah.
It's not all, hey, buddy, how you doing? You guys argue, fight, have disagreements. Yeah, respectfully, that's a key word. You argue, you have disagreements, and,
the key was he said, though, Shaq, and I hate to keep it longer, is respectfully. That was past respectfully. So it's past respect. So that's why I asked the question because
somebody running their mouth disrespectfully, you gotta touch them.
No, stop it, Shaq.
Y'all being hypocrites. Cut it out. Yes, you are.
Hey, I've never been touched.
I said you spit on somebody for disrespecting you.
And I was wrong too.
Okay.
I was wrong too. Hey, when you do something stupid, you can still be wrong.
He apologized.
Guys, no, that still doesn't make it wrong.
He apologized.
We got company here, man. What are you doing? We got company here.
So you over there act like you ain't never hit nobody.
Let me say this. If I was wrong, I admitted I was wrong.
And that's what Draymond did. He apologized. So what you talking about?
And that's what we said. He was just wrong.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got company here, man. What are you doing?
What are you doing, Ernie? You know what?
Thank you, Ernie.
You're welcome.
What are you doing?
Yeah, borrow it whenever you want, especially when you're on the soil here in the Bay.
Yeah.
We love Ernie Johnson. I don't know what that show would be without Ernie, without any of them. They all play their role. But Ernie, that's fine. You can borrow it. We're going to take it back because now it's the next day. But we appreciate you.
We
heard
company. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
That's the thing. And you see Clay sitting there like, this is kind of awkward.
Clay never got a word in.
Right.
Other than, yeah. I think by the end of that, Clay was on his boat. It was over, and he had left to head back to Tiburon. My gosh.
It's a tough one for me because, that show is really entertaining, but like in that setting and when they were doing that last night, it's just cringy, and I think it's jumped the shark a little bit.
You know what? You're not the only one I had multiple text conversations last night where people were like, we're done here. Like, really? And I'm like, well, they just re-upped Charles for $100 million. So no, it's not done.
No, people still tune in and people love it. And, Charles's act has worn thin on me for many, many years. The whole jump shooting teams can't win a championship, and now they've won 4, and yet he still doubles down. I don't think that we should throw garbage at Chuck or a towel or a shirt like last year.
Don't throw anything.
No, that's inappropriate.
Don't throw things at people.
I find myself less amused by that show than ever before.
That's fine. But he doesn't need to be right all the time. No, nobody is. I mean, again, he's playing his role. Fox in Oakland. Hey, Fox, what are you doing?
Gentlemen, good morning.
What's up?
Recovering from a
nasty multi-week case of COVID. Not really on my rear, but yeah.
Glad you're better.
I recommend it. So
yeah,
thank you. But anyhow, I know it's been a while since I called in, but I listen to you guys every day. Dibs, I messaged you a couple weeks back on Twitter. Say huge congratulations to you and Supper on your new baby girl, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. So, gents, I'll give the Dubs a B- last night. And I know you touched on this earlier, Willard. It's only game one in the season, so tiny sample size. So much time and so many games left in the season. But I have to say, in that fourth quarter, not that I was ever worried about the Lakers actually coming back, when it seemed like the Lakers were trying to make a final push and simultaneously, not a lot of our shots were dropping. Who stepped up? None other than Mr. Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely amazing to see Wiggins, seemingly just pick up last night where he left off in the playoffs and the championship, and it just gives me a lot of hope, and I love seeing it from that guy. He's amazing, and I just have nothing but love for him, and I'm hoping for him to be on the Warriors for years and years.
Yeah, well, and he will be. Fox, thanks, man. It's really great to hear you. Appreciate it so much. Yeah, like one thing we didn't know, and you never know this about a guy, Wiggins kind of has the clutch gene. You know what I mean? The way he showed up in the playoffs. I mean, this is just game one, but fourth quarter, other teams making a run. How do you settle the entire gym down? Bang. Couple of shots, back-to-back three-pointers, and that sucker was a wrap. Like, we didn't know that about Andrew Wiggins until you get there, and so that's why last year was so big.
And the comfortability now of him being a Golden State Warrior, and I think that Andrew Wiggins thrives in a situation where he doesn't have to be the one. If he's going to be your best player, you're probably not going to be as good as you would otherwise, because he knows that Steph is still the alpha, and Clay is the other splash brother. Play your role, Andrew, and now that he's got that contract, he can play free.
Who is your best player? Is Christian McCaffrey about to be the 49ers' best player? That and much more with our good friend Sean Salisbury, who joins us next. Bobby Marks at 10:30. It is Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
UCSF Sports Medicine
Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French-style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
Is there something really absurd that skeeves you out?
Getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
A fear you can't shake.
I'm going to leak ocular fluid down my cheeks. It's going to go into my mouth and I will perish.
Whatever scares you, I want to talk about it. Join me, Larry Mullins, on my new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears. Listen and subscribe to Your Weirdest Fears on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, indeed. And I've been looking forward to this conversation. We always do. Whenever Sean Salisbury is going to jump in. Willard and Dibs, sponsored by Innova International. And another friendly reminder that everything here at 95.7 The Game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Dibs, I think it was a number of weeks ago, back-to-back conversations. One while you were still having little Maya.
Yeah.
And Sean came in and did a show with us. And then when he joined us the week after you came back, on both of those conversations, Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers came up as a subject.
Oh.
And I've sort of been like, fun idea, but come on. That's not really, like the 49ers, they're not going to do that, right? And the deeper we look into it, the more sense it makes, the more reporters talk about what teams are in on this. The 49ers name keeps coming up. Hey, Sean Salisbury, that was a pretty interesting idea you threw out there a number of weeks ago.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's I
I don't consider myself an insider. I just consider myself logic and smart. Sometimes I'm smart, I think, but it's just football, guys. I mean, I think that and I know it seems a little outlandish, but we're at a time when running backs aren't going to make you pay teams that go. Now, if you're Carolina, you try to hold somebody hostage, but at what point do you say, well, we need a first and a third? Nobody's going to trade for that as good as McCaffrey is. So the logic to me, and I don't think it's just going to be the Rams, with the Cam Akers situation now, obviously. I don't think it's just going to be the Rams and the 49ers that are inquiring. I mean, the Buffalo Bills could use somebody to run it a little bit better. I can name a handful of teams that are going to be playoff quality type teams, or at least looking for that ability to move him in the slot. He's really ubiquitous. He's everywhere, man. So I and the 49ers, what better team to utilize every friggin' skill set that he has? We know they love to run it. We know they love to be multiple with Deebo Samuel. Now you get even more versatility. Put yourself in a defensive coordinator's shoes and saying when they're healthy and Kittle and Ayuk and Deebo and McCaffrey, they're all on the field. And then you say to yourself, okay, how am I putting a game plan in when Kyle can put both of them in the backfield at the same time? Can motion them out to the slots or put them out to the slots and shift them to the slot and then motion one back to the backfield. I mean, it's limitless, and you don't have to do a lot, but you just have to make it look like you're doing a lot. So I think when I brought it up, I wasn't trying to make it hyperbolic or hyperbole. I was just trying to make it logic with injuries and a team that's a Super Bowl caliber roster to add a guy. And I do not believe it's going to take a high first-round pick to do it. I don't. I think running backs these days, while important, people are willing to part with them for assets. Third-round pick, fifth-round pick. Now, McCaffrey's better than a third-round pick, but unfortunately, we've devalued running backs in this league, and they feel like different guys can do it. I would be hot on McCaffrey's trail because I do believe that they're going to try to find an exodus of more than, you saw Robbie Anderson and now moving on. They got a lot to do there, and McCaffrey is their number one asset.
Yeah, a bit of a fire sale feel after they fired the coach, and you mentioned they got rid of their top receiver. What's going on with the 49ers run game outside of potentially getting McCaffrey? It seems like they've hit a little bit of a wall in what they normally like to do.
You know what? I think that they probably know that. And you guys, we all know they don't want to run it 16 times. And look at who they played last week and just flip the script on. They were the 49ers last week, although if you added maybe 9 more throws to what the Atlanta Falcons did, that's who the 49ers want to be, in that 22 to 28 range, 25 range, and go 18 to 25 and run it 35 times. That's who they want to be. And then you look at Arthur Smith. He's known what it's in the past to be able to run play action, efficient out of play action. The ball did not hit the ground but once for Mariota. They ran it 40 times. It looked like that was who the 49ers were supposed to be. So, listen, you can only lose so many players, or lose, when Mostert was hurt, now he's gone, and then another player gets hurt, and another player, again, and the offensive line as well, trying to find that continuity of being fully healthy. And they've been depleted, but you don't have time to wait. You still got to play the games. They're not giving anybody time off for injuries, so you got to find the mix. And I think Kyle and this staff realize right now that they cannot dominate the line of scrimmage with injuries. And guys, let's face facts. We always talk about, and I think I don't know if overrate, and it's fair because it's been such a long, they've got a long body of work of it. But we get to the point we just think, well, anybody can play running back in a Shanahan system, or something, one of the guys who's been in that Shanahan off that tree, and they can just run it because they know how to teach it. Well, guys, one thing that I know works in NBA, you guys got it right there in Golden State and the NFL teams, is talent. I'm not saying the guys aren't talented, but at some point when you're a third or fourth string running back, you're not the best guy on the roster. I mean, let's face facts. There's a reason why there's a depth chart. So you can't always just overcome it and rush for 160 yards a game with a guy who may be a backup or a third guy once in a while. Guys like McCaffrey hit the hole. It's just different. And so I think it's the lack of the reason there's a little lack of commitment is, number one, the situation in a football game, but number two is I just don't think they can trust it as much because they're not dominating the line of scrimmage with injuries, and you're missing a step in the backfield. It's simple. It comes down to talent sometimes, and guys who execute it. They need to get healthy in a lot of ways, and that'll help their run game, but they probably need an extra kick in the backfield, and the guy in Carolina ain't half bad, and I think just makes you a better football team as long as you don't have to mortgage anything for the future.
Yeah, exactly. The more I look at the numbers, the contract, the ask, what we think it might be, the more sense this is starting to make to see if the 49ers can get in there. Sean Salisbury with us on Willard and Dibs. You mentioned injuries a couple of times, Sean, and I wonder if you have any experience with this where you're on a team that they just had the bad injury luck. Whatever it is, it seems like it's that team for Kyle Shanahan almost every year, and fans want to assess why and how. Is it strength and conditioning? Is it that they're drafting or signing too many players with injury history? Is it just dumb luck? What do you think?
Probably a combination of all of it, and I don't want to be the guy who's just like, hey, it all sounds good. I think it'd be absolutely, for anybody out there to suggest that the training and the conditioning and training, conditioning, health and conditioning, all that stuff that goes on with a strength and conditioning staff, that it's them, that they're doing it the wrong way. Most teams in this league follow if not the same, but a fairly similar path to the type of equipment. Now, you'll get an out-of-the-box thinker once in a while, and I don't know much about the background. I grew up in the days when Jerry Attaway was with San Francisco during Super Bowl runs, and because Jerry was with us at SC, and some of the old-school Redskins, or now the Commanders, obviously, guys that had been in the league a long time, and the strength and conditioning. So, and it's changed, and it does change, but I think it is bad luck. And I have been on teams. I remember in Minnesota, and Lowe and I think we just mentioned this the other day, is I came to the line when I was playing. Brian Billick came up to me one day. We were depleted in the backfield. We had wide receiver injury. We were on offense. We were depleted. We had good defense. And Brian came to me during pregame warm-ups one day. He goes, "It's just me and you today, bud." Meaning we're going to have to let it rip, and we're going to drop back and throw it until we can't throw it anymore because we were so depleted. That's how we were going to have to win the game, because we were into the depths of playing backs that hadn't played much, and you start to, where are you going to go with it? And so I smirk about it now, but I remember the day vividly and where he told it to me. So, and it is, there's injury history. Some guys' threshold of pain's a little different than others. Luck becomes part of it. I don't think the 49ers are the team like, yep. And guys, every year there's a team like this, right? And I know the 49ers have had the last 3 or 4 years. Every year it seems like we're talking about this, whether it was Kittle in the past or the run game or offensive line. Yeah, we have. But I think that if you go into a lot of cities, guys, that you're going to hear the same thing. Yeah, my guy's banged up. This hamstring's hurt. Oh, look at our kicker. I think you'll get that a lot of places. So I think it's a combination of all of it. You got to be a little lucky with the injuries. But I think when this happens, the first thing you do, it'd be like a team. Remember the Mets guys a handful of years ago when every single guy was getting Tommy John?
Yep.
The pitching staff, and they fired. I think they got rid of it was either the pitching coach or their strength and conditioning guy, because they said this is too weird. So if you do a deep dive, maybe they need to change up something. I don't know, because I'm not in their weight room every day, but I do think it's a combination, and bad luck sucks when it comes to injuries, but that's where John Lynch and Kyle in the offseason scouting, you have got that producing rosters, guys, the attrition, the attrition that comes with it, but injuries, by the time you hit November, your backups better be ready to play. They're going to be the difference in 2 or 3 wins, because your starting receiver can't be there, your running back. So that's not, we talk about the starters, but in truth, the nucleus of your football team is the other guy. Just like in any business, the guys we don't talk about very much usually end up making your franchise or your business a success, because they do it quietly and they're always reliable. And the team with the most depth a lot of times is standing at the end too, as long as they've got a few good superstars and a good quarterback.
And the Niners have good depth in the roster, and it'll be tested this weekend with Kansas City. You mentioned stepping back and letting it rip. The run game has not been high octane, but is it too dangerous to try to get into a passing contest with Kansas City and let Jimmy G rip?
So it's too dangerous if you think you got to match Mahomes throw for throw. You're going to have good luck with that, because just like if you're the Kansas City Chiefs, you're not going to get into, if everybody was healthy and at their best, you're not going to get into a ball control, run the ball 40 times like Kyle wants to. So they both have their strengths, because they consider about 10 or 12 passes a game an extension of the run. A little shallow cross the screen, a little shovel pass to Kelsey in the red zone down by the goal line. So, listen, I'm a big believer in, I love putting a game plan in, but I love adjustments. If you get to a point in the game where you try putting your game plan in, and sometimes it's a square peg in a round hole, and you say, you know what, dude? we got to do it. Now, you're not going to attack it the way that they do. They'll vertical. They have speed. They're going to do a lot of things, and you're not going to be able to play off schedule either like Mahomes does because the physical skill set and talent, we're talking about one dude who's an alien and the other guy who's a good player. And aliens are, they can do some crazy-ass things with sidearm and throwing it around their back. So, and then that's Mahomes, and their weapons are different even without Tyreek Hill. So when I get into a throwing contest, they can. I mean, you can. We've seen it in the past. I think it was the New Orleans game a couple years ago, right? Guys, they can do it, but I think it's the way you approach it. Now, if that means throwing it 12 times on a shallow cross and screen and then mixing in a seam route with Kittle and then taking your shot down the field, I don't have a problem with it, but it's got to be judicious and it's got to be smart. But the thing you want to do is, if you do that, is limit the possessions of the dude on the other sideline, because eventually they're going to get you. Even with a great defense. Now, what does get you mean? Does it mean like they did against Buffalo, not scoring the 30s? And as good as Buffalo's defense is, this 49ers defense is better. Now, injuries, you got to everybody, but their depth, because when they're healthy on all three levels, they're an elite defense on all three levels, meaning the 49ers. So, and the Chiefs are going to give you their best because they're coming off a loss, and Andy doesn't let that fester too long. So I don't want them to get into that contest, but if you tell me they have to, and you're doing it smart, I'm okay with it. But I still think maybe you throw early and hopefully you spread them out a little, and then you can pound them with a little bit of run. But the Chiefs score so quickly, there will be no lead safe in this game, even as good as the 49ers defense is.
Yeah, Sean, you know what? You mentioned Tyreek Hill, and I got to tell you, when watching them against the Bills last week, it was the first time we were all waiting for it this year. Like, how do they look different? Last week for me, the first time I watched the Chiefs and went, oh, this is why their offense looks different without Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
Like, right? Did you see that? And
100%.
How can the 49ers sort of make it look that way again?
Well, here's the key for me, and I think that's great. And the 49ers are blessed because they are so good defensively. So they're going to be, and as Buffalo is, but remember, Buffalo is playing with a Poyer who's been a little banged up and had to get on a drive 15 hours both ways or whatever it was because of his lung, and then you got no Micah Hyde and no Tre'Davious White. So, and Buffalo's still playing good defense. Well, the 49ers have to take a back seat to nobody when their defense is right. Now, you're 100% correct. Now, they got some guys that can run, but it's kind of different, right? Think about when Tyreek Hill's there. What it does, even if he's not dominating, and you take a look at what he's doing in Miami, right?
Right.
The game's changed for them. When Tyreek Hill's on Kansas City's team, even if he doesn't catch 9 balls for 160 yards, he affects everything the defense does because you have to roll coverage to him because a slant route turns into a 75-yard touchdown. And it can happen twice in a game, and then he can run by you. So he takes the top off, but he's not just a speed guy. He can run across the field and horizontally and catch and run after the catch, and he's phenomenal at it. So it changes the way you defend. Now you're playing the Chiefs. In truth, do you really think you need to double Juju Smith-Schuster? I don't. Not yet. Not anymore. Not right now. And Hardman, what you got to do, and the 49ers tackle well. To me, if I'm playing them, they're every part of my attention. I'm going to make Mahomes beat me with somebody else. Kelsey doesn't get to beat me. And when other teams have taken him away where he hasn't dominated a game, whether it's 4 touchdowns on 20 yards receiving or 20 or 18 catches on 180 yards, you have got to limit his third down possessions, win on first down. So that's the way you do it, because when both of them were there and you're like, oh, damn. How do we do both of this with now you take away Kelsey and make Mahomes beat you somewhere else? That's the advantage, and tackle in space even without Tyreek Hill. I think it's going to be a fun game. You got to hit the quarterback and make him play. We say off schedule, but out of rhythm to where it's not the comfortable off schedule he likes to play. Kelsey cannot dominate this game, or it'll be different.
Yep, I think it's a big Bosa game. They held him down for 3.5 quarters. Very different group 3 years ago, but has to have a similar type of look. Sean, always awesome to have your insight. Thanks so much, man.
You guys are great. Appreciate it every week. Thank you.
Okay, there it is. That's Sean Salisbury right here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Spread move, by the way, subsequent to the Niner game against Atlanta. We talked about it going into that game. It was 1.5. Kansas City now favored by 3.
Oh.
Niners home dog on a Sunday afternoon.
So big money came in on them Kansas City Chiefs, which I got to think is largely a Andy Reid doesn't lose coming off of a loss type of a thing.
The 49ers didn't look great in Atlanta. I think the two factors combined moved that thing to a field goal.
I think Kyle and Jimmy have a pretty good record coming off of a loss too.
They do.
And I'll just say this. This is a little bit of a different loss for Kansas City that they're coming off of.
Right.
Here's what I mean by that. The idea of coming off a loss when you're a really good team usually means you had some sort of a weird, wonky performance like that wasn't us. Why did we go out there and lose that game? Good teams react really well to that. That's not what happened last week. They lost to a better team.
The best team in football.
The Buffalo Bills are the best team. They played them toe-to-toe. Josh Allen did the darn thing with a minute to go, and they won the game. So that it was not in any way, I watched the game, I did not come away going, oh, the Chiefs put a stinker out there.
No.
They didn't do that. They played the Bills toe-to-toe and lost.
Weird game, though, because both teams squandered red zone opportunities early.
Yep.
Kansas City with a pick, I think from the 5-yard line.
Yep.
So a little bit of an odd game. Everyone is expecting another good old-fashioned shootout, and that turned into more of a defensive affair.
Yes, it did. And not surprising that when you have the playoff game that they had last year, what was the over-under in the game? The over-under had to be north of 50.
50, yeah.
Right? Like when everyone's expecting 31-30, of course you're going to get 24-20.
Right. Like
you don't just uncork that. These quarterbacks are great, but these defenses game plan too. And if you watch Chiefs football this year, the Tyreek thing is something now. This idea of the 49er defense is going to have way too much to handle this week, I deny that. I know what we saw from Mahomes against Tampa, okay, on the national TV game a couple of weeks ago. Look at the rest of their games, and you'll realize this Chiefs offense, Mahomes is fantastic.
Not quite as explosive.
It is like they can hold the Chiefs to 24 or less. Yes, they can. In fact, I would expect them to. Chiefs totals this year. You had the shootout against the Raiders, 30-29. You had the shootout against the Bucks, 41-31. You lost to the Colts, 20-17.
That was a weird one.
Okay, there was the Charger game, both teams in the 20s, 27-24. Obviously, they looked really good week 1, 44-21. Then there's the Bills game, 24-20. If I'm looking at who the 49er defense is, and I know there's injury issues, but a lot of those guys, I think you're going to get Bosa and Hufanga and Mooney Ward this week. I think they're going to play. And if they do, they can hold the Chiefs under 30 points,
Different
for sure.
defense, and I think the one part that concerns me is that the best defense for the 49ers in the past has been possessing the ball on offense. Now, maybe the second best defense, because the defense is legit, but when the defense is only on the field 25 of the 60 minutes, they're even better. And right now, this 49er ground game has not been good enough of late to pound it and possess it. And so the defense has been exposed to more minutes on that side of the field. Sean made a great point, though, about Travis Kelce. He's got 7 touchdowns, 41 receptions. He leads the team in both. He leads in yards. You take away Kelce, you bracket him, you double him, and then you look at, Smith-Schuster, Valdez-Scantling, Hardman. Make these guys be the ones to come out and beat you. You're not going to totally contain and take away Patrick Mahomes, but if he doesn't have his number one option available that much, you're going to be able to contain this offense much better.
Get your Joe Buck ready. This is a big Hufanga game. It's a big Hufanga. I hope he's okay. Concussion protocol. So we'll see. Because Hufanga and Kelce, get your popcorn ready now. That's going to be an interesting matchup coming up throughout this weekend. Okay, to the phones. Bobby Marks joins us in 10 minutes. The absolute inside scoop on Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins contracts. What does it mean going forward? Luxury tax. Nobody's better than Bobby Marks. He joins us in less than 10 minutes. Justin in San Jose, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Justin? Thanks for calling.
In traffic, man.
I know.
Oh, man, but this is what I got. Hey, man, this is about Debo, man. I feel like Shanahan needs to, look at Debo as a number 2, maybe number 3 option at this moment, and even though he's paid like a number 1 receiver, but we got to get these other receivers going. They got to get wet, and we got to get Kittle in the Elise and Kittle in the 3 receiver spot, and then you get Brandon Ayuk going, you get Jennings going, and then that sprint with Debo, then that's when we go hit him where it hurts. I mean, we got to do something because the receiving core we have is a great receiving core, but we just got to get Debo right, catching the ball out of the backfield whenever that chance presents itself. Right now, it's not presenting itself, so we got to get these receivers that can run routes.
Yeah, well, obviously got Ayuk a lot more involved this week. Thanks, Justin. I appreciate it. Debo was much more involved. It seemed like they wanted and tried to get Kittle going.
Yeah.
What I noticed with Kittle, though, everything he's getting is much closer to the line of scrimmage, and I think that there's two reasons for that. Number one, he's needed to help out blocking because of a compromised offensive line. And B, even if he is going to go out, they got to get the ball out of Jimmy's hands quickly so they don't have as much time for the 25-yard route from George Kittle.
Yeah, we haven't seen him go down the seam at all this year.
That route
hey, diddle, Kittle down the middle, as Lowe would say.
The route that he ran in the NFC title game that Jimmy hucked over his head. Yes, there is potentially a trickle-down effect if Trent Williams is back, and he might be back this week. And if that happens, I think there's an entire effect that happens with regard to what in Kyle's playbook opens up just by the presence of Trent Williams.
Especially for George Kittle, to your point.
Yeah, that may change some things. Kyle, you got something? What do you got?
No, I was just going to say, just to kind of your guys' point, there was a route against the Rams because I had questions on why the heck George Kittle wasn't getting the ball. And there's one where he does run that route up the seam. He got inside the safeties wide open, but pocket collapses. Jimmy has to step up through it, and he runs, and it's just not there.
Yeah, this offensive line, especially up the middle, it's compromised. I don't know if it's not going to be compromised even if Trent Williams is back, but it helps. It helps. And
it absolutely helps. And, not positive about McGlinchey either in terms of his health. Doc Pandya today at 11:30 cleared to play. We've got questions for the doc. Too many questions, unfortunately, as it pertains to the 49ers and their injuries.
Yeah, Doc Pandya at 11:30. We will name every name on the roster.
And alphabetical. Do you go numerical or alphabetical?
Your response.
Totally.
And
that's
the way it is.
Ayuk had a great game, and some of the routes that he ran, the route on the goal line where he breaks in and immediately reverse pivots and goes out and got the touchdown. I thought that the play calling was good. The routes were good. Just a couple of gigantic drops.
Yeah, Jimmy was good.
Yeah, and the defense only gave up 21 points. The offense gave up the other 7. So even though you lost by 2 touchdowns, it felt like a closer game than the score indicated.
Bobby Marks is a few minutes away. Let's go to BPA, but I'm going to let you know right out of the gate, BPA, it's not personal. We're a little short on time, but let's roll, okay? What are you doing?
Not much, man. Just listening. Went to the Warrior game last night. It was awesome.
Nice.
With the Niners, part of the reason they have so many injured players is because they have 6 to 7 starters that they rely upon that are perennially injured. Right? You look at Kinlaw's hurt all the time. Elijah Mitchell's hurt all the time. Jimmy Ward is hurt all the time. Jason Verrett, who's now a starter, or they hope would be a starter, he's hurt all the time. They have Trent Williams hurt a lot. So they have, in Kinlaw, Mitchell, and Trent Williams, they could not afford for those guys to get hurt. Right? Kinlaw, right? I mean, at this point, I don't think Kinlaw is going to have much of a career, to be honest.
I mean, we'll
reconstructive.
Yeah, we'll see. BPA, I told you we were a little short on time.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, I don't think Kinlaw is irreplaceable with this group. The defensive line without him has looked fantastic at times. There are 2 players that you can't get hurt on most NFL rosters: your quarterback and your left tackle. 49ers have gotten them both hurt this year. They're lucky to have a different option at quarterback. They don't at left tackle. You can't lose your left tackle. There's a reason he's one of the highest paid players on every team, and especially this one, because the 49ers happen to have the best one. Yeah, Kyle.
It's not great that the player you traded DeForest Buckner for, basically, isn't irreplaceable.
It's not. I understand that, but we also have seen a lot of play from the 49ers without Kinlaw, and their defensive line is fine. I'm more focused on Bosa than I am on Kinlaw. No? Right? I mean, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Bobby Marks, Jordan Poole, big deal. Andrew Wiggins, big deal. Room for any more deals? Nobody better than Bobby Marks in answering that question, and he joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports, with live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
It's Joe Shasky from The Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more. And you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Looney waiting. Dribbles up top to Poole. Poole. Step back. Takes a three over James. Good for Jordan Poole.
He's like a viper that's so quick.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibs.
All right, glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. When you get back to your calls, namely Warriors calls, after we hang out a little bit with Bobby Marks. There is nobody better, ESPN's front office insider, when it comes to the cap, when it comes to money, how to allocate it, where's this all going. So in other words, Bobby, you have officially become a Warriors insider for the next 2 years. You understand that, don't you?
I do. Hi, guys. How are you?
Yeah, we're doing great. I mean, when you see Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins back-to-back get big deals, your mind goes where with regard to the next year and a half?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my mind, I guess we're looking long-term is kind of who's going to be the odd man out, especially that, Joe Lacob's been on the record, right? I mean, he said it back in an interview with The Athletic. I think it was right after they won the championship that, $400 million wasn't feasible when you look at salary and luxury tax here. And you add, certainly the Wiggins and Poole extensions, you're sitting at 483. It's probably closer to 500 when you factor in the last two roster spots, and that includes, Draymond opting in. So unless there's a change of heart, which certainly there could be, and that we're talking a year from now, who's going to be the odd man out? Is it maybe Draymond, but maybe at a lesser number? He comes in at it with that player option here. So I applaud them for the financial commitment. I think certainly the Poole, and then getting Wiggins didn't have to be done until closer to June 30th, but to kind of get that out of the way here. But yeah, I mean it's a huge number. I mean, even with, we've got a new collective bargaining agreement that's going to come into place, hopefully, for next season. And even if they amend, the tax rules and maybe lessen the penalty a little bit, that probably won't take place for a few years here. So, as I said, it's the biggest number we've ever seen. $500 million in salary and luxury tax is it's just unheard of, even with the rising cap and tax level.
And especially when you think about how much higher it could be if Andrew Wiggins would have gotten market value. Because have you ever seen a player in this position take maybe 25% less than what the market likely would have borne?
No, I mean, I think we've seen players, maybe, certainly guys, I think, certainly Kevin back in Golden State, but that was a 1 year or 2 year deal to get, Livingston and Iguodala back, I think, but not, not a guy who's in the prime of his career. I think, I've read and I've seen a lot of people saying, well, he took a pay cut. And I think, I think this is kind of where Andrew Wiggins' number is, right? I think the number that he signed in Minnesota, it was a max number, not for a max player here. And he's already made, $170 million in his career. And sometimes, happiness and playing on a great team overshadows the ability to go out and make another $40 or $50 million. I thought his number could probably be a little bit north of 30, on the open market, and especially when there's more teams that have room here. But it's a solid number for Golden State. I mean, it really is. I mean, it's, a wing who's, is a premium in this league in the prime of his career, fits tremendous with what they already have here. And, it could have been a lot. I mean, it could have been a lot higher. I mean, you add another $6 or $7 million, that's probably costing you I don't even know, $70-80 million.
Oh, man.
Bobby Marks is with us on 95.7 The Game. Okay, Bobby, when I see those contracts and I listen to what you say, I'm focused on Draymond Green. And I wonder if you can help us understand a little bit about how next year will work. $27 million opt-in. If he opts out, obviously, right, the Warriors can do whatever they want. They can let him walk, and it goes away. But if he were to opt in to that $27 million, and the Warriors are thinking, we don't want to do that because, as you said, it's more like $60 million or whatever on our luxury tax, is trading him and then getting something back and then buying that number out, is that a possibility? Is that a way that the Warriors could save money?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to get within 125% of that number. So you're looking at $22 million. So that would save money here. I think there's a lot of different ways you could probably look at Draymond. You know, he's got that player option. He's still extension eligible up until June 30th. The trick is that whatever he extends for can't be less than that player option number. So it's not like he can decline that number and then you sign him to an extension starting at $20 million for next year. Like, that can't happen until the off season, until if he declines it, and then maybe you get him a little bit less. I think if you're Golden State, and certainly how this